Volume 4. Chapter 301, The Siblings Reunion, 12. Chapter 301, The Siblings Reunion, 12. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A cold laughter rose from within Shiryun's heart, but her face remained impassive. She replied with a smile, even without the support of the Xia family, the weapon refining sect is not afraid of the Dongfang family. Elder Zhao, you think too much. Really? Elder Zhao raised an eyebrow and laughed. Lady Shiryun, you've probably heard that the reason behind the Xia family's success in standing tall for so many generations was due to the support from a mysterious divine beast. Of course, this is only a myth. According to succession, only the master of the Xia family is allowed to see this divine beast. If you, Lady Shiryun, are willing to help us, the Xia family will willingly gift you this divine beast as a token of our gratitude. Needless to say, this was more than enough to attract Shiryun's attention. Everyone knew that one divine beast would be a force to be reckoned with in the mainland. But this was only enough to arouse her interest. In the end, Shiryun maintained her demeanor and replied, Elder Zhao, the weapon refining sect are already enemies with the Dongfang family and we do not wish to proceed with provoking the Xia family under these circumstances. So please forgive me, I cannot help you. Senior brother, please send him off. Wait a minute, Elder Zhao began to panic. Lady Shiryun, I've heard that you hold a grudge against Gu Ruoyun of the 100 Herb Hall. Well, Gu Ruoyun is currently residing in the Xia household and seems to have a rather good relationship with Master Xia. I've heard that she intends on influencing Master Xia into launching an attack on you. Can you still remain nonchalant under these circumstances? Gu Ruoyun. Just thinking of that name would raise a raging fire within Shiryun's heart along with a thick sense of dissatisfaction. That woman had used lies to control Chen Beiyi and can never understand that lies are, in the end, simply lies. Someday, Chen Beiyi will leave her and only I am fit to stand by his side. Gu Ruoyun can never understand this principle and does not have a shred of self-awareness. Elder Zhao, I accept your request. Shiryun quickly retracted the hatred in her eyes and flashed that calming and gentle smile again. I, Shiryun, am not the sort of person who resigns herself to adversity. Since Gu Ruoyun intends on gathering the Xia family to attack me, then I must land the first strike. You may return and await the good news. Lady Shiryun, the second master and I will be awaiting your arrival in Heaven City. Upon receiving his desired outcome, Elder Zhao smiled, joined his fists and bowed. Then, with nothing more to be said, he turned and left. Once he was gone, Lang Yangfeng turned to Shiryun with a frown on his face. Junior sister, Xia Qi only wants to use you, so? I know, Dot. But so what? Anyone connected to Gu Ruoyun must die. She thought viciously. I want to make it such that no one will dare to stand on her side. I want everyone to treat her like a dangerous plague, for her to suffer the feeling of the world turning their backs on her. I want this self-ignorant woman to know how much of a power gap exists between the both of us. Lang Yanfeng remained silent. As long as it was something that his junior sister Shiryun wanted, he will stand by her side no matter how dangerous the situation may be. He will not leave her. Only an outstanding girl like his junior sister, Shiryun, would deserve to have a man follow her to the ends of the earth. That vicious Gu Ruoyun certainly does not deserve to be loved by anyone. It's not considered heinous when even a beautiful and gentle woman like his junior sister would wish to bring harm to such a person. It is their just deserts. You've certainly experienced a lot these past few years, big sister. Along the streets of Heaven City, Xia Lingyu turned his head towards Gu Ruoyun. His clear eyes were filled with heartache, and I thought that Xia Ming was cruel enough. But General Gu was just as uncompromising. No matter how horrible Xia Ming was, he still had some form of love in his heart, except that it was only for that mother and daughter. The old general of the Gu family had no love at all. He only wanted benefits, no matter who it was. It was a good thing that you left the family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 302, The Siblings Reunion, 13. Chapter 302, The Siblings Reunion, 13. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Xia Lingyu's heart ached at the thought of Gu Ruoyun's suffering in the past few years. Even though he was reborn as a good-for-nothing, at least he had the love of his grandfather and father. Unlike her, who had to raise a family on her own and had to use her own strength to reach to such a level. Why couldn't I have found you earlier, big sister? I would never have allowed anyone to lay a hand on you, said a heartbroken Xia Lingyu while squeezing Gu Ruoyun's hand. That's all in the past, Gu Ruoyun shook her head. Besides, haven't we found each other now? I trusted you with the wrong people in the past, it won't happen again. Xia Lingyu smiled and his delicate features lit up with joy. Then, his eyes filled with resolve, nothing like that will happen again. I was once a good-for-nothing and you did not allow me to escape with you for my own safety. That's why you placed me under Lu Chen's protection. But in this life, I don't need anyone to take care of me. I will grow strong on my own. So strong that I can even protect you. This was the promise he had made after his rebirth. Because he never wanted to see that heartbroken look in his sister's eyes ever again. Every time he thought of that incident, his heart would ache. You were. Gu Ruoyun's heart trembled. She felt a pang in her heart as she saw the resolve on the young man's delicate face. All these years, Yuer has endured far more than her. At this time, the street was bustling with crowds of people. And as the little master of the Xia family, Xia Lingyu was naturally dazzling. But when everyone saw that the girl standing next to him was not Luoli but an unknown stranger, they were all very surprised. Who was this girl? They wondered. Why is she being so intimate with the little master of the Xia family? No one has ever seen the little master act so intimate with anyone before. Furthermore, he could smile with such happiness and joy with this woman. In a restaurant, a richly dressed woman turned to her servant girl, "Go and teach that woman a lesson. What right does she have to stand in front of the little master of the Xia family? If she were Luoli, then it would be of no importance. The Luo family is very influential and powerful, second only to the Xia family. Additionally, Luoli and Xia Lingyu are quite compatible. What does that woman have? Besides, I've never seen her before. She's probably a daughter of some insignificant family. I know every face of every woman in Heaven City, except for this one," she thought. If you think about it, she's probably from a lowly ranked family. Yes, my lady. The servant girl took her leave. The richly dressed woman smiled to herself as she watched her loyal servant girl. She was certain that Xia Lingyu will never defend this girl. Even if he does, Master Xia would never allow it. In the streets, Gu Ruoyun, who had been smiling and laughing with Xia Lingyu, paused in her footsteps, then frowned and stared at the servant girl walking towards her. She calmly asked, "Excuse me, can I help you?" "Humph." The servant girl scoffed coldly, placed her hands on her hips and replied arrogantly, "You've offended the lady of our house. I'm representing her to teach you a lesson." Then, she raised her hand to give Gu Ruoyun a slap. Her eyes were full of cruelty and a sneer hung on the corners of her lips. But her hand missed its mark, it was blocked by another hand. Xia Lingyu's face was ashen as he fiercely raised his hand and slapped the servant girl, sending her petite frame flying out of the way. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 303, The Siblings Reunion, 14. Chapter 303, The Siblings Reunion, 14. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Get Hong Feifei out here and ask her to see me personally. The servant girl was stunned. She did not think that Xia Lingyu would react, especially not for this woman. My lady has loved Sir Xia for such a long time, and now. Just thinking of how sad her lady would feel when she finds out about this made the servant girl hate Gu Ruoyun even more. Who is this Hong Feifei? What grudge does she have against me? Gu Ruoyun rubbed her nose, then turned towards Xia Lingyu. Xia Lingyu's expression changed for the better upon hearing Gu Ruoyun's question. He scratched his head. Hong Feifei is my second uncle's niece. Her youngest aunt became my second uncle's wife, so she has some connections with the Xia family. This Hong Feifei is always following me around, day and night. She probably saw you with me, so... Hearing this, Gu Ruoyun understood. This was Xia Lingyu's misfortune. Just as they were speaking, they heard an unbelievable voice from afar, filled with painful questioning. Cousin brother, you. Why did you hit my servant girl? The richly dressed woman scurried over as if she was enduring the biggest grievance in the world and began interrogating them. What had my servant girl done wrong that you would treat her in this way? They say that before you hit a dog, consider its owner. You paid no attention to me. Xia Lingyu stared at the angry Hong Feifei who was throwing a tantrum and replied disdainfully, "Do you have the right for me to place you in any form of importance? And don't address me as your cousin brother. I'm not related to you." At the end of the day, Hong Feifei was only his second uncle's niece and she has no familial ties with him. Cousin brother, how could you treat me this way? Hong Feifei began to sob profusely. Besides, what's so good about this woman that you would want to shield her? She's only a poor girl from an average family. She's not fit to stand by your side. It's not fair for Luoli when you treat me this way. Hong Feifei understood that her family rank is no match for Luoli's and she could only utilize a tiny bit of kindred relations. But she would not mind becoming Xia Lingyu's concubine. As long as she could attach herself to the son of the young master of the Xia family, that would be enough. Additionally, Xiao Linyu was very handsome. Having a husband like him would be more than enough for her. But what right does she have? She thought angrily. What right does this Tom, Dick, or Harry of a woman have to fight with me for his favor? I won't allow it. It's fine if it's Luoli. But this woman cannot become Xiao Linyu's concubine. Cousin brother, is your grandfather aware of this? This woman does not seem to have any form of status, must you make her your concubine? What right does she have to become your concubine? Hong Feifei did not notice the gloomy look on Xiao Linyu's face and continued to nag, if you do this, your grandfather will definitely be furious with your actions. In his anger, he might even deny your father of his right to succession. Is this all worth it? All for the sake of insisting and making this thick-skinned woman your concubine? To Hong Feifei, everyone in Heaven City knew that Luoli and Xiao Linyu were a couple. Yet this woman still dared to latch herself onto Xiao Linyu. Does this not mean that she is shamelessly trying to become his concubine? She has no shame. Hong Feifei thought. In that moment, Hong Feifei had completely forgotten that the one who was really scrambling to become Xiao Linyu's wife was herself. Xiao Linyu's face grew increasingly furious. Then, right in front of the public's eye, he sent Hong Feifei flying with one kick. Then, he raised his fist onto her heavily made-up face before she could even react. I'll make you regret insulting her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 304, The Siblings Reunion, 15. Chapter 304, The Siblings Reunion, 15. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Hong Feifei, I've tolerated your antics for a very long time. Do you think you can do as you please just because your aunt is my second uncle's wife? Don't forget, my grandfather is the master of the Xia family, and the young master of the Xia family is my father. You are only an external relative of the Xia family. Forget about you, I would dare to raise my hand against your mother too, but today, even if anyone would step forward to save you, it wouldn't be of any use. The crowd was astonished. In their eyes, the little master of the Xia family has always been a steady man. And now, he has flown into a terrible rage in public, lost all tender feelings towards the fairer sex, and punched a woman? Look at poor Hong Feifei's face, tsk. Even a pig's head looked better than that. Stop. Xiao Linyu, you stop this right now. Suddenly, an angry roar was heard from further in front. It was so explosive that Xiao Linyu staggered a few steps back. But he did not stop and his foot landed angrily on Hong Feifei's chest. As it turned out, upon witnessing the horrible turn of events, the servant girl had rushed home to report the incident and the master of the Hong family had charged right over. He found his granddaughter nailed to the ground and beaten up. He was so angry that his elderly features turned black and his entire body trembled. If the other person was not the little master of the Xia family, he would have slapped him to death with one blow. Little Master Xia, I've asked you to stop. Did you not hear me? Master Hong suppressed his rage and glared dolefully at Xiao Linyu. Xiao Linyu laughed coldly, you seem to have overstepped, Master Hong. Do not forget, the Xia family members are the leaders of Heaven City. Who are you, Master Hong, to order me about? You. Master Hong was so enraged that he was nearly rendered speechless. Little Master Xia, at the end of the day, Feifei is only a girl. Do you not think that you are acting too cruelly? How will she be able to behave with integrity like this? Xiao Linyu rolled his eyes, how she behaves with integrity is none of my business. Besides, she's not a member of the Xia family, so why should I care about her integrity? But honestly, Master Hong, you should really try to be more responsible. Hong Feifei's willfulness and arrogance in her behavior came from your overindulgence. Sooner or later, she will provoke some form of disaster in Heaven City. Hearing this, Master Hong took a deep breath. His eyes clouded with gloom. Then, can I take Hong Feifei home now, little Master Xia? Go ahead. Xiao Linyu smiled coldly, lifted his leg, and looked at the half-dead Hong Feifei. His handsome and delicate face lifted with a smile. Only, Master Hong, do restrict her from going out and provoking others after this. Otherwise, I'll beat her whenever I see it happen. He wouldn't usually care about Hong Feifei's unruliness. In fact, he tolerated it, but this time, she had openly humiliated Gu Ruoyun, and that was the limit of his tolerance. The only reason why he did not end up killing her was to save face on behalf of the Hong family. But from now on, he no longer wanted to see her face ever again. Humph. Master Hong scoffed and carried Hong Feifei over his shoulder before mounting his horse and stormed off, quickly disappearing from sight. Following his departure, the crowd exploded into a discussion. Everyone was debating on Gu Ruoyun's identity. Who was she that the little Master Xia would shield her so fiercely? At the Hong family home. In a side room, Hong Feifei had awoken with great difficulty. But when she saw her face, she screamed in anguish and fainted again. At the same time, the entire Hong family spiraled into a panic and began using all sorts of methods to awaken her again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 305, The Siblings Reunion, 16. Chapter 305, The Siblings Reunion, 16. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Grandfather, I'm suffering, I'm in pain, I am not happy. When she was finally revived, again, Hong Feifei sobbed and threw herself into Master Hong's arms. Her eyes were filled with hatred. It's all because of her, it's her fault. If it wasn't for her, my cousin brother would not have treated me this way. Grandfather, you have to help me get my revenge. Seeing the red, swollen face of his most treasured granddaughter, Master Hong soothingly held her in his arms and replied with a heartbroken voice, Don't worry, Feifei. Grandfather will get your revenge. No one bullies my granddaughter, no one. Hong Feifei lowered her head as a thick murderous intent gathered in her eyes. She would not allow that lowly woman to seduce Xia Linyu. She wouldn't. Feifei, don't worry. I will now make my way to the Xia family estate and ask Master Xia for justice. So what if the Xia family are the leaders of Heaven City? They have no right to inflict unreasonable harm on others. Master Xia said curtly. He then motioned for a servant girl to help her lie down and headed straight to the Luo household. The powers of the Hong family alone would not be enough, so at a time like this, he needed an ally. Obviously, the Luo family, which has also been trying to curry favor with the Xia family, was also a good choice. At the great hall of the Luo household, Master of the Luo family, Luo Fio, gently held the teacup in his hand as his eyes calmly swept over the elder in front of him. The corner of his lips curled, and he calmly spoke, To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit today, Master Hong? Master Luo, are you not aware that little Master Xia has grown rather close to another woman? Master Hong's eyes flashed. He's even raised his hands against Feifei for the sake of that woman. Master Luo, aren't you concerned about Lady Luo's position? After all, everyone in Heaven City knows that Lady Luo will someday marry little Master Xia, but someone else has already reported the incident to me. Luo Fio set his cup down and smiled. However, let the younger generation settle their matters on their own. We don't need to step in. If the little Master Xia has fallen for the girl, that is his choice. Even though Luo Fio was indeed concerned about Luoli, but if Xia Linyu is not interested, there is no use in forcing it. So he decided to let them be, believing that Luoli would be able to find her life partner soon enough. How could we ignore the matters concerning the younger generation? Parents have always had the last say in their matchmaking. Can little Master Xia be with this woman without Master Xia's consent? This would be completely unfair to the Luo family, which was why Feifei stepped in to fight for this injustice towards Lady Luo. Who would have guessed how this unknown girl could have managed to captivate his heart and soul? Master Luo, are you really going to remain uninvolved? He did not believe that the Luo family would have no intentions in receiving the favor of the Xia family. This guy is only refusing to say it out loud, thought Master Hong. He speaks of prioritizing his daughter's happiness, but if he really wants his daughter to be happy, he would certainly give everything to fight for her. Master Hong, if this is all you're here for, you may take your leave now. Luo Fio frowned and coldly issued an order, send him off. Yes, Master. The Chamberlain, who stood beside Master Luo, made his way towards Master Hong. Please leave, Master Hong. Humph. Seeing that Master Luo had given the order to expel him, Master Hong scoffed coldly and said nothing more. He turned and walked out the door. Once the coast was clear, Luo Fio smiled, Lear, you can come out now. Then, a figure dressed in pink stepped out. Father, don't listen to Master Hong. That lady is the master of the 100 Herb Hall, Guru Oyun. She saved Brother Yu's life. We cannot offend her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 306, The Siblings Reunion, 17. Chapter 306, The Siblings Reunion, 17. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Lear, be honest with me. Do you not feel hurt whenever Xia Linyu treats her that way? Luo Fio asked, feeling hurt for his stubborn daughter. In the beginning. A little. I even felt slightly jealous. Luoli raised her large, sparkling eyes, then along the way, I observed them. It was then that I realized that there were many feelings in Brother Yu's eyes, a sense of attachment, cherished memories. Except for romantic affection. The feelings they have for one another are complicated, but they are not what everyone else thinks. That's why, Father, I'm not worried about them ending up together. But if they do end up together, I would only congratulate Brother Yu. I love Brother Yu more than anything in this world. I'm willing to give up my happiness as long as he is happy. Tears began to form in Luo Li's eyes, but she stubbornly held them back. Luo Fio sighed, Lear, you're all grown up now. You've become more mature. Yes, Luo Li laughed bitterly, ever since I left with Brother Yu, I've been through a lot. Perhaps Brother Yu has only ever seen me as a little sister. If this is true, then I will remain as his little sister. As long as I am able to see him, that is enough. Father, I'm very content, truly. After all, Brother Yu does not seem to hate me, like Hong Fei Fei. Yes, as long as Brother Yu does not hate me, I am content. Lear. Luo Fio's eyes filled with admiration and a hint of pain. Adapting to the circumstances, you are truly my daughter. I am so proud of you. But the matters of the heart cannot be forced. Since little Master Xia has yet to find the woman of his dreams, you still have a chance to win him over. I'm sure he will understand your feelings. But if it still doesn't work, then let it go. There are many fishes in the sea. You can always find another. I promise you, whoever you fall in love with in the future, even if he is a common beggar, I will welcome him as the son-in-law of the Luo family. So be daring, go ahead and fall in love. But of course, that man must have character. Father. Luo Li threw herself into Luo Fio's arms, let down her defenses and cried. I'm not willing to let go of Brother Yu, I'm truly unwilling. Even if Brother Yu does not love me, I want to watch over him for the rest of my life. I hope you will give me your blessing, Father. Luo Fio stared at Luo Li's stubborn little face and sighed. As a parent, he is unable to control the matters concerning his offspring. He would support his daughter's every decision. Outside the Luo family home, Master Hong turned his head to take one last look at the grand estate, then headed off to the Xia family home. Since the Luo family is unwilling to help, I will go alone, he thought. Xia Linyu has committed an extremely brutal act towards my granddaughter in public. I'm sure that the master of the Xia family would not openly show favoritism. He quickened his pace at the thought of this. At the Xia family home, Master Xia has just received news that the ghost doctor had arrived outside the border of Heaven City, but had been stopped by the city guards. He was currently in a fit of rage and decided to personally welcome the ghost doctor. But at that very moment, Master Hong arrived at his doorstep. Master Xia, little Master Xia had behaved immorally towards my granddaughter, Hong Fei Fei. Please, Master Xia, I ask for justice. Behaved immorally? Hearing this, Master Xia nearly fell. He turned angrily towards Xia Linyu, you dumb idiot, little B*****. How could you do such a thing? What have you done to her? Committing such a crime in broad daylight. Are you really a grandson of the Xia family? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 307, The Siblings Reunion, 18. Chapter 307, The Siblings Reunion, 18. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Actually, Master Xia had completely misunderstood the situation. After all, behaving immorally could easily be misconstrued as rape. Could it really be true that Xia Linyu would daringly take someone's virginity in broad daylight? My own grandson, behaving like a domestic animal. This is humiliating, this is far too humiliating. That's right. Master Xia glared at the innocent-looking Xia Linyu. His anger was not to be trifled with. My daughter has only ever shown him adoration, what's wrong with that? Yet he's beaten her to a pulp in public? My granddaughter's face is now destroyed thanks to his beating. The Xia family must provide me with a fair judgment for his crimes. Master Xia was in a daze. So when Master Hong had mentioned that his grandson was behaving immorally, he meant that Xia Linyu had punched his granddaughter? Master Xia involuntarily let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. That's not too bad. I assumed that he had really done something immoral. I mean, my grandson doesn't seem to have bad taste, so how could he possibly have done something immoral to a woman like that? I was nearly frightened to death. Why didn't you explain yourself clearly? I'm not young anymore, I'm not able to bear such shocking news, said Master Xia as he rubbed his chest like he had just received a horrible scare. Master Hong trembled with rage, his eyes were spitting fire. What did he mean by, that's not too bad? Master Hong thought angrily. My granddaughter was punched, yet he is rejoicing? As if the person who received a beating was not a member of his family? Master Xia, there is an old saying, all men are equal in the eyes of the law. Your grandson had raised his hand against someone, and as the person in charge of the Xia family, you are obviously shielding him. Wouldn't this action disappoint the powerful families of Heaven City? Who will pledge their fealty to the Xia family then? Master Xia knitted his eyebrows impatiently. I have urgent matters on hand, please move aside. Wait for my return, I'll settle this later. The ghost doctor was barred outside the city gates, and at this moment nothing was more important than curing Xia Zixi illness. Therefore he really wasn't in the mood to elaborate on the matter with this man. Master, I will not leave unless you provide me with a decision today. Master Hong shamelessly sat down. If you wish to shield little Master Xia, then I have no say. But Master Xia, you should know that the little master has been rather intimate with a common girl. You say that if he has taken a liking to my granddaughter, he would have bad taste. So would it be considered tasteful if he stood next to a woman with no status? I won't make this difficult for little Master Xia. Get that girl out here and give her to me so that my granddaughter can vent her frustrations on the girl. She's the main culprit. A common girl? Master Xia glanced suspiciously at Xia Linyu. Who was he talking about? Xia Linyu rubbed his nose. That would be elder sister Gu. The Gu girl? Master Xia was in a daze and stared at Master Hong with an odd look in his eyes. He actually thinks that Gu Ruoyun is a commoner with no status and wants to take her away for Hong Feifei to vent her frustrations on? If Gu Ruoyun has no rank, who else would be considered to have a rank in society? Even when Gu Ruoyun didn't show off her two divine beasts, the ghost doctor is her disciple. That alone was enough to cement her position on the mainland. Master Hong was stunned when he heard how Master Xia had addressed Gu Ruoyun. He took a closer look into his eyes and suddenly had a feeling that something was not right. But among the many powerful forces of Heaven City, he had never seen this girl before. So he had assumed that she must be a commoner with no status. Furthermore, no outsider had ever been allowed to enter Heaven City. All right. Master Xia waved his hand impatiently and turned a cold gaze towards Master Hong. That girl is an old acquaintance of mine, despite our difference in age. I cannot allow you to take her away, but if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 308, The Siblings Reunion, 19. Chapter 308, The Siblings Reunion, 19. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. An old acquaintance? Master Hong widened his eyes. Master Xia was actually claiming to be an old acquaintance of a silly little girl? It's an excuse. That's right, he must be using this as an excuse to protect the Xia family's reputation. I don't believe that girl would have the capability to become Master Xia's old acquaintance, thought Master Hong. Master Xia, I don't care. I understand why you would shield the little master. After all, he's your grandson. But you must give that woman to me. Otherwise, I refuse to leave. Master Xia was rendered speechless by the sight of the shameless look on Master Hong's face. But he was in high spirits and his originally casual gaze slowly grew cold. He now exuded a chilly aura. Master Hong, do you think that my home is your territory? That you can come and go as you please? Very well then, you refuse to leave? Guards, throw him out. Yes, master. The guards behind Master Xia quickly stepped forward, picked up Master Xia with both hands, and threw him out the front door. The streets were filled with people at this time of the day, so when they witnessed the guards throwing Master Hong out of the Xia family home, they pointed and sneered at him. Master Hong was so embarrassed that he wanted to bury himself into a hole in the ground. Then, under the glare of the eyes of the public, he fiercely scrambled to stand up, shielded his face with his sleeve and quickly left the scene. All right. After throwing Master Hong out the door, Master Xia turned his attention to his grandson and asked, tell me what really happened. Why did you punch Feifei without any rhythm or reason? Master Xia understood his grandson's temperament. He would never raise his hand against anyone unless something intolerable had happened to him. Xia Linyu pouted and replied, Hong Feifei saw elder sister Gu and I together and ordered her servant girl to make trouble for her. Then, she humiliated her by calling her a poor commoner and accused elder sister Gu for shameless chasing me with the intention of becoming my concubine. Damn! Master Xia erupted with rage, then glared fiercely at Xia Linyu. You explain this to me. Why is your temperament so pleasant? Have you forgotten your surname? You should have beaten her until you've turned her into a cripple forever. And you've let her off so easily? Why haven't you learned any cruelty from me? If Master Hong had heard any of this, he would have vomited blood in anger. Xia Linyu had already punched her to the point of near amnesia, simply because she had said a few words. Yet this old man was displaying a fine example, even telling Xia Linyu that his temperament was far too pleasant? So if he had a bad temper instead, what would the consequences have been? Let's go, You're coming with me to welcome the ghost doctor. As long as she's here, there is hope for your father. Yes, grandfather. Xia Linyu grew excited. He had been tirelessly rushing about these past few months, all for the sake of finding a cure for his father's illness. With the ghost doctor here, the dying flame of hope in their hearts will soon reignite. Outside the city gates, the city guard stoically blocked Wei Yi from entering when suddenly, they noticed Master Xia, who was briskly walking towards their direction. The guards were dumbfounded. Could it be that this lady is truly the master's guest? They wondered. Otherwise, why would the master have rushed over after receiving the report? In that instant, both men began to quickly reflect on whether they've treated the woman with appropriate courtesy. For if they've offended a guest of their master, they would be chased out of the Xia family. Master Xia, you've certainly taken your time. Wei Yi teased, crossing her arms with a smile on her face. The city guards thought that her words would enrage the master, but they were wrong. He approached Wei Yi with a huge smile on his face. The lady ghost doctor herself has arrived, so I've come here to personally welcome you. Please, follow me. I'd like to invite you to treat my son's illness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 309, The Siblings Reunion, 20. Chapter 309, The Siblings Reunion, 20. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Sure, Wei Yi nodded, lead the way. She then followed Master Xia into the city, leaving the two guards gaping at the sight. Lady Ghost Doctor? Were we hearing things? They wondered. This bewitching, devilish-looking lady is the famous ghost doctor? Heavens, I've missed a great opportunity to befriend the ghost doctor. Both men were immediately filled with regret at the thought of this. Why did we not take the opportunity to be friendly with her and leave a good impression? We could have reached out to the ghost doctor for help if we were ever hit with an incurable disease. What did you say? Pang. In a bedroom, Xia Qi slammed the book in his hand onto the ground. His face twisted sinisterly, his usual gentle facade had disappeared. The ghost doctor has arrived. She's too early. No, I cannot allow for Xia Zishi to be cured, or my hard work would be all for nothing. The Xia family belongs to only me and no one can take that away. He's still waiting for updates on Elder Zhao's mission. As long as they receive the support of the weapon refining sect, the Xia family will be in the palm of his hand. There's more, Second Master. Master Hong paid us a visit today. It would seem that Xia Linyu had raised his hand against Hong Feifei, but the master had him thrown out instead, said the spy, lowering his head. Pang. Xia Qi's fist slammed onto the table and he replied angrily, that old man looks down on my abilities, this I've known for a long time. But for goodness sake, Master Hong is my father-in-law, the father of my own wife. In doing this, he has completely humiliated me. My own father-in-law pays my father a visit and he threw him out. This was embarrassing. That old man has only ever thought of Xia Zishi's well-being, he never even cared about me. Even though Xia Linyu had attacked Hong Feifei, he still chose to shield Xia Linyu. You old bastard. In the beginning, I had no intentions of harming you. I only wanted to obtain the seat of the master of the Xia family. Now you've forced my hand. If it weren't for your prejudice, I would not be feeling so unsatisfied. So when the time comes and you end up dead, don't hold it against me. It was you. You were the cause behind all of this. Xia Qi declared sinisterly, clenching his hands into balls of fists. Ever since I was a boy, my father had never looked at me in the eyes and I could never understand why. He thought angrily. Was it because I am nothing like Xia Zishi? No. If that was the reason, he would not be always looking at me with contempt, as if he were staring into the eyes of a stranger. Even the good-for-nothing Xia Linyu received extra concern, so why does he treat me this way? Take my token and stand guard outside the city gates. If Elder Zhao and Lady Shiyun return, bring them to me. I had initially intended on taking my position by force and did not even consider allying myself with an outsider to harm the Xia family. Sadly, I was patient and accommodating, and ended up unsatisfied with small gains. I have no choice but to do this for my own benefit. Xia Qi closed his eyes, and when he opened them, an eerie light flashed across, holding a thick sense of murderous intent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 310, A Sensation at Heaven City, 1. Chapter 310, A Sensation at Heaven City, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In his bedroom, Xia Zishi opened his eyes to find Master Xia entering the room with a young woman following closely behind him. He motioned to get up but was pushed back down by the old man. Zishi, the ghost doctor is here. You are saved. Master Xia was filled with emotion at the thought and his eyes glistened with tears. Only the heavens know how much torture his son has endured over the past few months. At times, Master Xia wished that he could bear the pain for him. Unfortunately, he could only watch as his son suffered, helpless to do anything else. Father. Xia Zishi's lips trembled, wanting to speak, but he swallowed his words in the end. He looked at the ghost doctor and gently nodded his head. Ghost doctor, please give me my treatment with ease. Regardless of whether it is a success, I will accept my fate. No one else knew his own body better than he, and it was highly possible that no one else can cure his disease. Don't worry, Wei Yi curved her lips into a smile, my master will be supervising the treatment. If I'm unable to help, she will do it personally. There is no disease that she cannot cure. Hearing this, both Master Xia and his son stared at Guru Huayun in astonishment. Even though they already knew that Wei Yi had become Guru Huayun's disciple, they assumed that it was because of her ability to refine pills. When it came to medicine, they reckoned that no one has ever bested the owner of the treasury of medicine, Wei Yi. Only Xia Linyu reacted as if he hadn't heard much else. He stared in admiration at the person whom he had longed to see for over 4 years. He knew better than anyone of the level of his sister's medicinal skills. One could even say that if you had lost an arm or had a broken limb, or if all the bones in your body had been shattered, she would be able to put you back together in the fastest possible time. Ghost doctor, please begin your treatment. Xia Zishi smiled weakly with a face full of gratitude. No matter the outcome, the ghost doctor has arrived. She has shown the Xia family enough courtesy so even if she failed, he would not blame her. My master has explained your condition to me. The reason behind your ailment is because someone had placed a parasitic poison into your body. This parasite absorbs the life force from your soul in order to survive, that's why you've grown weak. Furthermore, I've seen through the condition of your soul. In just a few more nights you would have been beyond saving. The soul is the most important part of a human body and not many would be able to endure the agonizing feeling of one's soul being ripped apart. It must not have been easy for Xia Zishi to endure the pain. A parasitic poison? Master Xia's face changed. How could Xia Zishi have been inflicted by a parasitic poison? He wondered. Yet, after so many doctors, not one of them was able to detect the poison. This proved that this parasitic poison was unlike any other form of parasitic poison, it could conceal itself in his blood cells, it was undetectable. When had the Xia family provoked such an enemy? How did he not notice this? Then, ghost doctor, is this poison curable? Master Xia frowned and stared worriedly at the ghost doctor. Parasitic poisons were extremely dangerous, one mistake would bring harm to the doctor herself. Hence, not many doctors would be willing to attempt to cure this type of poison. I can force it out. Please stand back, Master Xia. Wei Yi's gaze now clouded with concentration and her tone grew serious. Master Xia and Xia Linyu retreated a few steps back, giving Wei Yi full use of the empty space in front of the bed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 311, A Sensation at Heaven City, 2. Chapter 311, A Sensation at Heaven City, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Compared to Master Xia's anxiousness, Xin Linyu was not in the least bit worried. He knew that as long as his sister was around, nothing bad could happen. He has faith in her. He believed that nothing was impossible for her. Wei Yi took a deep breath and produced a silver needle from her sleeve prepared just for this occasion. She gingerly approached Xia Zishi and explained, "This might hurt a bit, you must try and bear the pain." Xia Zishi laughed bitterly, "At this moment, what pain is there that I have not endured? Do not worry, ghost doctor. A pain like this is nothing to me, please go ahead." Very well. Wei Yi softly nodded her head, and carefully unwrapped the thin silver needle from her handkerchief before gently inserted it into Xia Zishi's body. Hong. A powerful force seeped into his body through the needle, it felt as if it was entering into his soul. It was so painful that Xia Zishi turned as white as a ghost and tightly gripped the bedsheets. It hurts. The pain from having his soul pierced was far more painful than the usual agony that he'd suffered. He initially thought that his excruciating routine was the peak of its limit, but this terrible pain was truly the torturous feeling of having one's soul torn apart. But for the sake of his father and Yuer, he must stay strong. Pu Chi. Suddenly, Wei, who had been administering the acupuncture for Xia Zishi, turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was suddenly and violently thrown out of the way. Her countenance was filled with great astonishment as she cried out, "It's a parasite dragon! The parasite in his body is actually a parasite dragon. And it's a parasitic dragon in the rank of a martial emperor. What? The faces of everyone in the room changed greatly, especially that of the old man. The aura from his body erupted, smashing against a nearby table. A parasite dragon! How could this be? Who would hold such a deep hatred towards the Xia family and would so cruelly wish for the death of my future generations? The Poison Master, Tiangu. In that instant, one name rang aloud in Master Xia's mind. That's right, who else but the Poison Master would have this sort of power? But he could not understand it. The Xia family has nothing against Tiangu, the Poison Master. Why would he do such a thing to Zishi? Master. Wei bit her lip fiercely as she turned towards Gu Ruoyun and spoke with remorse. I'm sorry, the power of that parasite dragon was too great. It has already suppressed me, there's no way for me to force it out. This was the first task that her master had entrusted to her and yet she has failed. Furthermore, from what she could tell, it would seem that the relationship between the Xia family and her master was not an ordinary one. Wei, even I did not expect such an outcome. Gu Ruoyun's excited expression returned back to normal and she smiled calmly. I thought that your powers would be enough to force the parasite out, but I didn't expect for it to be the mythical parasite dragon. This time, even I have underestimated the circumstances. A parasite dragon. She thought. I did not think that such a valuable thing would be living in Xia Zishi's body. If I can capture this parasite dragon, then there is hope for me to heal the Azure Dragon's eyes. I knew it. Xia Zishi laughed bitterly. Lady Ghost Doctor, do not blame yourself. I have already known that no one can possibly save me, so I never held any hope. He may be saying this now, but who doesn't want to continue living? Honestly, if even the Ghost Doctor cannot save him, then he has truly given up. You're saying that you're going to die? Wei rolled her eyes. Just because I do not have the capabilities to save you, that doesn't mean that my master cannot. The reason why my master asked me to do it was that she wanted to see how much progress I've made over the past few years. She is the true power behind me. With her around, everything will be fine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 312, A Sensation at Heaven City, 3. Chapter 312, A Sensation at Heaven City, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Actually, even Wei was unsure whether Gu Ruoyun could save him. But upon seeing the calm expression on the young woman's face, she knew that her master was confident. Otherwise, she wouldn't have remained so calm after hearing about the parasite dragon. Get a porcelain bottle. This parasite dragon is very valuable and it's unlike any other medicinal herb. I can't let it slip away. Gu Ruoyun stroked her chin and smiled gleefully at Xia Zishi. Her gaze made his hair stand on end. She looked like a bandit who was plotting to rob him. Yes, master. Wei flashed a fox-like smile and corners of her eyebrows were filled with fascination. She knew it, her master was very interested in that parasite dragon. She subconsciously observed a moment of silence for the parasite dragon. Gu girl, you have an idea? Master Xia turned towards Gu Ruoyun and asked suspiciously. It's not that he did not believe in her, the reality was that everyone knew that the Ghost Doctor had become Gu Ruoyun's disciple because of her skill in pill refinement. And while Gu Ruoyun was a skilled cultivator, that did not mean that she was accomplished in medicine. So the old man found it hard to believe that if even the Ghost Doctor was helpless in curing this poison, she would have a way. Let me try. Gu Ruoyun shrugged her shoulders as her gaze held a smile. Don't forget, she still had her trump card, Zixi, in the palm of her hand. Then. Very well. The old man sighed. What else can we do in a situation like this? Let her try. What did you say? Say that again? In a large, luxurious, and flamboyant room, Xia Qi rose from his seat. His handsome face was filled with surprise and undisguised excitement. The Ghost Doctor has failed? Even she cannot cure that bastard, Xia Zishi? Ah, this is too good. If even the Ghost Doctor cannot cure this illness, no one else can. Ha, the gods have eyes. I didn't expect this. Lord Poison Master is truly capable. I'd like to see who would be able to save Xia Zishi now, but. Second Master, this is indeed what the spy has reported, the man bowed, but I've heard that Gu Ruoyun has now stepped forward to personally save him. He. Xia Qi sneered, and raised the corner of his lips in mockery. Gu Ruoyun? She's merely a good-for-nothing who found a few pills by a stroke of luck. Did you think that the ghost doctor would have followed her so willingly if it weren't for those pills? I have to admit, her talents are pretty substantial when compared with the peers of her generation. Unfortunately, it's impossible to have the extremely arrogant ghost doctor truly submit to her. Furthermore, what abilities would she have to cure a disease that even the ghost doctor herself cannot? He will not believe it. At Gu Ruoyun's age, it would be impossible that her medical skills were greater than the ghost doctor's. After all, medicine and cultivation are two very different subjects. Medical skills do not involve talent, it is learned through age and experience. The longer you practice it, the better you will become. This Gu Ruoyun is only a silly little girl. Other than her extremely good luck, she's completely useless. She cannot possibly cure Xia Zixi illness. Xia Zixi, are you not able to withstand cruelty? I, Xia Qi, have tolerated you for so many years and now I can finally ascend. From now on, Heaven's City will be all mine. Let those who comply with me thrive and those who resist me perish. If it were not for the risk of raising Master Xia's suspicions, Xia Qi felt a great urge to throw his head back in laughter at this very moment to let out the dissatisfaction that he had silently endured over the years. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 313, A Sensation at Heaven City, 4. Chapter 313, A Sensation at Heaven City, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Meanwhile, at a mountain range outside of Heaven City, a golden ray of light shot down from the heavens and spread all over the mountains. The mountains were blanketed by its light, causing the inhabitants of the neighboring mountain to stare in awe. They had never seen such a scene before. It was the birth of a divine beast, fallen from the sky. Even though the mountain range was quite a distance from Heaven City, everyone saw the golden light. It caused a great sensation in Heaven City. Every leader of the most powerful families assembled in the Xia family home, including Master Hong, who had been chased out of the house earlier that day. They all began discussing what Heaven City should do about this. On the mainland, spiritual animals with the blood of a divine beast were far and few in between. If you managed to obtain one, it would be worth much more than ruling the entire mainland. How could they not be excited? Master Xia, a divine beast has just been born. It will certainly attract the attention of many powerful organizations. Heaven City must quickly obtain this divine beast. Otherwise, once those organizations realize its existence, our chances of obtaining it will grow much slimmer. The one who spoke was Ba Zhentian, Gu Ruoyun's acquaintance. Ba Zhentian had once tried to purchase a beauty rejuvenation pill during the first ever 100 herb hall auction in Azure Dragon Country. It was also because of his attendance that Gu Ruoyun was able to find out about the existence of Heaven City. In order to pave a successful road to Heaven City in the future, Gu Ruoyun then gifted him with one beauty rejuvenation pull. Hence, Ba Zhentian owed her one. I agree with leader Ba. Luo Fio smiled. However, we can't leave Heaven City unguarded. I suggest that we elders stay in Heaven City and send our successors and a few from the younger generation to train. What do you think, Master Xia? Very well. Master Xia paused in silence, then decided, so it shall be. But the people we choose require a strict selection. Father. Before Master Xia could finish his sentence, he interrupted. This made Master Xia frown and look outside the meeting hall. A middle-aged man in green robes was walking in briskly. His face was warm and was full of smiles. He fanned himself with a fan and his lips curled into a shallow smile. I volunteer to follow the expedition to Heaven Mountain. What are you saying? Master Xia's face was suddenly clouded with gloom as he coldly replied, Xia Qi, you must be overly joyful. Did you not hear what Master Luo said? Each family will send their successors to the expedition. What are you butting in for? Father, elder brother is very ill and is confined to his bed. He could pass away anytime soon. How can he possibly join the expedition? As the second son of the Xia family, naturally, I would be responsible for going in my brother's place. Xia Qi's face was full of smiles, but the smile did not reach his eyes, which were covered with a layer of dark, gloomy frost. Impudence! Pa! Master Xia slammed his hand on the table and rose from his seat furiously. Are you trying to take your brothers right away? Don't forget, I've already invited the ghost doctor to treat your brother's illness. He's going to be fine. Oh? Xia Qi smiled. So why is it that I've heard that even the ghost doctor has failed? And that you're now willing to try anyone or anything in a crisis, allowing an 18 to 19-year-old little girl to treat my elder brother's illness? Father, do you truly want my elder brother to live, or are you trying to speed his journey into an early grave? Do you truly love my elder brother? Hua! A sensation stirred within the crowd. They've already heard the news that the ghost doctor had arrived in Heaven City to cure Xia Zishi's illness. But they never imagined that even the ghost doctor, who could wrestle a dying man from the clutches of death, had failed. And the biggest joke was, Master Xia was now placing his hopes on an 18 to 19-year-old girl? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 314, A Sensation at Heaven City, 5. Chapter 314, A Sensation at Heaven City, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You. Master Xia was trembling with anger. He was rendered speechless and could only point his finger at Xia Qi. Father, I merely want to take on the burdens of the Xia family. Xia Qi smiled gently and stared coldly back at Master Xia. It was as if the man before him was not his father. Xia Qi, even if Zishi was unable to go, Yuer is still around. It will not be your turn yet. Master Xia replied furiously as his face darkened. He angrily flung his sleeves. He. Master Hong laughed coldly and spoke with disdain. Master Xia, one of your sons is at death's door. But you have another. Your grandson can only inherit the Xia family when all your sons are spent. Don't tell me that you want your son to swear his allegiance to your grandson? That makes no sense at all. Master Xia's elderly face turned from green to white, then white to green. His clenched fists were enveloped in a fiery rage as his fury kept growing. Since the ancient times, dragons have always had a berserk button. And his berserk button is Xia Zishi. And now, Master Hong has made the move to curse him. This has brought an uncontrollable rage upon Master Xia, who has always shielded Xia Zishi. Master Hong, you will pay for what you've said. Hong. A burst of fiery rage erupted. Master Xia's gaze has never been so cold and imposing. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable fury. Master Xia, there are many citizens of Heaven City here. Could it be that you, as a dignified martial emperor, wishes to unleash your rage upon little old me in front of the eyes of the public? If you do that, then you can bury your reputation. No one will ever respect you again. Master Hong sneered. He had already confirmed that Master Xia could not possibly kill him. Besides, the man is old and will not live for very much longer. Xia Zishi is also dying. Hence, the Xia family will soon belong to Xia Qi. Which was why he was seizing the opportunity to pander to Xia Qi. But he failed to notice that after his speech, a few others had grabbed their chairs and were distancing themselves from him. The further they were from him, the better. However, a few chose to follow his bad example and had the very same idea. Those were the ones who remained seated, all intending to suck up to Xia Qi. He. Master Xia laughed in spite of his rage as the aura on his body grew stronger and stronger, sending out a wave of pressure that made everyone in the room gasp for breath. This was the might of a martial emperor. Master Hong, do not place such worldly matters into Heaven City. In this mainland, only the strong are respected. I may not be the most powerful man, but I am at least more powerful than you. My Xia family is far more powerful than your Hong family. Most important of all, I am the true governor of Heaven City. Everything I say, goes. You're not happy with the way things are? Very well then, I shall explain to help get the message across to you. There is only one principle, and that is the one with the bigger fist is the one who makes the decisions. Heaven City is not a country and Master Xia is not its emperor. In Heaven City, where only the most powerful would be the most respected, it has always been that way. Master Hong's expression changed. He did not expect Master Xia to act so irrationally. His heart was now filled with a dark hatred. He will never forget the humiliation he had suffered on the day he was thrown out of the Xia family. Seeing that the situation in the room was spinning out of control, a voice sounded from outside the door, freezing Master Xia's body in place. A sense of calm washed over his rage-filled eyes as his gaze now lit up with excitement. Father, what's going on? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 315, Picking Up a Little Monster, 1. Chapter 315, Picking Up a Little Monster, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Outside the hall, a pale-faced Xia Zishi leaned against the doorway for support while he smiled weakly. His eyes swept across every face in the meeting hall, his voice was soft and gentle, like the quiet trickle from a stream of water. Share. Master Xia fixed his gaze upon the man outside the hall and an excited smile appeared across his elderly face. Sheer, your body. I'm all right now. Hong. Xia Zishi's words were like a violent commotion and pierced through the hearts of everyone in the room. A long time passed before they all regained their senses. What did young Master Xia say? Thought one of them. His body is healed? Thought another. One must understand that many doctors have issued Xia Zishi a death sentence and that even the ghost doctor found herself with her hands tied. Who could possibly be able to cure his disease? Suddenly, everyone remembered Xia Qi's big revelation. An 18 to 19-year-old girl had actually been able to cure a disease that even the ghost doctor herself could not. Just where did she come from? The crowd thought in unison. Xia Qi's face turned into a particularly ugly shade. He fixed his gaze onto Xia Zishi's gently smiling face as he clenched his fists and his eyes revealed a bone-deep hatred. Master Xia saw the hatred in his eyes when he turned to face him. Xia Qi had not been able to retract the sinister gaze in time and Master Xia's gaze sharpened. At this moment, Xia Qi felt a great pressure next to him and a wave of nervousness swept up from deep within his heart. He quickly reverted to his usual expression, hanging a gentle smile on his handsome face. Big brother, congratulations on getting your health back. Xia Qi smiled as he stepped forward and patted Xia Zishi's shoulder. You've made us all very worried. It's a good thing that you're all right now, otherwise, the Xia family would have plunged into chaos. Thank you for your concern, second brother. Xia Zishi smiled and replied courteously, your big brother's life is much more secure than you think. I won't be dying anytime soon. A hint of darkness flashed quickly through Xia Qi's gaze. However, he cannot react blindly before the arrival of the weapon refining sect. Ha ha. Master Xia laughed, but upon noticing Master Hong, his eyes turned cold again. Master Hong, is there anything else you'd like to add? He asked coldly. In that instant, the color on Master Hong's face changed from green to white. He took a deep breath and extinguished the raging flames in his heart. All will be as you command. In a crucial turning point such as this, Xia Zishi is now cured. There wouldn't be so many issues if he had died instead. As for the rest who stood on Master Hong's side, they all meaningfully moved their seats sideways upon realizing the sudden turn of events, as if the further they were from Master Hong, the better it was. Alright, since you have no other concerns, then you may return to make preparations. We will leave after one day. The journey to Heaven Mountain would be rife with danger. Hence, Master Xia gave everyone a full day to make their preparations. Hearing this, everything rose from their seats and took their leave respectively. No one paid any attention to Master Hong. They did not even bother to look at him. Just as all the powerful families had returned to their respective homes to prepare themselves for the journey ahead, a group of people arrived outside the gates of Heaven City. The leader of the group was a pure and beautiful girl who held a saber in her right hand, accompanied by a rosy-cheeked little lord on her left. But the little lord had an unusually mature and serious air about him. His rosy cheeks did not have any of the childishness that most children his age would have. Go to the Xia family and report that the members of the 100 Herb Hall have come for a visit. After a bit of thought, Moyu decided on using the name of the 100 Herb Hall instead. After all, not many people knew that the Devil Sect and the 100 Herb Hall both belonged to the same person. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 316, Picking Up a Little Monster, 2. Chapter 316, Picking Up a Little Monster, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After the previous incident, the official guards did not dare to delay. They quickly issued a report to the Xia family and soon sent a representative to lead the group into Heaven City. Meanwhile, at the courtyard of the Xia family home, Gu Ruoyun raised her eyebrows slightly upon hearing the news and chuckled. Moyu and Bai Chuan are here? Just in time. I'm also very interested in the birth of this divine beast in Heaven Mountain. Heaven Mountain has always been a dangerous area, but it contained many treasures. If the Devil Sect could join in as well, then they would be able to retrieve many rewards. Master. Just as she was deep in thought, she heard a tender yet charming voice. Gu Ruoyun raised her head to find Moyu briskly leading a group of people towards her. Once she was in front of Gu Ruoyun, she held her saber with both hands and knelt down on one knee. Your subordinate Moyu greets her master. Moyu, there you are. Gu Ruoyun smiled calmly, then turned with astonishment to Bai Chuan, who was next to Moyu. Bai Chuan, you're now a mid-level martial warrior? How long has it been? He had gone from a useless good-for-nothing to a mid-level martial warrior. Such skill would certainly surprise anyone on the mainland. Bai Chuan blushed. I know that I am not growing fast enough, but I will work hard. I won't let you down. Obviously, Bai Chuan had assumed that Gu Ruoyun was not satisfied with the growth of his powers. And it's no wonder. She had many powerful cultivators by her side, and he was only a martial warrior. In order to be worthy of her kindness in rescuing him a while back, he resolved to work hard in his cultivation. Bai Chuan, you're already very powerful. You have risen through the obstacles of the 8 Qi collection levels and reached the ranks of a martial warrior. From a person who has had no training, you've done it in such a short time. It's very impressive, Gu Ruoyan laughed. She definitely chose the right person, as Bai Chuan was certainly very talented. It was only a matter of time before his name would shake the entire mainland. Bai Chuan's face grew even redder. He shyly lowered his head and fidgeted with the corners of his robe. Ma Yu, since you've arrived, don't leave just yet. Come with me on a mission. Gu Ruoyun raised her head to look at Ma Yu with a calm smile on her pretty face. Ma Yu clutched her sword and replied respectfully, your wish is my command. The day passed quickly. The powerful families had finished their preparations and were heading for the Xia family home. Prior to this, Gu Ruoyun had discussed with Master Xia to join the trial under the name of the 100 Herb Hall. Because she was responsible for saving Xia Zishi's life, Master Xia, in gratitude, agreed to her request. Furthermore, with her around, your safety would be ensured. Meanwhile, outside the Xia family home, people were whispering amongst themselves and stared curiously at Gu Ruoyan. Wasn't this young lady the one who hung around little Master Xia? Could it be that she actually saved Xia Zishi's life? What powerful family did this young woman come from? It would seem that she means to join the trials this time, too. Hee, surely you're joking? Have you seen her group? A fragile-looking woman and a 10-year-old boy? Including the rest of her weak-looking troops? No matter how you see it, they won't even be able to make it to Heaven Mountain. Just because she's skilled in medicine doesn't mean that she can go anywhere she wants. By the time she reaches Heaven Mountain, she'd probably be food for some random spiritual animal. 2 women, a child, and a few guards. And they want to go to Heaven Mountain with powers like this? What else could this be, besides a joke? They have no ability to protect anyone. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 317, Picking Up a Little Monster, 3. Chapter 317, Picking Up a Little Monster, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Suddenly, a sinister and vicious glare pierced through the crowd and landed on Gu Ruoyan, causing her to frown. She followed the line of sight to find a richly dressed girl with a heavily made-up face. The corners of her eyes twitched. It seems that the Hong family also has a skilled physician. Otherwise, her looks would never have returned to normal after being punched so severely by Yuer. Standing in the midst of the crowd, Hong Feifei's eyes glared maliciously at Gu Ruoyan. Her gaze was filled with murderous intent. Yesterday, when she heard from her father that an 18 to 19-year-old girl had miraculously cured Xia Zishi, Gu Ruoyan was the first person to appear in her mind. How could a lowly commoner like her have such strong medical prowess? She could not believe it, but it was impossible not to believe it. Otherwise, Master Xia would not show such obvious favoritism towards the girl. But no matter, great skill in medicine does not equal to strong powers. Once they all reach Heaven Mountain, I would have 10,000 ways to have Gu Ruoyan mysteriously killed off. Thought Hong Feifei. No. Not only that, I want her to suffer endless humiliation, to avenge myself for what she did to me. Mo Yu also sensed Hong Feifei's glare and her eyes grew cold. Her frosty gaze landed on the girl's sinister face with her lips curved into a curious angle, cold and eerie, filled with murderous intent. Brother Yu. Suddenly, a sweet voice was heard, and a pink figure rushed towards Xia Lingyu, who was standing next to Gu Ruoyan. But just as she was about to reach him, she paused abruptly and scooped a bewildered Bai Chuan into her arms, planting a big fat kiss onto his fair cheeks. Brother Yu, this little boy is adorable. I like him. Hong. Bai Chuan was in a daze. His face turned as red as a tomato, so red that the blush reached the back of his head. His clear and limpid eyes stared in astonishment at the doll-like girl as he stammered, You've molested me. There should be no direct contact between men and women, but You've actually molested me. I've been molested. The very thought filled Bai Chuan's mind. What do you mean, no direct contact? Luo Li's mouth twitched. You're only a 10-year-old kid. Don't act like you're an adult. But you don't seem to be very much older than I am. Do you not know the difference between males and females? Bai Chuan suddenly regained his senses and glared angrily at Luo Li. How could this woman be so shameless? He thought. I've never met such a spontaneous woman, and she even kissed me. It would seem that your childhood friend has fallen for someone else. Gu Ruoyun teased, shrugging her shoulders. Honestly, despite only knowing Bai Chuan for few days, this is the first time she'd seen the boy arguing so childishly. Big sister, quit teasing me, came Xia Linyu's retort, looking very awkward. I've always treated Luoli like a little sister, I have no other intentions. He did not lower his voice on purpose, so his words fell clearly onto Luoli's ears. Her eyes turned pitch black for a short flicker of a moment and she felt as if a needle was violently piercing through her heart. After all these years, she has long been aware that she did not exist in Brother Yu's heart. But she did not want to give up because giving up on her feelings would bring her a world of hurt, so painful that she would never be free of it. Luoli took a deep breath and suppressed the hurt she felt. She turned towards Xia Linyu, flashing him a sweet smile. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 318, Picking Up a Little Monster, 4. Chapter 318, Picking Up a Little Monster, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Brother Yu, this time, I'll be following my uncle to Heaven Mountain. So you can't leave me behind. Wherever you go, I'm going too. Her bright red, apple-like face was full of stubbornness. Be it to the ends of the earth or the highest mountain, wherever he goes, she will follow. Everyone. Xia Zishi let out a dry cough, silencing the noisy chatter of the crowd. He smiled as he said, it's getting late. We should begin our journey. Let's go. Hold it. Right after he finished his speech, a cold voice rang out, Young Master Xia, this seems to be a matter concerning Heaven City and this lady does not seem to be a citizen of Heaven City. Furthermore, she's bringing a 10-year-old child, isn't this too much of an inconvenience? Xia Zishi's face darkened and he sent a glared coldly towards the man who had spoken, Elder Hongyun, how is Lady Gu not a citizen of Heaven City? My son has acknowledged her as his adopted elder sister, so she is certainly connected with Heaven City. Allowing her to be part of this matter would not be overstepping the boundaries. Besides, her safety is the responsibility of the Xia family. It would be no trouble for everyone else. Ha ha. A loud laugh was heard. Elder Hongyun, you're thinking too much. This lady will be protected by the Xia family and me, Ba Zhentian. You needn't butt in. Then, Ba Zhentian turned to Gu Ruoyun and flashed her a friendly smile. So, the mysterious physician of the Xia family was her. He thought. That's right, aside from the master of the 100 Herb Hall and the master of the Ghost Doctor, who else would have such capabilities? Ba Zhentian, why are you stepping in? Hongyun's face has turned into a terrifying color. He did not expect that Ba Zhentian would personally make an appearance and to stand on Xia Zishi's side without hesitation. While the girl's medical skills are good, was it worth it for them to protect her so fiercely? Hongyun, our Luo family is a subordinate of the Xia family. Our family will not oppose the Xia family's decisions. The person who spoke was Luo Li's second uncle, Luo Yang. His words caused Hongyun's expression to change again. But this time, he kept his mouth shut and said nothing more. Only his nostrils let out a cold scoff as he glared at Gu Ruoyun's troops scornfully. Just wait until they all reach Heaven Mountain, he thought. Then they'll all know what a big mistake they've made in allowing her to join us. When that happens, they won't even be able to protect themselves in time. Where would they find the extra resources to protect her? Xia Zishi's gaze swept across every face in the crowd and calmly spoke, seeing as no one else has any further objections, let's go. This Hong family has certainly gone above their authority. Once we get back, I must discuss this with father, he thought. Otherwise, they would not know who truly governs Heaven City. If anyone were in Heaven Mountain now, they would certainly be witnessing a particularly strange event. Many spiritual beasts were crawling on the ground, cringing and cowering in fear. They gazed timidly upon a man on top of a tree. It was a devastatingly beautiful man with raven hair and red robes and an indistinct demonic aura. If Qian Beiyi was the devil and Zhuo Shangqian like a demon, then this man was like a ghost from the underworld. His pale white face did not look human at all. Instead, the most terrifying thing was that this man had one red and one green eye. It was an indescribable strange feeling to see someone with two different eye colors. Except the man was clutching his chest and blood was slowly trickling down. He curled his red lips, and a cold smile appeared on his handsome face. Now that I have made my escape, that person should not be able to catch up to me. I never imagined that in this lifetime, someone would actually be able to force me into this stage and has caused my powers to greatly regress. I must find a safe place to heal and avenge myself later. How many years has it been? It's been years since he's caught in such a tight situation. Ever since that man had successfully subdued him and the animal kingdom many years ago, no one else has managed to force him into such a state. Very well then, he shall remember this debt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 319, Picking Up a Little Monster, 5. Chapter 319, Picking Up a Little Monster, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Only those who have explored Heaven Mountain would know of the dangers that lay within. Besides being a home to strong and powerful spiritual beasts, there were also countless booby traps. At this moment, a loud crash was heard from Heaven Mountain, bringing the journey of the group to a pause. Xiazishi waved his hand and spoke with a serious look in his eye. Everyone, there's been a situation, be alert. Just as he had finished speaking, countless spiritual beasts emerged from the thicket. They roared loudly and charged ferociously towards the unwanted guests. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Everyone drew their weapons, their eyes fixated on high alert upon the group of spiritual beasts charging towards them. Moyu, you protect Bai Chuan. Yuer, stay close to me. Don't leave my side. Gu Ruoyun wrinkled her brows. She sensed that the lowest rank among the spiritual beasts were martial generals, and there were more than 10 martial kings amongst them. Furthermore, they had only just stepped into Heaven Mountain. How many more dangers would they be facing on the road ahead? So many spiritual animals, I reckon they should be feeling at ease. Hong Yun sneered. It was because of Gu Ruoyun that Xia Linyu had revolted against Fei Fei. How could he not know of this? Hence, he was against Gu Ruoyun from the very beginning. But he simply could not understand why Ba Jintian was shielding her as well. Forget about the Luo family, especially since the members of the Luo family have always been a practical bunch. Because of this woman's one act of medicinal miracle, they would certainly fawn over her. However, Ba Jintian was not that kind of a person. As long as you were not a person who deserved his admiration, he wouldn't care about you no matter how powerful you were. But Hong Yun soon fell into a daze. For the quiet woman who was standing by Gu Ruoyun's side protected the 10-year-old boy with one hand and swung her sword with the other. The sharp edge of its blade shone brilliantly and a martial king-level spiritual beast fell onto the ground, rolling and coming to a stop a few meters away. One could estimate that if she were not protecting the boy, that spiritual beast would not simply be flying off. This is Martial King? Hong Yun widened his eyes, so surprised that he was rendered speechless. I'm already at such an advanced age, yet I've only just broken through to the rank of Martial King, he thought. But this girl is already a Martial King at such a young age? Furthermore, as a Martial King, she was willing to listen to the orders of a little girl? Just where did this little girl come from? Hong Yun regained his senses and quickly used his sword to block the sharp claws of an incoming spiritual beast. He then turned to Hong Feifei, who was under the protection of the Hong family members, and asked in a low voice, Feifei, do you know who that girl is? What's her name? To have a martial king willingly follow her orders, if this girl was not from the Dongfang household, then she should be from the weapon refining sect. She might even be from the three great authorities. Hong Feifei heard his question. Before she could recover from her shock, she bit her lip and replied, I don't know who she is, but she's certainly not from anywhere powerful. If her origins were uncommon, then she would not have been so indifferent on the day I offended her. Aren't all disciples from powerful organizations extremely arrogant? She was clearly afraid of me, so little Master Xia stood up for her. Hong Yun squinted his eyes and observed Ma Yu as a glint of light passed through his gaze. It's a pity for this martial king to stay by her side, Feifei, if the situation was exactly as you said. We must bring this martial king over to our side, especially since she's only 20 years old. What would a martial king in her 20s mean? It meant that once she has reached the rank of a martial emperor, she would definitely be on an extremely high level. If the Hong family could have a martial emperor on their side, why would they need to rely on the Xia family's every word to survive? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 320, Picking Up a Little Monster, 6. Chapter 320, Picking Up a Little Monster, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Meanwhile, Ma Yu was completely unaware of their intentions. She held Bai Chuan tightly and dragged him along with her as she charged towards a pack of spiritual beasts. In a matter of moments, they became a pile of dead bodies in front of her. Xia Zishi seized an opportunity in the midst of the chaotic situation to turn and check on Xia Linyu. Seeing that he was safe with Gu Ruoyun, he relaxed and went back into battle again. However, at this time, no one noticed that most of the spiritual beasts were only attacking the others. Even the ones which were closest to Gu Ruoyun did not move any closer to her. It was as if she was wearing a cloak of invisibility and the spiritual beasts did not seem to realize her presence. Ma Yu has greatly improved over the past few months. She's now able to protect Bai Chuan despite the attacks from so many spiritual beasts. Gu Ruoyun observed Ma Yu on the battlefield and nodded her head in satisfaction. She had asked Ma Yu to protect Bai Chuan in order to give her an extra challenge in the battle. Luckily, she did not disappoint. After a long period of time, the attacks from the spiritual animals gradually decreased. Some have collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion, but many others persevered and continued fighting. Aside from Bai Chuan, who was under Ma Yu's protection, all of the other members of the Devil Sect were battered and wounded. Just when the last spiritual beast has fallen, Hongyan finally realized something and yelled angrily, "Why didn't any of the spiritual beasts attack you? Did you conspire with these spiritual beasts so that we would all be slaughtered by them, leaving you to obtain the divine beast for yourself?" Instantly, everyone else seemed to have realized this and turned their attention towards Gu Ruoyun. However, under the crowd's scrutiny, Gu Ruoyun spat out, "Idiot." Idiot? He thought. After committing such an unforgivable crime, she dares to call me an idiot? Hongyan's face was filled with rage and he spoke sternly, "Young Master Xia, we've all seen it with our own eyes. Why did the spiritual beasts only attack us, yet none of them had attacked her? I don't believe that such a thing would happen if she had not conspired with them. I'd like to see how you plan on shielding her now. If you don't provide us with a fair decision, how can you continue to lead us on the rest of the journey?" Actually, these people were far too preoccupied with fighting off the spiritual beasts and did not even have the time to glance at Gu Ruoyun. They certainly did not know what had happened. Upon hearing Hongyan's accusation, everyone began to realize that their bodies were all riddled with wounds while only Gu Ruoyun and Xia Lingyu remained clean and untouched. They certainly did not look like they'd just gone through a battle. "Elder Hong, you've overestimated my abilities," Gu Ruoyun smiled calmly, "to command so many spiritual beasts to attack all of you. I've yet to gain that sort of ability. Besides, this happened in Heaven Mountain. Did you really think that I would be powerful enough to enter Heaven Mountain alone? Furthermore..." She paused, then continued, "It's true that I did not fight, but that's because my guard has protected me well. Surely you've witnessed my guard's capabilities. What spiritual beast would attack me with her around?" She would not tell these people that the real reason why the spiritual beasts were afraid of approaching her was because she would unintentionally emit the aura from the Phoenix Cauldron. Spiritual beasts have always been sensitive to danger, so naturally, none dared to come near her. "It's true, I can prove it." Xia Zishi glanced at Hongyan and said calmly, "Indeed, this lady was constantly protecting her. That's why she did not receive any wounds. Elder Hongyan, if you plan on making false charges against someone, please use a bit of your brain. Heaven Mountain is extremely dangerous. We've already been attacked by so many spiritual beasts upon entry. Would she have the ability to come here alone? Even if she did, how would she be able to conspire with the spiritual beasts to betray us and set you up? And how would she know for sure that you would be at this particular place on Heaven Mountain? Are you paranoid of being harmed? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 321, Picking Up a Little Monster, 7. Chapter 321, Picking Up a Little Monster, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Elder Hongyan was so furious that his expression turned ashen. Suddenly, he laughed in spite of his anger and his eyes were full of mockery. "Ha, young master, you're certainly the young master of Heaven City. So anything you say, goes. Even when you deliberately distort the truth. However, you will regret this. This woman has approached the Xia family with ill intentions from the very beginning. Only you have been deceived by her appearance." He angrily punched an old tree next to him with eerily cold eyes full of mockery. From what he could tell, this woman was clearly conspiring against them. When she finally reveals her schemes, the young master will then realize who is truly loyal to Heaven City. The leaves on the old tree rustled, thanks to Hongyan's hit. At that moment, an unknown object fell from the tree and landed in front of him. Everyone turned curiously towards it. Their gaze landed on the fiery red spiritual beast, which seemed to be heavily wounded. The spiritual beast had brightly colored fur, like a blazing flame. Its body was about as big as the size of a palm and sparkled brilliantly, like a red gemstone. Of course, in contrast with a hard gemstone, this little animal looked soft and fluffy. Anyone would be tempted to ravage it. Isn't this a fire cloud beast? Why would such a low-level spiritual beast be in Heaven Mountain? Everyone knew that fire cloud beasts were the lowest in the ranks of spiritual beasts. Even if it were to grow into its peak, it will never reach the rank of a martial warrior. Its maximum ability would be to obtain level 8 in the Chi collection ranks. How could this low-level spiritual beast possibly survive in Heaven Mountain? Pang! Hong Yun curled his lips scornfully as he raised his leg and kicked the little red beast. He jeered with disdain, "You trash, you're not fit to stand in my way." The fiery red little beast wrinkled its eyebrows, but the heavy wound sapped all of its energy and it did not even have the strength to open its eyes. "You're too much." Bai Chuan watched Hong Yun mistreat the small animal and his little face turned cold. He glared fiercely at him before turning towards Gu Ruoyun and pleading, "Elder sister, please save the poor little creature." Gu Ruoyun did not seem to hear Bai Chuan's pleas. Her clear, calm eyes were focused on the little beast lying on the ground. Unless she was mistaken, the spiritual beast had let out a muffled groan when Hong Yun kicked it. A low-level fire cloud beast would have an incomplete IQ. How could it possibly make such a sound? Very well. Gu Ruoyun crouched and produced a porcelain bottle from her lapel. She carefully poured out one pill and inserted it into the spiritual beast's mouth. That's a pill? The entire group widened their eyes and stared at Gu Ruoyun's porcelain bottle in astonishment. That's right, they thought. This porcelain bottle contains pills that can only be purchased from the 100 Herb Hall. What relationship does this woman have with the 100 Herb Hall? Hong Yun's face turned ashen and his expression twisted sinisterly. He scoffed coldly, brushed his sleeves and straightened up, refusing to even look at Gu Ruoyun. Then, before their very eyes, the little beast's bleeding chest gradually healed. Its breathing slowly stabilized and it gently opened its eyes. The moment it opened its eyes, Gu Ruoyun's heart quivered. How should one describe its eyes? One was as red as a blazing flame, and the other a curious shade of green. There was no humanity in its eyes, no feelings, all they had was a bloodthirsty yet cold indifference, as if everyone on earth were like ants that it could easily kill. Just like how some humans would treat low-leveled spiritual animals. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 322, Picking Up a Little Monster, 8. Chapter 322, Picking Up a Little Monster, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. But the little beast did not move and allowed Gu Ruoyun to scoop it into her arms. Its cold eyes began to size up the young girl before it. Absolutely wasteful. Hong Yun finally glared at Gu Ruoyun and sneered, using a pill to save a useless spiritual beast. Only a person like you would do such a thing. So many humans living in this world. You could have saved any of them. Yet you chose to save a spiritual beast. What for? Phony mercy? Trash will always be trash. You shut your mouth. Ma Yu's expression turned cold. The pills belong to our master, she chooses whom she wishes to save. Does she need a person like you to make that decision? Mo Yu. Gu Ruoyun's cold voice cut Ma Yu off as she faintly curled the corners of her lips. I reckon that many of our troops would have suffered serious injuries from the previous battle. In order to continue our journey, distribute these pills to the wounded. I hope that you will heal soon. As for the Hong family, She smiled, surely they must be very powerful and should be able to solve their own problems. We don't need to bother about them. Yes, master. Ma Yu glanced at Hong Yun and smiled curtly. When everyone else heard Gu Ruoyun's words, their eyes lit up and stared eagerly at the young girl's delicate, pretty face. Miss, how did you come to possess pills from the 100 Herb Hall? You? Are you the master of the 100 Herb Hall, Gu Ruoyun? Someone finally asked the question which had been forming in everyone's mind. After all, no one else in the world should be able to distribute so many pills without any hesitation unless they were the mysterious master of the 100 Herb Hall herself. Other than that, who else would be able to do this? In the face of the crowd's questioning, Gu Ruoyun gently nodded, that's right. I'm Gu Ruoyun. Hong. What she said was like a sudden thunderclap ringing through their ears. Other than the few families who were already aware of this information, the rest of them were dumbfounded. They never expected to meet the master of the 100 Herb Hall here. If they could establish a good relationship with her, it would be easier for them to purchase pills from the 100 Herb Hall in the future. One should know that a slot for purchasing pills on the 100 Herb Hall's name list was now being sold at a sky-high price. Furthermore, some slots could not even be bought with money. In an instant, everyone began to crowd around Gu Ruoyun. As for the black-faced Hong Yun, he was flung to the back of their minds. She's actually Gu Ruoyun of the 100 Herb Hall. Hong Feifei gritted her teeth and spat fiercely, Elder Hong Yun, I don't understand. That 100 Herb Hall is only a shop and the most powerful cultivator is only a martial king. They only have 2 while the Hong family has far more martial kings. Why are these people trying to curry favor with her? Even the Xia and the Luo families stood on her side and broke every rule to protect her. Hong Yun took a deep breath, his expression was still rather ugly. Feifei, promise me, don't be rash. I assumed that this little girl was from unknown origins and did not know that she would be from the 100 Herb Hall. Do you know what position they hold on the mainland? The Ghost Doctor, the Dongfang family, and many other families have deep connections with the 100 Herb Hall. Now that we know who she is, we cannot carry out the original plan. Fortunately, it doesn't seem like this girl has much power. We can only kill her in secret. We cannot let anyone know of our plans. The Hong family alone could not afford to provoke those powerful organizations and cultivators. I understand, Elder Hong Yun. Except, this time, during the Heaven Mountain expedition, I want that woman dead. Hong Feifei declared hatefully, it will not end well for anyone who has tried to snatch my man. I'm not as stupid as Luoli to actually allow that woman to stand beside Xiao Linyu. I, on the other hand, will not allow anyone to even be 1 iota near him. Any woman who dared to approach him must die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 323, Picking Up a Little Monster, 9. Chapter 323, Picking Up a Little Monster, 9. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Seeing the anger and hatred on Hong Feifei's face, Elder Hong Yan nodded with satisfaction. That's the lady of the Hong family, never allowing herself to be bullied by anybody and killing anyone who dares to do so. That's the only way to survive on this mainland where only the strong are respected. In contrast, a feeble and virtuous woman like Luoli would die a miserable death sooner or later. Someone like her cannot possibly meet a good end. Everyone, it's getting late, so let's set up camp here for the time being. Xiaozishi glanced at Hong Yun, then retracted his gaze and gave his instructions. The Luo family will take the first watch of the night. Everyone else can go ahead and get some rest. After consuming Gu Ruoyun's pills, the wounds on most of the group members were almost fully healed, so they began to set up camp. However, every family kept a distance from the Hong family. It was as if the Hong family members were extremely threatening beasts. Night has fallen. The moonlight was as clear as water. The young girl's body was bathed in the tranquil moonlight. At that very moment, the little beast, which had been sleeping soundly next to her, opened its eyes. Its red and green eyes stared coldly at the young girl on the bed. Then, under the moonlight, its silhouette started to slowly grow longer and a red flame enveloped its long, slender body. The man had a cold smile on the corner of his lips as he walked slowly towards Gu Ruoyun. He lowered his head and basked in the young girl's scent. His incomparably beautiful yet cold face was full of insufferable arrogance. His fingers, exquisitely long and slender, gently stroked the young girl's neck, which was as white as snow and as smooth as jade. A dark light flashed in his red and green eyes. Human girl, your blood smells so enticing. If I drink your blood, I'm sure that the wounds on my body will heal even faster. If it weren't for this very reason, I would never have stayed by your side. The man smiled sinisterly and his snake-like tongue gently licked his blood-red lips. He bent down and his sharp teeth bit fiercely into Gu Ruoyun's neck. A wonderful fragrance seeped into the man's teeth and his face displayed great enjoyment and satisfaction. Hong. Just then, a powerful force violently smashed into his mind and he watched as the young girl, who was initially in a deep sleep, suddenly opened her eyes. You! The man jumped up in fright and quickly stumbled back. Fresh blood hung from the corners of his lips, he looked absolutely tempting. I've clearly placed your soul in shackles, how are you still able to awaken? Gu Ruoyun remained calm, there was no apparent change in her expression. But there was an unreadable look in her dark, black eyes. Who are you? Who am I? The man chuckled. He had no choice but to explain himself. When the man smiled, it was a lovely sight to behold, equally matched with that incomparably beautiful evildoer, Zhuo Shangchen. But the main difference between him and Zhuo Shangchen was that the former's smile did not reach his eyes. His red and green eyes showed a sort of coldness and mercilessness towards humans. It was a kind of indifference that could destroy the world. Even Gu Ruoyun felt her heart shiver involuntarily. How could anyone in the world display such indifference to humans? As if there were only two types of people in his life. Him and his food. You're the little red beast? It would seem that you recognize me? The man's smile was extremely beautiful. He moved a few steps closer to Gu Ruoyun and his slender fingers gently caressed her delicate, pure, and beautiful face. His smile was bloodthirsty and detached. This face isn't too bad, especially the fresh blood flowing in your veins. I can't seem to free myself from you. I'll give you a choice, die, or become my delicacy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 324, Picking Up a Little Monster, 10. Chapter 324, Picking Up a Little Monster, 10. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun squinted her eyes and smiled faintly. Then I'll give you a choice as well. Would you die, or serve me? The man laughed as if he'd just heard a hilarious joke. Human, you certainly enjoy indulging in fantasies. You want me to yield to a puny human? This would trample all over my dignity. Oh? Is that so? Gu Ruoyun raised her eyebrow. Are you not wounded now? So what if I am? The man sneered and thought, does this human really think that she can control me using her own abilities? Despite the fact that I'm heavily wounded, there's no way she can make me yield. It's true, I can't do it, Gu Ruoyun smiled, but someone else can. Zixi, Bao Bao, White Tiger, show yourselves. Today, I want to see if you will choose death or servitude. Hua! Instantly, Bao Bao and the White Tiger, who were both inside the Phoenix Cauldron, appeared in front of Gu Ruoyun. Upon sensing their martial king rank powers, the man displayed a cold smile filled with disdain. So she thinks that two mere martial king spiritual beasts can control me? What a joke! But then, when he saw a man in purple robes appear out of thin air, his arrogance quickly disappeared. The man's dark reddish-purple robes fluttered softly in the night breeze. Zixi raised his devastatingly handsome face, his demonic and cold gaze fell upon the man. In that moment, his body began to emit a strong aura and his purple robes danced wildly. It was a mesmerizing sight. You're all bullies. The man nearly went mad with rage and began to regret being taken away by the woman. He had a feeling that this time, these people will never let him get away. Could it be that I've escaped the tiger's den only to fall into a pack of wolves? He thought. So how about it? Gu Ruoyun rubbed her chin and smiled. Do you choose to serve me, or shall I have you stripped and thrown into the market, for all to see? Perhaps she was imagining him undressed in a scene where a group of people was staring at his naked body. The man was shaken and stared back at Gu Ruoyun, absolutely terrified. You're completely sinister. This is a disgrace. He thought. I've never seen such a shameless person. No, Gu Ruoyun shook her head. I've already given you the chance to make a choice. So it's considered fair treatment. What do you think? Unless you have some sort of weird fetish and would actually enjoy the attention. If that's the case, I can certainly grant your wish. You never know, I might even earn a great profit. Zixi, have the finances in the 100 Herb Hall been running low of late? The man quickly clutched his chest. I'd rather die than expose my nakedness in front of a crowd. Servitude? Or? His eyes darted back and forth for a while until the man fiercely gritted his teeth. You're already using such a powerful man to force me into it. What else can I do? Servitude it is, then. It's no big deal. That's certainly far better than exposing myself in front of a crowd. Most important of all, he was only giving in for the time being anyway. Once he has returned to his full strength, he would be the one to strip this evil woman naked and use her to vent his frustrations. Come morning light, Heaven Mountain no longer held the dangers of the night. All was calm and bright. Along the ravine, the group whispered into each other's ears. Who knows what they were debating about? At that moment, Xia Linyu, who was standing in a corner, saw Gu Ruoyun. His young and naive face lit up with a smile. He kept his sword and approached her. But upon noticing the fiery red creature lying on her shoulder, he paused in his steps. A sense of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Big sister, you've made a contract with the fire cloud beast? His question attracted a lot of attention. Everyone turned their heads to look at the woman and beast. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 325, Collecting the Goods, 1. Chapter 325, Collecting the Goods, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ha ha. Hong Feifei laughed so hard at the sight of this that she cried. Her face showed clear ridicule and her voice was full of mockery. Am I mistaken? Someone actually chose to draw a contract with this low-level fire cloud beast? How good is the fighting strength of this demon beast? Any beast could slaughter it instantly. In the mainland, martial warriors can form contracts with spiritual beasts. However, spiritual beasts were generally proud and arrogant, so they were very difficult to tame. Even so, not many people would be willing to accept a low-rank spiritual beast like the fire cloud beast. It's far too weak to be used in battle. Xia Linyu's gaze also displayed suspicion. He understood his sister's personality and she would never form contracts with spiritual beasts on a whim. Unless this spiritual beast was particularly exceptional? This is my new friend." Gu Ruoyan ignored the stares of the crowd and turned towards the suspicious-looking Xia Linyu. "As for its name, since this creature is red in color, its name shall be Yen." Pang! The little beast nearly took a tumble onto the ground. It glared angrily at Gu Ruoyun. "This woman is actually giving me a name so carelessly? And it doesn't even sound powerful either. Furthermore, these humans actually believe that I'm a fire cloud beast? How could they compare such a low-ranked thing with someone like me?" "Young Master Xia." Gu Ruoyan raised her head and looked at Xia Zishi. Her beautiful face carried a calm smile. "You can trust me, you should all return to Heaven City. The divine beast is no longer in Heaven Mountain. Moving forward in such a dangerous place, the consequences will be dire." Because this divine beast had caused a sensation and has already formed a contract with her. Therefore the thing that the group wanted to search for was no longer in Heaven Mountain. However, Gu Ruoyun still wished to explore the mountain. Besides the divine beast, Heaven Mountain also contained vast treasures. Xia Zishi went momentarily blank and stared seriously at the girl's serious expression. After a long pause, he gently nodded his head. "Very well, we'll return to Heaven City." His one decision meant that the journey was a waste of time. Hence, Hongyun began chiming in with contempt. "I've told you, young master. This woman harbors ill intentions. She wants us to leave and claim the divine beast for herself. We had witnessed the divine beast's descent from the heavens. How could it have disappeared into thin air? Everyone, don't be deceived by this wench." Hongyun shot a fierce glare at Gu Ruoyun. His face was filled with anger, as if Gu Ruoyun was a vile, sinister thing that held bad intentions. And he was a righteous scholar who had exposed her scheme. Danger lurks in every corner of Heaven Mountain. Even a martial emperor could enter and never be seen again. If you're so intent on dying, Elder Hongyun, please go ahead. Gu Ruoyun smiled coldly and spoke without courtesy. "Don't listen to her, there are many martial kings amongst us. Was it really possible that we'll never return from Heaven Mountain?" Whatever it was, Hongyun was confident that Gu Ruoyun was doing everything on purpose. Actually, if she were not worried for your safety, she would never have allowed Xia Zishi to leave along with the Xia family. Even with Zixi, he alone would not be able to protect everyone if the group came face to face with a powerful cultivator. Furthermore, there were countless traps in Heaven Mountain. The bigger the group, the easier it would be for them to fall into a trap. After a bit of thought, Xia Zishi calmly gave his response. "Those who are willing to leave, can follow the Xia family and return with us. As compensation, each family will be allowed to send one disciple to the Xia family home for a chance to cultivate in secret for 1 month. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 326, Collecting the Goods, 2. Chapter 326, Collecting the Goods, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Upon hearing this compromise, the crowd buzzed with surprise and excitement. The secret wing of the Xia family home was a truly sacred cultivation area. It's not like they had a good chance to obtain the divine beast in Heaven Mountain anyways. In contrast, their chances of having the opportunity to cultivate in the secret wing of the Xia family home were much higher if they leave. Who wouldn't be aware of this, after weighing the pros and cons? Big sister. Xia Linyu stared profoundly at the young girl's calm expression. There were many things he wished to say, but could not bring himself to do so. Under the strong rays of sunlight, the young boy's naive face was filled with resolve. Only Gu Ruoyun's figure was reflected in his clear, limpid eyes. His eyes showed unwavering determination. It was unquestionable. "You are my home, no matter where you go. I'll wait for your return in Heaven City." Xia Linyu knew Gu Ruoyun's reasons for asking them to leave. Because she wanted to face the dangers alone. But he strongly believed that she would succeed in any task as long as she has set her mind to it. He will wait for her to come home. That is enough. You are. Xia Zishi was not able to catch their conversation as Xia Linyu had spoken softly. So when he noticed the way they both looked at each other, a sense of uncertainty appeared in his eyes. But he made no attempt to ask any questions and turned to the young man before saying, "Let's go." "Okay." Xia Linyu glanced at Gu Ruoyun, unable to bear the thought of having to leave her. But in the end, he turned and followed Xia Zishi with his youthful and fair face rife with anxiety. "Big sister, you must come home," he thought. "You must come back home alive." Staring at the backs of the crowd, Gu Ruoyun concealed her current state of mind and calmly said, "Moyu, Bai Chuan, let's move on. I believe that many treasures await us in Heaven Mountain. Deep within Heaven Mountain, dangers lurk in every corner. Even the most powerful families of Heaven City have not explored the mountain properly. Hence, no one really knew what secrets lay within. The rays from the morning sun shone through the leaves, it shone over the cracks and onto the travelers. A young girl dressed in green robes was leading the group, holding a fiery red little beast in her arms. A jade pendant hung from her waist, swaying back and forth amidst the gentle wind. Next to the young girl was another woman who followed closely behind her. The woman held a long sword in one hand and her eyes were fully alert of her surroundings. Naturally, the most eye-catching person of the group was the little boy on the green-robed girl's right. Everyone knew that Heaven Mountain is filled with danger. Only the strongest and most famous cultivators of the mainland would dare to make the journey. And yet, a little boy was in the group. Anyone would be surprised to see this. Behind the trio were a few guards following closely behind. However, the guards were not particularly powerful and the strongest of them all was only a high-level martial general. While this may seem like a force to be reckoned with in the secular world, in Heaven Mountain this wasn't much to look at. The green-robed girl paused in her steps as her gaze fixed upon a herb field. Her heart trembled and her clear eyes filled with excitement. Trees filled with medicinal herbs in the middle of Heaven Mountain? And it seems to have every herb imaginable. There's Ficus carica, the crescent moon herb, the Millennium Burger Lespedesia root. Any of these herbs would fetch a sky-high price. Ha ha ha. Just as Gu Ruoyun was about to step forward, she heard a voice from behind the group. Then, Hong Yun, who was supposed to have left, appeared before her eyes. His elderly face held an exaggerated smile. Gu Ruoyun, it seems that I was right. You came to Heaven Mountain harboring other schemes. You sent everyone off so that you could monopolize all the treasures for yourself. Now that I've found that out, do you really think you can live to fight another day? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 327, Collecting the Goods, 3. Chapter 327, Collecting the Goods, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Hong Yun's eyes lit up as he stared greedily at the medicinal herbs. Luckily, he had not listened to that B***starred Xia Zishi. Otherwise, this woman would have taken all these herbs for herself. Gu Ruoyun frowned and replied calmly, I've told you, you shouldn't be here. If anything happens to you, it would be none of my business. Ha ha. Hong Yun laughed wildly. Gu Ruoyun, don't think I can't guess what you're thinking. You schemed with that Xia Zishi and sent us all off so that you can have all the good stuff for yourself. Humph. Luckily, I am not as stupid as the others. Otherwise, I would have fallen into your schemes. But what Hong Yun could not seem to understand was that as he had tailed Gu Ruoyun, despite the many fearsome spiritual beasts that live in Heaven Mountain, he'd never faced a single one of them. This girl would be so fortunate to such a degree. Moyu, ignore him. Collect the medicinal herbs. Gu Ruoyun paused, then continued, if he gets in the way, kill him. Humph. Hong Yun scoffed coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. There's only a few of you, and you plan on catching me? I'd admit that you're pretty skilled. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to convince a martial king into serving you. Unfortunately for you, I, Hong Yun, am no weakling. Today, I'm going to take these herbs. If you don't know what's good for you, then I'll give you a taste of the vast difference in power between you and the powers of Heaven City. Hon. Suddenly, wild winds began to rise and the elder's robes danced along with it. His white hair scattered in an arrogant manner. He stared coldly at Gu Ruoyun, disdain clear in his eyes. It looked as if he was confirming that this little girl would not dare to oppose him. It's true that the 100 Herb Hall has great power, but that was limited to social communication from the 100 Herb Hall. This girl may be the master of the 100 Herb Hall, but that doesn't mean that she would be a powerful fighter. Here, she would be no match for him even though she has a martial king whose powers were on the same level as his by her side. Gu Ruoyun sneezed, her eyes displayed a sense of impatience. Her voice was calm and slowly pierced through the quiet surroundings of the mountain. Ma Yu, make sure that it's done within 3 minutes. Master, 3 minutes is more than enough, Ma Yu smiled, and replied confidently, defeating him? 1 minute would be enough. Hong Yun stared in shock. Suddenly, he laughed, and tears began to trickle down his face. What a joke! Both he and that female guard were both low-level martial kings, yet she's saying that she could defeat him in 1 minute? He's never seen such arrogance, especially not one of this degree. Little girl, humans should not be too arrogant. One day you'll regret it. Hong Yun gritted his teeth and glared hatefully, now, allow me to teach you the meaning of humility. Hua! Then, without giving her a chance to speak, Hong Yun charged towards Ma Yu. His swordsmanship was quick and a dazzling sight to behold. From afar one would be able to vaguely make out a blue streak with a blurry figure, like a curved fong striking head-on. A powerful aura rose and a strong wind whipped the fallen leaves into a tornado that wrapped around the elder's body. Hong! The sword-like wind struck violently, opening a hole in the ground. But soon, Hong Yun's sinister smile froze and stared fixedly at the unscathed girl on the ground. He clenched his fist so tightly that it shook. In the ranks of martial kings, Hong Yun was very confident that he was the fastest in speed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 328, Collecting the Goods, 4. Chapter 328, Collecting the Goods, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. But how was this woman able to dodge his attack? Hong Yun's gaze shifted at the thought and his eyes fixed on Moyu. Little girl, it seems that your breakthrough to a martial king was not a recent incident. You know your stuff. But what a shame for you to have met me. All of you will die here, today. The elder stood with his arms and sleeves raised, he wore an arrogant smile on his elderly face. Moyu chuckled and lightly curled her lips, completely disregarding the elder's arrogance. I'll allow you 3 strikes, what do you say? The elder's arrogant face changed, but he soon recovered and sneered. What do you mean 3 strikes? I only need 1 to defeat you. She's insane, he thought, so I'm going to be even more insane. He has never been afraid of anyone in the ranks of a low-level martial king. I initially did not want to use my treasure against anyone in the rank of a martial king, but you leave me with no choice. So today I shall have to show off my precious hidden weapon. Moyu wrinkled her eyebrows and concentrated on the elder in front of her. A sense of astonishment appeared on her face when he drew an inky black longsword, a crippled spiritual weapon. What? Are you afraid now? I found it in an armory. The owner had no weaponry knowledge, so he sold it to me thinking that it was some useless piece of crap. Since then, I've always treasured it and hid it away from prying eyes. I would never show it off so easily. Those who've seen this crippled spiritual weapon are all dead. Hong Yun looked very pleased with himself and tenderly stroked the inky black longsword in his hand. He looked at it as if it was his lover. Forget about the other citizens of Heaven City, even the master of the Hong family was not aware of the crippled spiritual weapon in his possession. One should know that while this weapon was only a scrap spiritual weapon, it's far more powerful than most weapons. If Master Hong were to find out about this, would the crippled spirit weapon still belong to Hong Yun? Not. However, at this moment, the drunken Hong Yun did not notice the strange expressions on every member of the devil sect. Does this man think that his weapon could be compared with those of the devil sect? They wondered. Does he not know that even an average disciple of the devil sect would carry a low-level spiritual weapon with them? Even the more powerful members, such as the protectors, would have a mid-level spiritual weapon each. Yet he's showing off this crippled spiritual weapon? They wouldn't even bother to look at it if it were simply lying on the ground. This crippled spiritual weapon? Moyu laughed. At the end of the day, it's only a piece of scrap metal in the shape of a sword. It's an unsuccessfully refined spiritual weapon. I don't know what you're so proud of. Hong Yun was enraged. These people can insult him all they want, but they could not insult his treasure. Only a crippled spiritual weapon? Little girl, you may be a member of the 100 Herb Hall, but I don't think that even the 100 Herb Hall would be able to obtain a crippled spiritual weapon. Since you've said that my sword is only a scrap piece of weaponry, I'll give you a taste of it. Shwa! A strong, wild wind erupted from the inky black longsword, transforming the air into a hurricane that smashed onto the ground. The sheer force split the ground into an enormous ravine. But before Hong Yun could regain his senses, he heard a light giggle from behind him. Mayu's voice was filled with ridicule as if she were only playing with him. That's 1 strike. You have 2 more. Hong Yun was angered beyond reason. He turned around and sent a violent blow onto Mayu's body. Just as he was about to rejoice, he saw the figure before him disappear into the air. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 329, Collecting the Goods, 5. Chapter 329, Collecting the Goods, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. An afterimage? His mind went blank, and as he turned around, the woman breathed softly into his ear. You have 1 strike left. Go to hell. A raging flame consumed his heart, causing Hong Yun to lose all sense of reasoning. He immediately charged towards the girl, and his eyes were thick with hatred. It was as if he wanted to drag her into her grave. But just as the long sword was about to reach Ma Yu's face, a slender navy blue rapier appeared in front of her, emitting an intense spiritual force. Hong Yun's sword seemed to wither and pause. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to cut through it. I've given you 3 strikes, so isn't it my turn now? Ma Yu raised her hand to grab the floating rapier with a smile. In that instant, Hong Yun's face turned ashen white as he trembled and stared at Ma Yu's rapier. He cried out with a hoarse voice, "A spiritual weapon! It's actually a spiritual weapon!" Crippled spiritual weapons may be considered to be in the same category as other kinds of spiritual weapons, but when compared with a full-fledged spiritual weapon, there was a vast difference. Besides, spiritual weapons were mythical objects. Why would a protector of the 100 Herb Hall have such a thing? It's almost 1 minute. Ma Yu smiled and moved towards Hong Yun. The coercion force from the spiritual weapon in her hand made Hong Yun tremble. However, before he could even find a chance to escape, the energy from the sword charged at him like an angry dragon flying towards him with a threatening aura. In the face of imminent peril, Hong Yun quickly threw himself forward. The sword's energy stabbed past his body, violently landing on a mountain peak not too far away. The originally mountaintop was leveled off to half of its summit and fell to ground with a loud crash. Seeing this, Hong Yun burst out with cold sweat. He wiped his brow and his eyes displayed a clear sense of panic. For the first time, he truly felt terrified. "Guru Huayun, what do you want?" Hong Yun gnashed his teeth. But once he saw Ma Yu approaching him, his expression turned sluggish and he began pleading, "Anyone can make mistakes and forgiveness is a virtue. I admit it, I was wrong. Please let me off?" Hong Yun showed no sign of his previous arrogant nature as a chaotic mess of white hair clung onto his elderly face. It was a sad and pitiful sight. But what else could he do? How could one not bow to the circumstances? Besides, he thought maliciously, once I've returned to Heaven City, I'll tell everyone about Guru Huayun's protector's spiritual weapon. Even if he didn't make his move, there'll be many others who would be willing to kill her for it. Let you off? Guru Huayun smiled. If I let you off, would you let me off as well? I believe that when the time comes, I'd have to fight off many enemies hoping to steal the spiritual weapon for themselves. Hong Yun, you've said it yourself. Anyone who's seen your crippled spirit weapon must die. The same goes for us. Ma Yu, do it now. Hearing Guru Huayun's command, Hong Yun's face looked as dead as ash. He could not comprehend how this girl had managed to see through his intentions. But he simply could not accept it. He could not accept dying in such a desolate, uninhabited place and to serve his body on a platter for the spiritual animals to savor. Suddenly, Hong Yun caught a glimpse of the red firecloud beast which had been lounging on the grassy field. A malicious glint flashed through his eyes and he took advantage of Guru Huayun and everyone else's lapse of attention. He rushed towards it, caught it with one hand and laughed menacingly. "Guru Huayun, let me go if you want this spiritual beast to live. Or else, I'll kill her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 330, Collecting the Goods, 6. Chapter 330, Collecting the Goods, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wait a minute. This woman did not seem to be the least bit worried by his threats. Why was that? Why was there a strange look in her eyes? The more Hong Yun thought about it, the more he realized that something wasn't right, but he simply couldn't figure it out. Could it be that she doesn't care whether the spiritual beast lives or dies? But if that was the case, why would she even sign a contract with her? Just as Hong Yun was racking his brain for an answer, he heard a cold and bloodthirsty voice filled with ridicule. "Oh? You want to kill me?" Hong Yun's nerves unhinged and he roared furiously, Who dares to dress up as God and play the devil? Show yourself. My apologies, you're holding me in your hands. Are you planning on letting me go?" As he heard this, Hong Yun's expression changed drastically. He lowered his head in astonishment to stare sluggishly at the fiery red little beast in his hand. He then widened his eyes as if he had seen a ghost. This fire cloud beast can talk? Don't fire beasts have a low IQ? How can he speak? Fire cloud beast? Yen sneered and snorted disdainfully, "Do not compare me with those low-level spiritual beasts. Fire cloud beasts aren't even fit to be meals for me." This time, Hong Yun saw clearly that the voice had indeed come from the little beast in his hand. Hong Yun felt as if he had just been struck by lightning. His entire being was completely stunned. His face turned white, and his body trembled from extreme fear. Suddenly, pain shot through the hand that was holding the little beast. He saw flames burning on the palm of his hand, but when he tried to throw the little beast away, he was unable to do so. He could only watch helplessly as the flames began to engulf his entire body. As they say, an unfortunate person would even drown in a teacup. Hong Yun's misfortune was more than half of this. Just as he was about to be burned into ashes, an angry voice was heard and an unknown force sent him flying off. F***CK. Who was responsible for destroying that mountain peak? You almost had squashed me to death. Was it you, you idiot boy? Judging by your wretched appearance, you're certainly bad news. You dare to F***King bring harm upon me? A gray-haired, messy-looking old man came running towards him. His entire body seemed to have lost its composure and his sloppy beard looked as if it had not been trimmed for a very long time. His originally snow-white robes were now gray in color. If it were not for his strong aura, anyone would have mistaken him as a beggar. But Hong Yun reacted as if he had met his savior. His dying, ashen pallor was suddenly revived. He quickly replied, "Honored sir, it was the doing this woman. She was the one who'd cut off the mountain peak, I can prove it. Please save me, honored sir. These are not good people. They are demons who have murdered countless people." The flames on his hand were growing hotter and hotter. Hong Yun turned pale from the pain and was even more anxious. I've not enjoyed enough of life, I don't want to die here, he thought. The messy old man was silent. He glanced at Gu Ruoyun and Ma Yu, then turned towards the elderly man who was rolling on the ground in pain. The messy old man stroked his sloppy chin and laughed coldly. Did you think that I'd listen to you? These two ladies are pretty good-looking. From a single glance, one can already tell that they aren't bad people. You, on the other hand, look vulgar and wretched. There's nothing good about a person like you. You'd even try to frame these beautiful ladies. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 331, Collecting the Goods, 7. Chapter 331, Collecting the Goods, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The old man laughed and the expression on his face shattered Hong Yun's crafty scheme. No, I'm speaking the truth. Sir, you must believe me. I'm a good person and would never lie. Hong Yun's face was filled with urgency. This old man was his last hope. Boo-hoo-hoo. You're awfully annoying. Let me send you to the Western Paradise. The old man shot him a twitchy glare and raised his hand, ready to make his move when suddenly, a green vapor began to well up from behind Hong Yun. The poisonous gas enveloped Hong Yun, whose body immediately began to rot. Despite a valiant struggle, he ended up turning into a pile of bones. The widened eyes of his remains depicted just how much he could not accept his death, even to the very end. Then, a sinister and eerie voice said, Honorable Sir Tianqi, our battle continues. The treasures here shall belong to the winner. He. The old man who had been addressed as the Honorable Sir Tianqi laughed coldly. Honorable Poison Master, just because you've broken through to the martial honor level, do you think that you can fight me? I had simply allowed you to have your way. Next time, I wouldn't give you any more chances. Honorable Sir. Gu Ruoyun was shaken. Her gaze fixed sharply onto the two old men who were ready to fight. In this entire world, only a certain type of person would be addressed as an honored sir. He's a cultivator who has broken through to the rank of a martial honor. Martia honors were considered to be the peak of the cultivation ranks on this mainland. She didn't expect to meet two of them here. Unless I am mistaken, thought Gu Ruoyun, the one who had been addressed as Honorable Poison Master was the Poison Master himself. He's the one responsible for poisoning Xia Zishi. Little girls, you better stand back. This wretched man is a horrible person. Furthermore, his entire body from head to toe is covered in poison. If you're not careful, you might end up like that fellow over there, a pile of bones. Tianqi curled his lips. He was in the midst of a battle with the Honorable Poison Master when they were both smashed by the mountain peak. He had managed to successfully heal himself. The Honorable Poison Master, on the other hand, was a little slower. Ma Yu, all of you, back off. Gu Ruoyun's expression turned serious. A fight between two martial honors could easily spread to the onlookers. Based on Ma Yu and everyone else's level of strength, even if they didn't end up dead, they would be severely injured. However, Gu Ruoyun could not give up on the opportunity to witness such a rare fight. He. The Honorable Poison Master curled his lips into a cold smile and spoke with an eerie voice, Honorable Sir Tianqi, so what if you've been in the martial honor ranks for many years? Thanks to my talents with poison, I'm pretty much on the same level as you are. Today, one of us shall die. I say, there's no need for that. Tianqi curled his lips, I merely caught you in the act of making love. Did you really need to run after me the entire way? Had it not been for my generosity in letting you off, would you still be alive? Only, I certainly didn't think that, TSK, you would have a preference for males. Hong. It would have been alright if Tianchi had kept his mouth shut. The Honorable Poison Master's face went from creepy to icy cold as he stared murderously at Tianchi. Honorable Sir Tianchi, you will die here today. I won't let you escape this time. Honestly, Tianchi wasn't willing to fight with the Honorable Poison Master simply because the man was covered in poison and he can't even touch him. Even the blood in his veins was filled with poison. So, even if he were to die, chances are that he could pull someone else down as a scapegoat as well. Who would have thought that just as he had decided to visit a brothel and peep on women as they showered, he had ended up catching sight of the Honorable Poison Master making love to a man. He was so excited by the sight of it that the latter realized his presence and began chasing after him the entire way. It annoyed him greatly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 332, Collecting the Goods, 8. Chapter 332, Collecting the Goods, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Humph. The Honorable Poison Master's eyes were filled with hatred and his diabolical gaze was fixed on Honorable Sir Tianchi. Suddenly, his murderous intent erupted from his body and a strong, green-colored wind rose in front of him. Since you've pried into something you shouldn't have, death shall be your punishment. Honorable Sir Tianchi replied angrily, can't you get it into your head? Fine. If it's a fight you want, then it's a fight you'll get. Ha ha. The Honorable Poison Master laughed wildly as his eyes gleamed with hatefulness and murderous intent. His body then turned into a green wind and pierced through the sky before charging towards Honorable Sir Tianchi. Even though the former had only just broken through to the martial honor rank, Honorable Sir Tianchi could not be careless. One false move and his body would become infested with poisonous gas, enough to end his own life. So his face grew increasingly serious and shirked his frivolousness. The space between his brows was now filled with an intense vigilance. Hong. The fists of both men collided in the sky. The sheer force of the collision caused an explosion which erupted from the bodies of both men. It destroyed the surrounding trees as if everything had been hit with an aura of decay. Gu Ruoyun raised the back of her hand and blocked her forehead. Despite this, her body stumbled as she was pushed backwards by the great force. Her eyes, however, were still filled with excitement. The powers of martial honors are strong indeed. Even though I've met many strong cultivators in my past life, like Jean D for example, who was the strongest of the strong. But to witness a martial honor in battle as a martial king, this is unimaginable. Between a martial king and martial honor, one shouldn't assume that it's only one rank apart. In reality, the difference was as vast as 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers. Otherwise, martial honors would not be considered as the most powerful cultivators of the West Spirit mainland. Even though one martial honor could easily crush a city moat in the East Peak mainland. F***CK. The Honorable Sir Tianchi looked down on his fist, and shot the Honorable Poison Master a fierce glare. If you have the skills, don't use poison. He. The Honorable Poison Master smiled eerily and his eyes clouded with gloom, coldly fixed upon the Honorable Sir Tianchi. It was you who had peeped into my private business first. To avoid exposure, you must die by my poison today. The Honorable Sir Tianchi's face turned grave. Indeed, he was in the wrong from the very beginning. So he had always given in to the Honorable Poison Master. However, he has pushed him to the limit as he chased him around and refused to give up. Despite having escaped to Heaven Mountain, he was still pursued. Was it possible that this fellow was interested in my anus? The Honorable Sir Tianchi thought, feeling horrified. Goosebumps formed all over his body. Honorable Poison Master, I will never comply with your wishes, so stop your delusions. Pu Tong. The Honorable Poison Master felt unstable on one leg and immediately fell from the sky, landing headfirst onto the ground. He raised his elderly face and stared at the former, whose face was like an old wither tree. His face was ashen with rage. You old B******, you dare insult me. I, the Honorable Poison Master, swear to kill you, or I am no man. I may be homosexual but I wouldn't have such bad taste, thought the Honorable Poison Master. This old man was simply insulting me. A scholar prefers death rather than humiliation. Now I have another reason to kill him. Shwa. The Honorable Poison Master flew into the void at the thought of this. This time, he did not speak and only raised his fist towards Honorable Sir Tianchi's face. Mo Yu and everyone else could only see two streaks of light clashing with one another from afar, colliding then exploding. It was a continuous cycle. And the actions of both men were so fast that they could not get a clear view. Honorable Poison Master does not have a sir in his honorific because the author wrote his honorific as, which translates to Honorable Poison. I translated it into Honorable Poison Master for clarity, and omitted the sir. This is because Honorable Sir Tianchi is addressed as in the Ross, which translates literally to Honorable Sir Tanchi. I decided to respect the distinction, in case the author wrote it that way on purpose, smiley face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 333, Collecting the Goods, 9. Chapter 333, Collecting the Goods, 9. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Was this the might of a martial honor? The people who stood at the summit of the mainland were truly strong and not people whom they can oppose. Even Mayu, who's now a martial king, felt small in this situation. If she were to stand below the two cultivators, even the strong force which was emitted from their fight would cause her serious injury. However, at this moment, Guru Oyan did not think that seeing this fight between the two martial honors would put so much pressure on the other members of the Devil Sect. To the extent that once they had all returned home, every one of them would enter cultivation, working energetically for their improvement. However, this was only a scene that the rest of them had seen. The fight between the two was clear from Guru Oyun's point of view. Every movement seemed to be shot in slow motion, gradually slowing down. Every punch and attack was embedded clearly in her mind's eye. Guru Oyun crossed her legs, sat down and slowly closed her eyes. She repeated their every move in her head over and over again. Now, her spirit began to feel relaxed in power, like an electric current, started to flow through her mind before charging out from the top of her head towards the void. Both men, who were still preoccupied in the middle of their battle, suddenly stopped. They looked down and stared in astonishment at the young girl who was in the midst of her breakthrough. This breakthrough? To a mid-level martial king? I'm going to. This girl had only watched our fight. Judging by her level of ability, she shouldn't have been about to see our movements at all. But she's just had a breakthrough? My tiny heart can't take such a shock. Just how much talent does she have, he wondered, that she would be able to gain a sudden flash of insight and have a breakthrough just by observing their fight. Furthermore, the Honorable Sir Tianchi wrinkled his eyebrows in amazement. This little girl has an extremely vast spiritual ocean? Even though her bottlenecks were non-existent due to the size of her spiritual ocean, how was she able to break through to martial king at such a young age? A genius, this little girl was certainly a genius. As he was looking at this, the Honorable Sir Tianchi had completely forgotten about his fight with the Honorable Poison Master. His eyes sparkled as he watched Guru Oyan and thought, if I can convince this little girl to join the spirit sect, our younger disciples will far exceed the other two organizations in the future. Humph. The Honorable Poison Master coldly scoffed. He shot a frosty glare at Honorable Sir Tianchi. Then, his gaze fell upon Guru Oyan and his eyes darted back and forth. He slowly opened his mouth to speak. Little girl, would you be willing to become my disciple? His voice was just as creepy as before, but it was far more gentle when compared with his manner of speech to Honorable Sir Tianchi. Honorable Sir Tianchi was enraged with his move. It's bad enough that this fellow had been chasing him around and was trying to kill him, he's even now trying to snatch this little girl away from him. That man simply has no principles. No. I had my eye on this little girl, no one else is allowed to take her from me. Little girl, this guy looks King wretched, you can tell that he's not a good person with one look. Follow me instead, for I'm a righteous and kind man. He. Honorable Poison Master snorted in ridicule. Righteous and kind? Yes, you're righteous all right. Not only do you enjoy going to brothels to peep on girls as they bathe, you even enjoy lifting the skirts of young girls. I've never seen such a righteous and kind person. Nonsense. Honorable Sir Tianchi thought furiously, now this fellow dares to expose me. He's obviously trying to snatch my disciple away from me. Really? But there was one time when I was hunting you down and I happened to see a group of people chasing you, trying to beat you up. Then I overheard that you had lifted the skirt of the lady of the house and ended up being pursued by their servants. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 334, Collecting the Goods, 10. Chapter 334, Collecting the Goods, 10. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I was being nice. I was only trying to help that young girl by giving her body a checkup. The Honorable Sir Tianchi turned very red in the face and glared fiercely at the Honorable Poison Master. Besides, you're not all that great either, you shameless, homosexual ****. If this little girl were to follow you instead, I wouldn't be able to rest easy. The Honorable Poison Master sneered. It's because of the fact that I'm a homosexual that she would most definitely be safe with me. You. The Honorable Sir Tianchi sputtered in anger. He then turned to Gu Ruoyan and asked her, little girl, we've both taken a fancy to you, so you should make the decision. With whom would you like join as a disciple? Anyone who loses is not allowed to retaliate. He believed that Gu Ruoyan would naturally choose him. After all, the other fellow looked extremely creepy and was covered with poisonous gas from head to toe. He's totally unsafe. About that. Gu Ruoyan rubbed her nose. I already have a master, so I don't think I'd need another teacher. He. The Honorable Poison Master laughed mockingly, then glanced at the disappointed-looking Honorable Sir Tianchi. Did you hear that? This little girl does not like me, nor does she like you. So what if you're from the spirit sect? Do you really think that you're on a higher level from us all? This little girl is gifted and her future will certainly be like a dragon out in the ocean. When that time comes, neither of us would have the right to be her teacher. You shut up. The Honorable Sir Tianchi glared angrily at the Honorable Poison Master before turning to Gu Ruoyan again. Little girl, I have a very good impression of you. If anyone tries to harm you in the future, simply mention my name, Honorable Sir Tianchi, and no one will dare to touch you again. Gu Ruoyan giggled. Thank you for your good intentions, Honorable Sir Tianchi. We may not be master and apprentice, but we can still be friends, am I right? Ha ha. Honorable Sir Tianchi laughed and nodded his head in satisfaction. That's right. Then I now have one more longtime friend. This wasn't a bad decision at all. Little girl, don't forget to visit me at the spirit sect when you have the time. Hee, the Honorable Poison Master cackled. You're hardly ever in the spirit sect all year round. Were you expecting the little girl to draw blanks? Besides, I won't let you live for very much longer. Little girl, here's my token. Seeing this is equivalent to seeing me in the flesh. You can also communicate with me through this token. Should you ever be in danger, you can use this to summon me. I'll definitely help you out as much as I can. I have a feeling that this little girl is not a thing from the pool, he thought. It's better to establish a good relationship now, so I will have a strong alliance in the future. I'm quite excited to see how this girl can change the course of this mainland. The era where the three great authorities govern the West Spirit mainland will soon come to an end. Hence, after some thought, the Honorable Poison Master continued, oh right. Little girl, in the future, when the organization you've established far surpasses the three great authorities, don't forget to leave me a spot as your elder minister. I'll certainly join you. I certainly will. Gu Ruoyan smiled. If a strong cultivator like the Honorable Poison Master were to join the Devil Sect, then they would be at the pinnacle of supremacy in West Spirit mainland. Honorable Sir Tianchi rolled his eyes but said nothing more. He smiled at Gu Ruoyan. Little girl, since the Honorable Poison Master has given you his token, then I shall do the same. This jade pendant is from my spirit sect. If anyone tries to give you trouble, use this, and it will mobilize the members of the spirit sect. Little girl, do not be deceived by him. That token belongs to the elder of the spirit sect. If you take it, you will become an elder of the spirit sect. The Honorable Poison Master chimed in, completely disregarding the Honorable Sir Tianchi's reputation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 335, Collecting the Goods, 11. Chapter 335, Collecting the Goods, 11. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Honorable Poison Master, you are mistaken. This is not the token of the Spirit Sect's elder. It's the token of a registered elder. This means that she would only be an elder in name, but not carry any of the responsibilities. I know that you've seen through this little girl's innate talent. So have I. Who would refuse the opportunity to have another powerful friend? Besides, once she'd grown stronger, she'll certainly bring great benefits for the mainland. Furthermore, one of the mandatory responsibilities of the three great authorities is to find talented geniuses and provide them with opportunities to grow. Honorable Sir Tianchi curled his lip and thought, from my observation, this little girl doesn't seem to be the kind of person who would accept restrictions. How could I restrict her to the spirit sect? I will give her absolute freedom and allow her to grow as fast as she can. Furthermore, she would not believe that growing up in a world outside of the spirit sect could be any worse than being in the spirit sect itself. This was different for every individual. For example, she has been able to grow in strength to such a degree in the outside world. Hence, this proves that growing in the world outside suits her better. A bird locked in a cage would turn into a canary and will never be able to fly any higher. It can only be an object of admiration. Thank you very much. Gu Ruoyan kept the tokens and seemed to remember something. She turned to the Honorable Poison Master and asked, "Honorable Poison Master, I have something to ask you." "Ask away." The Honorable Poison Master's eerie face broke into a smile and his voice grew warmer. "How are you connected to the Xia family of Heaven City?" It was a question that she had always wanted to ask because based on Master Xia's earlier reaction, she knew that the poison in Xia Zishi had come from the Honorable Poison Master. So he'd know the person who was responsible for poisoning Xia Zishi. "The Xia family of Heaven City?" Honorable Poison Master wrinkled his brows and shook his head. "I've never had dealings with the Xia family, why do you ask?" "Oh, nothing much. Except that the young master of the Xia family, Xia Zishi, was recently poisoned and the poison which had infected him was a parasite dragon. I've heard that only the Poison Master, Tiangu, would have such a thing. So I wanted to ask you, Honorable Poison Master, to whom did you give this parasite dragon to?" The Honorable Poison Master paused in silence, then replied, "That happened many years ago. I had only just broken through to the ranks of a mid-level martial emperor. I was constantly being hunted as I had offended too many people. At the time, I was seriously injured and a young man saved my life. That young man never told me his name. So in my gratitude, I gave him two things. One was the parasite dragon and another was the soul-snatching parasite. The soul-snatching parasite was a kind of parasite that needs to feed on human life to survive. This was the reason behind the previous little Master Xia's poor health and inability to cultivate. After consuming the life of its host, the soul-snatching parasite will also die, as there would be no more life in the host for it to feed on. Hence, when Gu Ruoyun's brother was reborn into little Master Xia's body, he was able to cultivate once more. Do you still remember how he looked like? Gu Ruoyun asked as a light flashed across her eyes. It was a long time ago and I'm sure that his looks would have changed. But I should be able to recognize him, more or less. Good, Gu Ruoyun nodded her head. Can I ask you for a favor? In half a month's time, please come to Heaven City and help me testify against the culprit behind the poison. I have no problem with that. The Honorable Poison Master replied casually. Even though the man had once come to my rescue, he thought, I've already repaid him for his goodwill. And we have lost contact ever since. So what would it matter if I testified against him? Then I thank you very, very much. Gu Ruoyun joined her fists and bowed with a smile. I still want to explore Heaven Mountain a little more. I won't stand in the way of your flirtatious banter. Let's go, Moyu. Flirtatious banter? Upon hearing this, the faces of both old men turned extremely black. The Honorable Poison Master screamed angrily, Honorable Sir Tianqi, I'm going to kill you. What? What does this have to do with me? The Honorable Sir Tianqi was outraged. He didn't do anything and this guy was screaming bloody murder and threatening to kill him. Can't he give it a rest? Forget about it, there is no way out except hiding oneself away to escape. The Honorable Sir Tianqi hurriedly ran in the opposite direction at the thought of this without even bothering to look at the Honorable Poison Master's ugly expression. 3 days and 3 nights would not be enough to finish my fight with this Honorable Poison Master. It's best to peep at a few young ladies in the bathroom. That's certainly more appealing than facing the dried-up old tree bark. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 336, Collecting the Goods, 12. Chapter 336, Collecting the Goods, 12. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This looks like the deepest part of Heaven Mountain? That's. A glint of light flashed through Gu Ruoyun's eyes. She stared in surprise at the otherworldly utopia before her and excitement slowly grew in her eyes. Then her gaze focused on the swirling milky white spring water. It's a Holy Spirit stone. It's said that only one Holy Spirit stone will appear in every bottomless Holy Spirit water. Yet now, there are so many of them. Suddenly, a demonic purple figure appeared next to Gu Ruoyun. Zixie's lips curled coquettishly as his demonic purple eyes observed the nearby spring water. A sense of seriousness graced his handsome face. Ma Yu and everyone else was stunned. Where did this guy come from? They wondered. Their hair stood on end from the moment they laid eyes on Zixie. They were immediately on guard. This was a completely different situation from when they had threatened Hong Yun. It seems that these really are Holy Spirit stones. Gu Ruoyun took a deep breath, forcing herself to suppress her excitement and surprise. She did not dare to act recklessly as it simply made no sense that no powerful cultivator had claimed these tempting objects in Heaven Mountain. Hence, it was crucial for them to be extra vigilant. Master, what are Holy Spirit stones? Mo Yu asked, blinking her eyes. Gu Ruoyan looked up and replied softly, "Holy Spirit water, according to legend, just one drop of it will allow a high-level martial general to immediately reach the ranks of a mid-level martial king. These Holy Spirit stones are even more precious. Out of over 10,000 Holy Spirit lakes, only one Holy Spirit stone would appear. Yet this spring water is filled with Holy Spirit stones. Should anyone consume a Holy Spirit stone, they would be able to rise above countless levels instantly. Such is the power of a Holy Spirit stone. However, your ranks are far too low at the moment, and if you were to consume a Holy Spirit stone, you will explode and die. You can only use external forces to help your body digest the Holy Spirit stone once you have broken through to the ranks of a martial emperor. Holy Spirit stones have their advantages and disadvantages. There may not be side effects, nor will they cause instability in your foundation. But, one false move and you could explode from the power within the stone. Ma Yu concentrated her gaze on the Holy Spirit stone, and just as she was about to step forward, she heard Gu Ruoyan's voice, "Wait a minute." Ma Yu immediately paused in her steps and turned her head in astonishment towards Gu Ruoyan. "Master?" "Ma Yu, get out of the way, hurry." Gu Ruoyan screamed as her expression suddenly changed. She quickly rushed towards Ma Yu. Before Ma Yu could make sense of the situation, a loud bang was heard, and an enormous dragon burst from within the Holy Spirit stone spring, charging towards the sky. Its loud roar shook the entire mountain range, and it aimed its large claws towards Ma Yu. Pang! Gu Ruoyan quickly threw herself onto Ma Yu, sending her body crashing onto the ground. In that moment, the claws tore through the sky and landed on the ground. A deep chasm appeared from where Ma Yu had stood. Ma Yu was in shock. If her master had not risked her life to save her, she would have been. As she thought of the consequences, Ma Yu's back was drenched in a layer of cold sweat. She felt immense gratitude towards Gu Ruoyan. She was only a protector of the Devil sect, and there were many more powerful cultivators by her master's side. However, even so, my master has never given up on me, she thought. If my master did not react in time, the dragon's claw would have killed the both of us. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 337, A Crisis in the Xiao Family, 1. Chapter 337, A Crisis in the Xiao Family, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yen frowned and stared at Gu Ruoyan in confusion. Aren't humans naturally selfish and treacherous? He wondered. Why would she risk such danger just to save her subordinate? I simply cannot understand this woman's mind. After some thought, Yen shook his head, then found a comfortable spot to lie down, watching the grim scene with his eyes half closed. A pale dragon? Gu Ruoyan straightened herself up and turned towards the pure white dragon in the sky. It had the same coloring as the Holy Spirit stones, and its scales looked like crystals, brilliant and glittering. One could not help but want to caress it. Except that the eyes of the pale dragon were ferocious and cruel. It had a kind of power that could bring about the Armageddon. So what if it's a pale dragon? Gu Ruoyan smiled, staring at the pale dragon with bright, shining eyes. Coincidentally, the medication needed to help the azure dragon required the eye of a dragon. Zixi, we're going to slaughter a dragon this time. This was certainly a case of traveling far and wide to look for something only to find it easily. She had not expected that there would be so many treasures in Heaven Mountain. Not only has she obtained many valuable medicinal herbs, she also found a Holy Spirit spring water. Now, even the eye of a dragon was within her grasp. Roar! The pale dragon roared angrily. These low, petty humans dare interfere with my coercion. Such a crime should be punished with death. He slowly opened his mouth and gathered a powerful windstorm from within. It was a strong blast of wind, and all of it was aimed towards Gu Ruoyan. The windstorm was like a cyclone. Not an inch of land was spared in its attack, leaving Ma Yu and everyone else breathless in its coercion. Their faces began to turn pale. A mere little pale dragon, yet it dares to show off. Zixi finally reacted, and he stepped to the front. A blast of coercion unlike the pale dragon's erupted from his body, and the windstorm attacking them disappeared into the void with a loud bang. Ma Yu and the rest could finally breathe. Their foreheads were drenched with sweat, and they stared at the man in front of them with astonishment. Wasn't this man the master's teacher? He's extremely strong. His powers are no less than those of the Honorable Sir Tianqi and the Honorable Poison Master. Why, he might even be more powerful than the both of them. No wonder the master had rejected both their offers for apprenticeship. It's because her own master was far more powerful and much younger. His future would be wider. Roar! The pale dragon was enraged. Its enormous body was like a great mountain as it threw itself forcefully on Zixi. Just as Zixi was about to attack, a calm voice filled with absolute decisiveness spoke up next to him. Zixi, I've told you. This time, we will both slaughter the dragon. I can't always be relying on you and cannot depend on you to solve all my problems. Otherwise, how can I grow stronger? So let us fight alongside one another. You are not my weapon of war but my partner. To humans, a spiritual animal, besides being a treasured possession, was also a form of defense in times of danger. However, in her heart, they are her friends who stand beside her. Even though Zixi was extremely powerful, she cannot wait for him to help solve her problems. Otherwise, if Zixi were not here today, we would most likely have died under the pale dragon's claw. I do not want this sort of greatness. Yen, whose eyes were initially half closed, overheard Gu Ruoyun's conversation and widened his eyes. He stared at Gu Ruoyun like she were some form of oddity, as if he had just seen something unbelievable. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 338, A Crisis in the Xia Family, 2. Chapter 338, A Crisis in the Xia Family, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This human girl is rather interesting. But humans are humans. My opinion of their maliciousness will not change simply because of this one small matter. He will never forget how the humans had cruelly slaughtered them all those years ago, dyeing the entire spiritual beast mountain range with blood. The high spiritual beast mountain range had been littered with the bodies of spiritual animals. If that man had not appeared, it's highly likely that not even a single spiritual beast would be left in the East Peak mainland. Since then, the entire race of spiritual beasts vowed eternal loyalty and devotion to that man. But the godlike man then suddenly disappeared, even his scent vanished from the East Peak mainland. The spiritual beasts of East Peak mainland have searched for him far and wide yet could not find him at all. However, a few years ago, the man's scent had reappeared. But not in the East Peak mainland, rather, it had appeared on this mainland where Yen arrived. Not only was Yen running for his life, but because the animal race had confirmed it, their king was now somewhere on this mainland. Very well. Zixi glanced at the young girl and his purple eyes were filled with a demonic smile. I respect your decision. If you want to fight alongside with me, then. This time, let us fight together. Are you ready, little girl? Gu Ruoyun nodded her head solemnly. I've already prepared myself. Zixi, my journey towards greatness does not need your protection, instead. I need your help. Protection and aid are two very different things. I'm not willing to become the person who hides behind you for protection. Zixia smiled, his eyes were filled with an incomprehensible light. Whenever he looked at her, his expression would be full of gentleness and affection. It was as if he had lost his demonic, cold countenance for a moment. Then, every person on site witnessed an unforgettable scene. A great purple flame burst into the sky and covered the clear blue skies in an earth-shattering manner. After that, the demonic man, who had been smiling gently at the young girl, turned into a streak of purple light and pierced through the skies. He re-emerged as a phoenix soaring over the clouds. The phoenix was purple in color, its wings blazed with purple fire and contrasted strongly with the blue heavens. It was both noble and graceful. Its evil-looking eyes were full of awe-inspiring light as if it could absorb a person's heart, causing the hearts of everyone else to tremble. Yen nearly fell over in shock. The spiritual beasts placed high demands on lineage, and Zixi had always appeared to him as a human. Now that he had reverted to his original form, the great coercion produced such pressure on Yen that he found it very hard to breathe. This phoenix is a descendant of the noblest spiritual beasts. Why would someone of such nobility remain bound to a human so willingly? Yen simply could not understand it. What was he thinking? Someone as strong and powerful as he could march along the entire mainland without any issues, yet why does he let himself be restricted? What's the point of this? Of course, he will never be able to understand the concept of sticking together in life and death or such a thing known as friendship. It can be assumed that he will never understand it, not in this lifetime. A phoenix? Master's teacher is actually a spiritual beast? Mayu's face was filled with shock. She could never have imagined that the man who had remained by her master's side from the very beginning would turn out to be a spiritual beast. What's happened? Within the mountain range, the Honorable Sir Tianqi, who was in the middle of escaping, suddenly felt a strong coercion from behind him. He turned his head and nearly fell over in shock. A noble and graceful-looking purple phoenix and a fearsome pale dragon were in the middle of a confrontation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 339, A Crisis in the Xia Family, 3. Chapter 339, A Crisis in the Xia Family, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Heavens, a phoenix and a pale dragon. Such magnificent spiritual beasts have appeared in Heaven Mountain? These spiritual beasts shouldn't appear in this lower-level mainland, right? What's happening in Heaven Mountain? Wait, isn't that the little Goo girl riding on the phoenix's back? Suddenly, the Honorable Sir Tianchi noticed a slim figure on the back of the phoenix and his mouth widened in shock. He was rendered temporarily speechless. That would explain why she had dared to enter Heaven Mountain on her own, he thought. It's no wonder too that she thought nothing of Mai and the Honorable Poison Master's offer for an apprenticeship. She has a strong trump card on hand. TSK, that's a phoenix. It stood along with the dragons on the top of the food chain among the spiritual beasts. He certainly never expected that such a powerful spiritual beast would be willing to become this little girl's mount. It would seem that he would have to redefine his opinions of this little girl. Honorable Sir Tianchi made a decision at the thought of this. He will use all means to prevent the members of the spirit sect from provoking this little girl. He believes that this little girl would not stay very long in the tiny West Spirit mainland. She would certainly expand towards somewhere even greater. The Honorable Poison Master also happened to witness the scene from afar and paused in his steps. A light flashed across his eyes. This little girl. She's certainly getting more interesting. Even a phoenix would willingly bind itself to her. It wouldn't be a loss for me if I were to join her organization. I'm definitely anticipating the day when she's fully grown and cause those hypocrites of the lands controlled by the three great authorities to suffer damages. Besides, I've always disliked those hypocrites. By then, she will be reborn and cause an enormous commotion in the entire mainland. The current dictatorial structure of the three great authorities would be due for a change soon. Above the mountain range, Gu Ruoyun observed the snarling pale dragon before her and clutched the longsword in her hand. I'm ready. Let's go. Hua! Just as she spoke, Zixi charged towards the pale dragon. He was extremely fast, so fast that the spectators below could only see a gust of purple wind streaking past. Then, the enormous pale dragon was hit and it fell a few steps back. Roar. The pale dragon was furious. It opened its mouth and spat its dragon's breath, but Zixi was a step ahead. He dodged before the dragon's breath could hit him and began circling around the dragon. Then, Gu Ruoyun raised the sword in her hand and pierced it into the pale dragon's back, tearing out a piece of the dragon's scale. Blood began to gush out from the wound and the pale dragon roared in pain. Its cruel eyes were bloodshot and it raised its claws, aiming towards Gu Ruoyun. He wanted to swipe her off Zixi's back. But would Zixi give him the opportunity to do so? The moment it directed its claws towards Gu Ruoyun, Zixi flapped his wings and a purple blaze erupted from him, turning into a flaming thunderstorm which headed towards the pale dragon's lower claw. Roar! Under extreme pain, the pale dragon quickly retracted its claws before flinging its gigantic body at Zixi. Gu Ruoyun quickly seized her chance and jumped, landing on the pale dragon's back. Meanwhile, Ma Yu and the rest were in a daze from the shock of watching Gu Ruoyun's move. Even the Honorable Sir Tianchi and Honorable Poison Master, who were watching the scene from afar, stared blankly. No one thought that she would have the guts to jump onto the pale dragon's back. She's pretty much seeking her own death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 340, A Crisis in the Xiao Family, 4. Chapter 340, A Crisis in the Xiao Family, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. She's insane. This little girl is insane. Honorable Sir Tianchi stomped his foot. He was utterly exasperated. Does she want to die? What level is that pale dragon and what level is she at? Even I wouldn't dare pick a fight with that pale dragon. She's only a martial king. A martial king's level of power was probably no bigger than the gap between the pale dragon's teeth. But her? He thought. She was nice and safe on the back of the phoenix. Based on his speed, the pale dragon would have no chance of attacking her. She had it good, and now she's given up her safety net to look for her own death. Honorable Sir Tianchi became extremely nervous at the thought. It's been a long time since a genius like her has appeared in the mainland. If she were to be killed. What a pity. Roar! The pale dragon was in an extreme rage. It thrashed its body around, trying to throw Gu Ruoyun off its back. It then attempted to smash this human with a death wish into minced meat. But Gu Ruoyun held onto a piece of the dragon's scale on its back with one hand and gripped her sword tightly with the other. She raised her sword and shoved it with all her might into the dragon's back. The sharp blade pierced deep into the dragon's back, and its blood gushed out like spring water. The blood of the pale dragon was scorching hot. It caused a stinging, burning pain as it splashed onto Gu Ruoyun's skin. But she did not stop. She tore off the entire dragon's scale, and blood began to blur out the shape of the pale dragon's back. The pale dragon was going mad under the agonizing pain. Its eyes were now filled with a savage and vicious light. Roar! Roar, roar! The pale dragon howled continuously and the entire mountain range trembled. He wanted to throw Gu Ruoyun off his back, but the latter was holding on too tightly. No matter how hard he tried, she refused to loosen her grip. If this were to continue, I wouldn't have a single scale left, he thought. It would all be torn out by this evil human. The pale dragon then began to thrash around with even greater force, groaning and howling with agony and anger. If Gu Ruoyun were to loosen her grip even for a second, she would certainly be smashed into minced meat. Meanwhile, the spectators' nerves were stretched thin as they watched the young girl on the dragon's back anxiously. The young girl's green robes were now dyed red from the blood. Sweat trickled down from her brow, and wisps of hair clung onto her face. She looked as if she was in a state of panic. But not a single person looked at her with scorn. Because this young girl was battling a legendary pale dragon. Even Gu Ruoyun herself would never have thought that she would be facing this battle today. This carved a deep impression on the members of the devil sect who witnessed the scene. Many years later, they would proudly tell this story to their grandchildren. They would say that the founder of the devil sect herself, at the rank of a martial king, fought a pale dragon. And they were fortunate enough to have chosen her as their master and to witness this rare event. Even if she had failed, it would still remain as a deep impression in the hearts of everyone present. For the young girl's courage was admirable, and if it were up to someone else, they probably would have fled at the sight of the pale dragon. What more, fighting it off? This is truly my contracted master. Zixi smiled with admiration and a sense of pride for a grown daughter in one's family. He had watched her grow from a good-for-nothing into such magnificence. He could still remember the moment when she had just been reincarnated. She was so gullible and weak, even a person who was not yet a martial warrior could easily trample all over her dignity. Now, she stood at a pinnacle where others of the same age would find unreachable. Those who had once oppressed her, would they have imagined that such a day would come? Gu Ruoyun's hand began to tremble from the pale dragon's mighty roar. There were moments when she felt tempted to loosen her grip. But when she thought of the consequences, she held on even tighter than before. This was an obstacle in her journey to becoming a truly powerful cultivator. She must not give up so easily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 341, A Crisis in the Xiao Family, 5. Chapter 341, A Crisis in the Xiao Family, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Streaks of blood flowed from an open wound on her arm, dyeing the injured dragon's back in red. It was hard to tell the difference between the dragon's blood and hers. The road to greatness is paved with blood. Even if I have to be soaked with blood on the way, I will cut my way through the thistles and thorns to climb or walk to complete the journey. The young girl's words, spoken long ago, suddenly rang in Zixi's head. He stared at the blood-soaked girl, still fighting bravely, and a set of complex yet peculiar emotions began to fill his gaze. She strove to flaunt her superiority and fought with the pale dragon, so does she not fear death? No. She was very afraid of death. As a person who had already experienced death once, she treasured her second chance in life even more. And because she treasured it so much, she would willingly undergo dangerous trials. She's doing all of this so that she will continue to grow in power. Only with great power could she obtain the seat of honor among the most powerful cultivators on this mainland. Then will she have the power to protect the people beside her, never to be parted again. Pu Chi. Once again, the long sword pierced into the pale dragon's back, causing it to suddenly plummet from the sky, bringing Gu Ruoyun along with it. Shwa! Zixi immediately tore through the skies and caught the falling girl. He slowly made his descent. The young girl on Zixi's back was drenched in blood, even the longsword in her hands had blood dripping onto the ground. She pursed her thin lips with a calm light in her eyes. Her slender body stood tall and her blood-soaked clothes flapped against the wind. She looked like a murderous god, bloodthirsty by nature and filled with raw intent for slaughter. Yan's mouth opened in shock. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that this little girl would end up defeating a dragon. There were many times when he thought that she would be defeated, but by some unknown power, she never loosened her grip no matter how many injuries she had suffered. One might even say that the little girl defeated the dragon not with strength but by sheer willpower. If it were not for her willpower, even if there were 100 of her, she would still have become a scrap of meat stuck between the pale dragon's teeth. It would seem that this time, the heavens have truly been defied, but on top of a mountain, not too far away, the Honorable Sir Tianchi let out a small sigh. Sometime in the future, this young girl will surely bring a revolution onto the mainland. There's nothing to fear about a gifted person. The fearsome thing would be a person who is not only gifted but hardworking as well with an absolute willpower. Someone like that is truly terrifying. Honorable Sir Tianchi finally understood how she could have grown at such an abnormal pace. It's because she holds all three qualities and would become something so out of this world that even he was terrified. Luckily, this little girl was not an enemy, he thought. Otherwise, he would be having a very big headache. Zixi gradually elongated his body once Gu Ruoyun had stepped down. A figure in purple robes which fluttered despite the lack of a breeze appeared by her side. His demonic features were formed into a deep smile as his eyes gazed gently at the young girl. Little girl, I have a whole new level of respect for you now. Gu Ruoyun smiled but did not reply. She turned her attention to the pale dragon and curled her lips. Zixi, help me get its eyes out, I want to use them to heal the azure dragon. Roar! The pale dragon growled softly. Its voice was not nearly as clear as it had been in the beginning, it was as if it were pleading with her. Zixi glanced at the pale dragon and looked at Gu Ruoyun. Little girl, he asks for you to spare him. In return, he's willing to become the weapon spirit of your spiritual weapon. Perhaps you should think about this. If you were to obtain a weapon spirit, your middle-class weapon will be upgraded to a high-class one. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 342, A Crisis in the Xiao Family, 6. Chapter 342, A Crisis in the Xiao Family, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun shook her head. I will obtain a weapon spirit sooner or later, the most important thing now is the eyes of the Azure Dragon. Meanwhile, the Azure Dragon who was in the Phoenix Cauldron overheard Gu Ruoyun's conversation. A hint of gratitude appeared in his eyes. From what he could tell, a high-class spiritual weapon was far more valuable than him. One should know that there are no high-class spiritual weapons in existence on this mainland. But she would willingly give up on such a strong weapon spirit all for the sake of his eyes. How could he not be moved by this warm sentiment? Roar! The pale dragon growled anxiously and stared pitifully at Gu Ruoyun. All trace of his earlier cruelty and maliciousness was now gone. Little girl, he says that if it's dragon's eyes you want, there's an extra pair in his possession. But the previous owner was not as powerful as he was, so the effect of those eyes may not be as great in comparison with his own. You should put this into consideration, little girl. Those dragon's eyes may be of a lower level but they would still help the Azure Dragon in regaining some of his power. They may not be as powerful as this dragon's eyes, but the Azure Dragon can recuperate on his own, albeit slowly. Gu Ruoyun was silent. This pale dragon would willingly admit that his extra pair of dragon's eyes was not as powerful as his own. I'm not sure if he's naive or stupid. She wondered. If this were anyone else, they'd probably choose the pale dragon's own eyes instead. Let me discuss this with the Azure Dragon. If he agrees, then it's decided. Just then, Qianxian's voice sounded from within her soul. Master, you've done more than enough for Yunyao and I'm willing to accept the extra pair of dragon's eyes instead. Even if I'm unable to regain my powers fully, at least I will no longer be a good-for-nothing who will only hold you back. I can work hard on my own and slowly regain my power. This way, you will also be able to upgrade your spiritual weapon, Master. Hearing this, Gu Ruoyun raised her head and looked at the pale dragon. Do you agree to become my weapon spirit and to fight by my side? She asked him to fight alongside her, not to fight for her. Joy sprung in the pale dragon's heart and he nodded his head quickly like someone pounding garlic. He let out a low growl as if he was responding to Gu Ruoyun's question. Alright, since it's agreed, then I'll let you be my weapon spirit for the time being. Once I've entered the pinnacle of strength, I'll set you free. Now, come inside. Gu Ruoyun raised the sword in her hand to her face and watched as the pale dragon's body slowly turned transparent. Then, the transparent body seeped into the sword. At that moment, a picture of the white pale dragon appeared on the sword's blade. Its eyes were ferocious and malicious, intimidating all who laid eyes on it. This time, we've gained quite a few benefits on our expedition to Heaven Mountain. Gu Ruoyun smiled in satisfaction before turning towards the people behind her. With your current level of strength, you will not be able to digest the Holy Spirit stones. In fact, your bodies might explode from consuming them. However, since there are so many Holy Spirit stones here, it would be very suitable for a martial warrior level of cultivation. Each of you will take one chi collection pill then begin cultivating here. We'll leave this place in half a month. As you command, Master. Moyu stared in adoration at Gu Ruoyun. She now had another reason to flaunt upon her return. After all, only a few of them from the Devil's sect had the privilege to witness a pale dragon surrendering to their master. However, Gu Ruoyan could not anticipate that because they had all chosen to remain in Heaven Mountain for half a month, a crisis would fall upon the Xia family. When she finally returns, it was too late for regrets, raising a violent commotion in the mainland. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 343, A Crisis in the Xia Family, 7. Chapter 343, A Crisis in the Xia Family, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It's been half a month. Time had passed quickly. Within half a month, the members of the Devil Sect's powers have increased significantly. Generally, most of them have risen one level higher, but the most surprising of all was little Baichuan. Initially, he had merely broken through to the rank of a martial warrior. Now, he has stepped over all 3 levels in the martial warrior ranks and has reached the ranks of a martial knight. As time goes on, he will surely become a shining star. It seems that you've all reaped a lot of benefits this time. Gu Ruoyan rubbed her chin as she observed the people before her and nodded with satisfaction. I've agreed with the Honorable Poison Master to bring him to the Xia family for a visit in half a month. Now that it's already been half a month, we should leave. And Baichuan, Mo Yu, allow him to follow you into the pill hall in the future. However, I don't want him to learn pill refinement, I want him to study poisons. It was after meeting with the Honorable Poison Master that Gu Ruoyan had come to this decision. Generally speaking, an eccentric old man at the ranks of martial honor need not worry about a newly minted martial honor. However, the Honorable Sir Tianqi did not dare fight with the Honorable Poison Master not because of his own convictions, but because the Honorable Poison Master was proficient with poisons. The Honorable Poison Master would probably still have an extra edge even when faced with a mid-level martial honor. Hence, she wanted to train Baichuan into surpassing the Honorable Poison Master. Yes, Master. Mo Yu joined her fists and bowed respectfully. Do not worry, Master, I, your subordinate, will ensure that Baichuan is well trained. I will not allow his gifts to go to waste. Gu Ruoyan nodded. Good. The rest of you will return to the Devil Sect first. I should probably return to the Xia family home as well. Bao Bao, Yunyao, you're responsible for scooping up the Holy Spirit stones and bringing them home, but it's been half a month since Yor and the rest have left, she thought. I wonder how he's doing. Especially since Xia Qi was still in the Xia family home. She absolutely cannot let him get away. A great change has come upon Heaven City since Gu Ruoyan's half-a-month absence. The streets were cold and desolate, the bustling stalls from before were nowhere to be found. Gu Ruoyan frowned, she didn't know why, but a sense of uneasiness began to fill her heart. All she wanted to do now was to return to the Xia family home as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the great hall of the Xia family home, Xia Zishi frowned, anxiety displayed clearly in his eyes. His once handsome face now looked pale and weak. He pursed his lips and asked, still no news of Yor? A man standing below his seat shook his head. Young master, all signs point to a grim situation for the little master. No. Nothing bad could happen to Yor. Xia Zishi sat numbly on his chair and muttered to himself. Father is now gravely injured, and Yor is nowhere to be found. I must maintain the support for the Xia family home, no matter what. Furthermore, I believe that after surviving so many years of torment, Yor would not be in any danger. Just then, a noise was heard from outside the door. Xia Zishi straightened up immediately as his eyes filled with excitement and surprise. Young Master Xia, it's been half a month. Has something happened to the Xia family? What about Yor and Master Xia? Why do I not see them? Under the light of the setting sun, a young girl clad in green robes frowned as she stepped through the doors of the great hall. Her delicate and pretty features displayed an obvious sense of anxiety. She had forced herself to suppress her urgency and asked the question in a calm manner. You? Xia Zishi felt his heart tremble, unloading all the burdens and stress he had endured in the past few days. His mouth twitched. You finally returned, but if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 344, A Crisis in the Xia Family, 8. Chapter 344, A Crisis in the Xia Family, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. He did not know Gu Ruoyan very well, but he knew that this woman has not only saved his life but was also a highly trusted friend of both his father and Yor. Now that Yor had disappeared, it's very likely that she would be the only one who can find him. Young Master Xia, could you explain the situation to me? Xia Zishi's gaze darkened upon hearing her question and he sighed softly. My father is injured, and Yor is missing. Hon. Suddenly, a strong aura erupted from Gu Ruoyun's body and the young girl's originally calm exterior was now as cold as ice. Her voice was somber as she replied, "What did you say? What happened? Why is you are missing?" Xia Zishi sighed, "On the day when we parted ways, we managed to reach the foot of Heaven Mountain. But Elder Zhao, who had been chased out of the Xia family, harbored hatred towards us and formed an alliance with the weapon refining sect to bring harm upon the Xia family. The two martial emperors from the weapon refining sect along with the sect master himself arrived at our doorstep. In order to protect our family, my father fought with the both of them, and ended up seriously injured. His face was full of agony but most of it stemmed from his guilt and remorse. And you were..." He tried to protect Luo Li and suffered a serious injury in the hands of another strong cultivator from the weapon refining sect. He ended up falling off a cliff. We don't know if he's dead or alive. This is all my fault. I couldn't even protect my own son. I'm truly a useless father, but..." When she heard of Xia Lingyu's situation, the aura from within Gu Ruoyun's body began to stir. A murderous intent rose and spread throughout the entire hall. The weapon refining sect. Ha ha. She laughed maniacally as the murderous intent thickened in her body. Her apocalyptic aura stunned everyone present. "I, Gu Ruoyun, hereby swear that this time, those who have harmed him will pay the price with blood. Even if I have to tear through the entire mainland and turn it upside down, I will not rest until they are all dead." In her previous life, she had not been able to protect him. How could she allow the same tragedy to repeat itself in her current life? "I will destroy the families of those who dare to harm him, so they may never rise up again." Where are the members of the weapon refining sect now? Gu Ruoyun raised her gaze. The young girl's eyes were now layered with a strong murderous intent. The members of the weapon refining sect are now in Heaven City. But because the Xia family members are protected by a divine beast, they dare not step forward. However, it's already been so many days and the Lord Divine Beast has yet to make his move. Hence, I believe that they will attack us very soon. Lady Gu, the weapon refining sect has 2 martial emperors and around 10 members in the martial king rank. We cannot be careless. Xia Zishi gently pursed his thin lips and his face showed great concern. After all, they had both dealt a serious blow to the only martial emperor in the Xia family. Despite Gu Ruoyun's return, she may not be able to hold them back. Martial emperor? Gu Ruoyun sneered, so what? This time, a martial honor has arrived. I will also make sure that they will all be annihilated. So what if they have martial emperors on their side? She thought furiously. I will kill anyone who dared to lay a finger on you. Speaking reasonably was of no use in this mainland, only painful punishment. Then they shall know that they should never even think of attacking my family. Xia Zishi was astonished. Gu Ruoyun may have once displayed strong powers, but she was still a mere martial king. How could a martial king stand against an enemy far above her rank? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 345, Gu Ruoyun's Fury, 1. Chapter 345, Gu Ruoyun's Fury, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A group of people had gathered, surrounding the gates of the Xia family home. A woman in white stood in front of the crowd. Her robe seemed to float in the air and she looked like an immortal. She was absolutely stunning. She spoke gently, Elder Lingyun, Elder Wushan. We've already been here for many days yet the divine beast in the Xia family hasn't made a single move. As such, there's no reason for us to wait anymore. If we can force the entire Xia family into submission, then the weapon refining sect will obtain a strong position. Hearing this, Elder Lingyun slowly nodded his head. You're right, my lady. The Xia family has only one martial emperor. It's only because of their backing from the divine beast that they were able to be on par with the weapon refining sect. But, the divine beast has not retaliated. We don't even know if it really exists. Yun did not reply, her gentle eyes merely observed the Xia family courtyard. I can clearly feel a strong energy from within the courtyard. There's definitely a powerful divine beast residing in the Xia family home, she thought. Unfortunately, the divine beast was now unwilling to help the Xia family. In that case, this was a good time to force the divine beast and the Xia family to surrender. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from within the courtyard. Lan Yanfeng, who was by Yun's side from the beginning, raised his head to see a face that made him grit his teeth with hatred. To him, this young girl always had a calm and collected aura about her, unlike junior sister Yun's gentleness. He doesn't know whether it's because of the strength of this aura, but he has a feeling that the fairy-like junior sister Yun would only serve as a foil if she stood next to her. At the thought of this, he quickly regained his senses and smiled in ridicule. How could this be? Junior sister Yun is an extremely outstanding woman. Be it talents or good looks, she's considered to be the best of the best. And what would you call this? Little girl? Sure, she may no longer be a good-for-nothing, but she can never be compared with junior sister Yun. Young Master Xia, what is your decision? Elder Lingyan smiled curtly. If the Xia family were to serve my weapon refining sect and become our subordinates, we might even be kind enough to let you all leave with your lives, ha? Xia Zishi's face darkened, but before he could speak, a young girl's voice, full of murderous intent, chimed in. It was the both of you. You're responsible for Master Xia's injuries, and pushing you off a cliff? Gu Ruoyun raised her delicate and pretty head. Her black pupils stared coldly at the crowd before her. The aura from her body was as cold as ice as her murderous intent overflowed from her entire body, spreading throughout the entire courtyard. Lingyan sneered, you mean that reckless little son of a B***TCH? So what if we did? It's not just him. You two must die. Just because you're a martial king doesn't mean that you can do as you please. There are mountains beyond mountains and heavens beyond heavens. Between both of us martial emperors, you're not enough for the kill. Due to the impending danger that loomed above the Xia family, many powerful forces in Heaven City have gathered in the Xia family home. Now that the members of the weapon refining sect have arrived at the gates, all of them had rushed out with their weapons drawn, ready for a fight to the death. However, the young girl only chuckled. She curled her lips, but the murderous intent in her eyes did not diminish. Instead, it increased. Ah, that's right. You're absolutely right. There are mountains beyond mountains and heavens beyond heavens. Your weapon refining sect has harmed people that should have been left alone. So I, Gu Ruoyun, now solemnly swear that if I do not annihilate the entire weapon refining sect, then I, Gu Ruoyun, am not worthy to be called a human. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 346, Gu Ruoyun's Fury, 2. Chapter 346, Gu Ruoyun's Fury, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Hon. Her words were like a shocking clap of thunder exploding into the hearts of everyone present. Even the powerful families of Heaven City stared blankly in shock as they gazed at the young girl's cold and delicate features with disbelief. They could not believe that someone would declare their intention to destroy the entire weapon refining sect in such a public manner. The Dongfang family was evenly matched with them. She's definitely got delusions of grandeur. Indeed, though the 100 Herb Hall is powerful and has good connections with many powerful organizations, that may not be enough if they were to fight against the weapon refining sect. After all, when compared with the weapon refining sect, there were no martial emperors among the ranks of the 100 Herb Hall. Merely a small grain of rice, yet it dares to challenge the sun and the moon? Elder Lingyan's smile grew cold and eerie as he replied carelessly, little girl, you are small and weak. And yet you talk like a savage. The lady of our house may be a great genius, but she's not as arrogant as you. I don't understand it. What right do you have to act so savagely? When compared with their lady, this little girl was very far off. But she does not follow our lady's good example and behave with more humility and kindness. It would seem that perfect and outstanding women like our lady were now extinct from the world. She's probably the only one on the entire mainland. Elder Wushan coldly observed Gu Ruoyun and spoke in a frightening manner, Elder Lingyun, since this girl has an exaggerated opinion of her abilities, then let us give her a taste of the true power of martial emperors. If Moyu were here, she would certainly snort in disdain at the two martial emperors. Forget about martial emperors, she's already witnessed the power of a martial honor and maintained her composure when watching two martial honors fight with each other. Would the coercion of one mere martial emperor compel her to serve him? Besides, she had already faced a pale dragon which would pose as a great headache to everyone on the mainland and made it surrender to her. Just what confidence do these two martial emperors have that she would fear them? Hon. Lingyan laughed loudly, then tore through the skies and charged towards Gu Ruoyun. The formidable magnanimity of the head-on collision caused Xia Zishi, who stood next to Gu Ruoyun, to stumble a few steps back. He raised his head in astonishment, then shouted anxiously, Lady Gu, watch out. He knew how much Gu Ruoyun meant to Yor. If anything were to happen to her, how could he face Yor again? Now Xia Zishi was beginning to feel guilty for involving Gu Ruoyun in this mess. However, the young girl remained calm in the face of the hurricane. She raised her head and stared coldly at the oncoming Elder Lingyun. Then, she slowly opened her mouth to speak. Her clear, cold voice resonated into every ear in the crowd, striking their hearts with ferocity. Tianxion, show me your power. Back in Heaven Mountain, she had already restored the Azure Dragon's eyes with Zixi's help. Unfortunately, after helping her restore the Azure Dragon's eyes, Zixi suffered a great loss in energy and has entered into a deep slumber. Roar! Just as Gu Ruoyun spoke, the loud roar of a dragon resonated throughout the heavens and earth. Before everyone could make sense of the situation, a bright azure light shot out from the young girl's body, flying towards the skies. The Azure Dragon was enormous and covered the entire expanse of the heavens. It was like black clouds blocking out the sunlight, hiding the sky and covering the earth. Ha ha! Lingyun laughed as a smile of ridicule hung on his lips. Gu Ruoyun, based on what we've heard, there was indeed a dragon under your wing and the dragon has threatened and frightened many people into retreat. Unfortunately, we've already grappled with the card in your hand. In reality, this dragon is a powerless good-for-nothing. Furthermore, it's blind. TSK, but I've heard that you have a white tiger as well and that in human form, she was indeed an outstanding beauty. How about you give that white tiger to the Brothers of the Weapon Refining Sect and we'll grant you an easier death. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 347, Gu Ruoyun's Fury, 3. Chapter 347, Gu Ruoyun's Fury, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. It would have been better if Lingyun had kept his mouth shut, for just as he spoke, the sound of thunder and lightning began to clash from within the cloudy skies and the domineering voice of a sovereign descending from the heavens rang aloud. Human, you dare make schemes for Yunyao? You are courting death. Roar! Flames of dragon breath rained from the skies and before Elder Lingyun could react, his entire body was blackened from being burned and his hair was in disarray like a beggar who had just crawled out from the trash. A great chasm appeared beneath his feet. High above the heavens, the enormous dragon whose body had covered the sky slowly began to shrink. Before everyone could regain their senses, he had turned into a formidable and muscular man. The man was dressed in azure robes and looked very handsome. He lightly raised his chin and stared commandingly down at the confused Elder Lingyun. The dragon's flames seemed to have blown him into a foolish state. Even now, he was still unable to grasp his plight. If not for the fact that the Azure Dragon has yet to fully recover his powers, that blast from the dragon's flames would have wiped him from the face of the earth. It's a dragon. Heaves, it really is a dragon. This was a blind, powerless dragon? Says who? Can a powerless dragon blast a martial emperor into dizziness? Can a blind dragon have such beautiful eyes? The crowd finally regained their senses and cried out, staring in adoration at the floating Tianxiong. However, they were even more impressed by the fact that the dragon was serving Gu Ruoyun. Elder Lingyun, what are you doing? Elder Wu Shan's face darkened as he bellowed at Lingyun. Ah! Lingyun finally sobered up. The color on his face turned from white to green and back again. He gritted his teeth and looked upwards at the man in the sky as he declared maliciously, "You're not a good-for-nothing." Impossible. This is impossible. Suddenly, he remembered something and shot a glare at Lon Yenfom. Didn't you confirm that this dragon was a good-for-nothing? Why does he have the powers of a martial emperor? You idiot boy, explain yourself truthfully. Did you conspire with these people to humiliate me in public? Just wait until we get home and I'll teach you a lesson. Even your master can't stop me. Lan Yanfeng's expression turned ugly as he glared maliciously at Gu Ruoyun. If it weren't for this woman, Elder Lingyun and I would not have this misunderstanding. He thought angrily. Maybe even junior sister Shiyun would now have a false impression on me. His heart began to panic at the thought. He was not afraid of being misunderstood by anyone else. The only person's opinion that truly matters was the woman that he's been in love with for many years. Now he placed all of his blazing anger onto Gu Ruoyun and his already cold and handsome mug now turned icy. His dark eyes stared frostily at the young girl underneath the breeze. He sneered as his eyes were filled with scorn and loathing. Gu Ruoyun, years ago, you clung onto me and refused to let go. Then, you went ahead and seduced another man. But it was all for naught as that man has no feelings for you. With Shiyun's outstanding existence, do you really think that anyone would be so blind as to fall for you? What a pity that you took advantage of his amnesia and hatched a plan. And now? Do you have another goal? Was that goal to obtain the young master of the Xia family or little master Xia? Lang Yanfeng's expression was as cold as ice, staring coldly at the figure whose green robes fluttered in the wind. But the young girl's expression remained unchanged. Her delicate features stayed calm and quiet as if the person whom Lan Yanfeng spoke of was not her at all. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 348, Gu Ruoyun's Fury, 4. Chapter 348, Gu Ruoyun's Fury, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun. Sang. Flames of fury began to stir inside Long Yanfeng's chest. Even he didn't know the extent of his own anger, for it was Gu Ruoyun's very existence which had brought dishonor upon junior sister Shiyun. It might also be the fact that she was completely ignorant of what she'd done that brought him great discomfort. Don't think that I don't know your intentions behind fooling around with the Xia family members. You only want their divine beast. However, do you really think that the divine beast would choose you with junior sister Shiyun around? Lang Yanfeng did not notice it, but as he was speaking, Xia Zishi began to stare at him with an odd look in his eyes. Others may not know the significance of the two spiritual beasts in Gu Ruoyun's possession, but as the heir to the Xia family, he was obviously better informed. If Gu Ruoyun were to make the request, the divine beast in the Xia family would most certainly leave the family and choose her instead. And yet, he would claim that the divine beast would choose Shiyun instead of her? I'm in no mood for a long-winded banter with the members of the weapon refining sect today. Gu Ruoyun's eyes grew colder and colder by the minute. Her fine, dark hair became tangled in the wind. At this moment, the power from within her body began to stir. Her voice was cold and emotionless, filled with a thick murderous intent. Tianxiong, kill them. I, Gu Ruoyun, shall purge the mainland of the weapon refining sect. Anyone with connections to them shall be pursued to the ends of the earth by the 100 herb hall until they are all dead. Hon. Her voice was like thunder and pierced into the hearts of the crowd. Lu Oli stood behind the crowd and stared numbly at the young girl. Her heart unconsciously made a decision. That decision would completely influence the rest of her life. Tianxiong did not speak. He raised his chin and stared commandingly down at the crowd. When his gaze fell upon Lang Yanfeng, his eyes immediately filled with murderous intent. Despite the fact that he and Gu Ruoyun were at loggerheads in the beginning, the latter did not estrange herself from him. She even went through a great deal of trouble and effort to heal his eyes. Such kindness and compassion cannot be repaid in one lifetime. Hence, how could he allow anyone to insult his beloved master? Insignificant little human, you dare to speak thoughtlessly. I, the Azure Dragon, will not hold myself back. I shall ensure that your corpse will be buried today. Tianxiong laughed maniacally, his cold, proud face was filled with a haughty and arrogant smile. A disastrous murderous intent erupted from his body and almost caused every weapon refining sect member to fall over in fright. Humph. Elder Wushan, let's do this together. So what if this dragon is strong and powerful? There are two of us. What do we have to fear? Elder Lingyan drew his longsword and jumped high into the sky. His vicious gaze stared into the sovereign-like man in azure robes. A cold smile hung on his elderly face. Spiritual beasts will always remain spiritual beasts. No matter how powerful you can become, this mainland will always belong to us humans. Spiritual beasts like you will only ever be tools to be used by humans. The funniest thing was that you're still desperately risking your life for her. You're really reckless. Powerful cultivators in the weapon refining sect were like clouds. The master himself was a mid-level martial emperor and not many can compare themselves to him in this mainland. This spiritual beast seemed to have only just broken through, Lingyun observed. His aura wasn't even stable and he still wants to serve himself up on a platter to death? Wushan didn't say much. His eyes stared eerily at Tianxiong as he stood next to Elder Lingyun. His eyes clearly displayed a strong murderous intent. No one was allowed to oppose the weapon refining sect. Yet this human and dragon had the audacity to declare their intentions in annihilating the entire sect. In that case, this girl must die today, no matter how gifted she was. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 349, Gu Ruoyun's Fury, 5. Chapter 349, Gu Ruoyun's Fury, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ha ha. Tianxiong laughed wildly as his azure robes started to flutter in the storm winds. So you want to gang up on me? Not bad, not bad. I haven't a fight like this in a very long time. Today, I'll let you two be my first kills since my recovery. Hua. In that instant, an azure wind began to circle around Tianxiong. Then, without any warning, his body disappeared and then reappeared behind Elder Lingyun. Hua! Lingyun felt a strong coercion from behind him. He quickly turned around and raised both hands to defend himself as blood started rushing to his brain. He stumbled a few steps back and left a trail of footprints in the air. Lingyun had lost the disdainful look on his face, his features had turned somber. Aren't you supposed to be extremely powerful? Mocked Tianxiong. His dark eyes were filled with dominance like a mighty king, arrogant and condescending. If that's the case, come at me. Give me all you've got. Wu Shan wrinkled his brow. Ling Yun, he may not have the full power of a divine beast, but he has the ability to turn into a human form. This proves that he has the blood of a divine beast in his veins. A spiritual beast like this won't be easy to deal with, so let's not hide any longer. If we don't kill him today, we'll certainly be killed instead. All right. Ling Yun nodded. Both men then pulled out their weapons, spreading a strong current of spiritual energy which shook the hearts of everyone present. It's a spiritual weapon. No. That's not right. That's not really a spiritual weapon, it's a crippled spirit weapon. Naturally, those crippled spirit weapons were not like the one that Gu Ruoyun had found in the Heavenly Spirit Formation Cave. After all, the crippled spirit weapon she found was more than a few decades old. Which was why it was a little rusty and its spiritual energy was suppressed. Hence, it had been thrown aside like a piece of scrap metal. However, though both these crippled spirit weapons may be a little old as well, they still looked pretty good on the outside. Besides, with their bubbling spiritual energy, anyone could tell that those were no ordinary weapons. Xia Zishi frowned and looked at the two elders floating in the air. The color then drained from his face. As the young master of the Xia family, he certainly knew the power in the two weapons. This time, there may not be an easy way out. Ling Yun stared at Tianxiong mockingly. I'll give you another chance. Sever your contract with this woman and serve my lady. This way, not only will you escape with your life, our master will award you with a crippled spirit weapon as well. A strong and powerful spiritual beast like you without a proper weapon to show off. I'm sure your skill in battle has been greatly diminished. Tianxiong laughed as his beautiful eyes filled with ridicule. He curled his lips and stared at Ling Yun before asking in a commanding voice, so, you're using 2 pieces of scrap metal to entice me into serving a good-for-nothing? My apologies, I wouldn't want them even if you have given them to me. In addition to Ling Yun, the expression of every member of the weapon refining sect changed immediately. What did you say? Not only have you belittled our crippled spirit weapons, you've even insulted Our Lady. Ling Yun was thoroughly enraged. If you continue to follow a person like her, you'll never receive a crippled spirit weapon in this lifetime. You dare to say that Our Lady is a good-for-nothing, then what about Gu Ruoyun? So what if she is the master of the 100 Herb Hall? She's only been lucky enough to find a few pills. If those pills were in my lady's hands, she would have become the leader of this mainland in 4 years. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 350, Gu Ruoyun's Fury, 6. Chapter 350, Gu Ruoyun's Fury, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A cold light flashed across Tianxiong's eyes and he laughed in spite of his anger. You and your lady are pretty compatible. One's a shameless old man, the other's a hypocritical and vile woman. TSK, it would be an insult to your thick skin if you both do not end up as husband and wife. Pu Chi. The crowd could not help but laugh when they heard this. So the Azure Dragon was saying that the lady of the weapon refining sect and this old man look compatible? Just one look at that woman's face and you could tell that she was absolutely furious. She couldn't hide it at all. Her originally beautiful and gentle features were now covered with a layer of frost, and if she were not conscious about maintaining her image, she would probably be screaming bloody murder by now. You *SS, you're looking for death. Ling Yun completely lost it. He charges towards Tianxiong in a flash, but Tianxiong's face remained unchanged. His handsome features carried a mocking smile. Go to hell. Ling Yun's eyes have now turned red. His rage will never be satisfied unless he kills this dragon. Ling Yun, stop. Wu Shan's expression changed as he thought, that idiot Ling Yun, so easily angered, this is going to be bad. But Wu Shan's words were of no use. Ling Yun did not hear him at all. All he knew was that he needed to claim the dragon's life with his blade. So he kept charging forward. Then, he noticed the smile on Tianxiong's face as he slowly opened his mouth. Both men were now very close to one another, so close that Ling Yun could feel Tianxiong's formidable power. Roar! The dragon's roar rang throughout heaven and earth. Ling Yun's expression froze as an azure light flashed and shot towards his body. Poor Ling Yun had tasted another onslaught of the mighty dragon's flames. He was further away during the previous attack, so he did not sustain any heavy injuries. Unfortunately, this time he was almost face to face with Tianxiong. The attack hit him head-on and he fell, crashing hard onto the ground. Hong Long. A great chasm, deeper than the earlier one, appeared on the ground. Ling Yun lay inside with his body twitching like a dead dog. Tianxiang slowly moved his line of sight to Wu Shan and smiled, and what about you? Do you want me to have a taste of your scrap metal? Hearing this, Wu Shan's face turned gloomy. That useless Ling Yun, he thought, if he'd controlled his anger, we could have taken the dragon down. Instead, he sent himself straight into the arms of death. Even with the help of the crippled spirit weapon, I cannot defeat him alone. Wu Shan began to contemplate and decided that no matter what, they can't allow these people to walk out of here alive today. Otherwise, it would be a nightmare for the weapon refining sect. Wu Shan was not like Ling Yun. He did not believe that Gu Ruoyun had reached this stage simply by relying on her luck. Perhaps her powers were not like her ladyship, but one should remember that her ladyship had grown to her current level from a very young age. She was also older than Gu Ruoyun by a few years. Gu Ruoyun was only a good-for-nothing level 2 in the Qi collection ranks 4 years ago. In 4 short years, she has reached the ranks of a martial king. What level of genius was she? Sparing her would be like nurturing a tiger and inviting calamity. She would certainly destroy the weapon refining sect single-handedly in the future. Seeing as they have already formed a deep grudge in her, they must cut out the weeds and eliminate the roots to prevent a future disaster. Wait. Just then, the silent Shiyun spoke sheepishly. She turned her head at Gu Ruoyun and smiled. Lady Gu, I've heard that your powers have grown formidable over the years. Perhaps you would be willing to fight me? If you lose, all your spiritual beasts will belong to the weapon refining sect. What do you say? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 351, The Fight, 1. Chapter 351, The Fight, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The entire Xiao family courtyard was in absolute silence. Everyone turned their heads towards Gu Ruoyun and waited for her answer. After all, the opponent was the lady of the weapon refining sect who has had the best upbringing imaginable since birth. Gu Ruoyun may be a genius, but when compared with the lady of the weapon refining sect, the distance was great indeed. However, under the gaze of the anxious crowd, Gu Ruoyun slowly stepped forward with calm eyes and asked emotionlessly, and if you were to lose? Hon. As if struck by lightning, everyone was stunned by Gu Ruoyun's words. What does she mean? They wondered. Could it be that she's accepting Shiyun's challenge? Besides, how could her opponent possibly lose? There's no way for her to lose as Shiyun has already reached the ranks of a martial king 4 years ago. Over the span of 4 years, she can only grow stronger. Shiyun was also stunned by Gu Ruoyun's words, but she quickly recovered and smiled. Lady Gu, you certainly have a lot of confidence in defeating me. Our weapon refining sect has always cherished talented individuals. If you have the capabilities, Lady Gu, should you defeat me, my weapon refining sect will not investigate the matter. This means that even if she lost, the only benefit that Gu Ruoyun will receive was that the weapon refining sect would not hold her responsible for her actions. Hearing this, Gu Ruoyun laughed. Lady Shiyun, this is a normal competition. Could it be that once you lose to me, the weapon refining sect will avenge you? How about this? If you lose, I want you to kneel before the Xia family and apologize politely. And you must denounce the shamelessness of the weapon refining sect to the world. Shiyun's expression changed greatly and a cold light flashed across her eyes. I cannot help but admire your courage, Lady Gu. However, our weapon refining sect has always served the citizens of the mainland. What do you mean by shameless? Of course, if I were to lose, my weapon refining sect will willingly accept your punishment. Even if you're simply issuing the punishment, we're willing to concede and admit defeat. As long as the citizens of the mainland understand our righteousness and selflessness, that would be enough. Shiyun's robes were as white as snow, her gentle and beautiful features held a determined and confident smile. Anyone who did not know the situation, after hearing her speech, would believe that she was the heroine who dared to act and was courageous enough to take responsibility for her actions, and that Gu Ruoyun was a selfish and malicious villain. Obviously, Lang Yanfeng was the kind of person who knew nothing about Shiyun. He was enraged as he saw how Gu Ruoyun had forced his beloved goddess into a corner. A layer of frost masked his handsome face, his eyes were like swords and a look of utter hatred hung upon his cold features. Gu Ruoyun, be it manners or powers, you are worlds apart from junior sister Shiyun. In this lifetime, you'll only ever be fit to look at her from behind. You'll never walk next to her, what more defeat her? Lang Yanfeng laughed coldly. This woman has certainly overestimated her abilities. Not only has she accepted junior sister Shiyun's challenge, she even dared to spout wild declarations. Anyone with a good pair of eyes can tell the vast difference between the two. Gu Ruoyun's face remained unchanged from the very beginning and she stared calmly at Shiyun. Let's go. Lady Gu, I don't want to fight you, but your growth over the years has made you into a savage. If this were to continue, it won't end well. I, Shiryun, have always treasured talented individuals and cannot bear your premature end. So, I want you to understand that there are many geniuses in the mainland, you are not all that great. Shiryun's white robes fluttered, she looked like a fairy and was so beautiful that it was stifling. She remained smiling kindly from the very beginning as if she was always so warm and gentle to everyone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 352, The Fight 2. Chapter 352, The Fight 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Lady Gu. Xia Zishi wrinkled his brows as he asked worriedly, "This battle, are you certain of the outcome?" Gu Ruoyun smiled, "Can I say that I'm not? However, I must win this for your sake and mine." She and Shiryun were long due for a fight, it was almost as if it had been determined by fate. She must face this today no matter what. Otherwise, she would never be able to become powerful cultivator. Just as Xia Zishi was about to reply, he heard an elderly voice from behind him. "Sheer, let's wait and see." "Father?" Xia Zishi turned his head in astonishment to find Master Xia's elderly face. "Your body." Cough, cough, Master Xia smiled weakly, "I'm much better now." "Sheer, this little girl possesses something that no one else has, willpower. To be more precise, it is the kind of willpower with a strong passion. She is destined to walk a path that no ordinary person can take." "Willpower?" Xia Zishi stared blankly at the young girl. "I only know that Lady Gu has the power to calm a person's worries. It's the kind of power that allows anyone to feel as if nothing bad could happen as long as she was around." "Father, I do not know how you and Lady Gu are connected and neither do I know when they were acquainted. But I have a feeling that Lady Gu's reasons for coming to the Xia family home and for saving my life were for your sake. You was certainly very fortunate to have met her." Gu Ruoyun stepped forward lightly, a calm light shone upon her delicate features. "Hua!" Shiryun suddenly walked towards her and fully displayed the coercion from her body. Upon feeling the infinite pressure, everyone's faces changed. They cried out in amazement. A martial emperor? How could this be? Shiryun was so young, how could she have reached the ranks of martial emperors so quickly? Shiryun should be around 20 years of age, yet she has already become a martial emperor. If news of such a gift were to get out, even the three great authorities of the mainland would be shocked. In this entire mainland, besides the late Gu Tian, they've only ever heard of a mysterious disciple of the Honorable Sir Tianqi who had such a gift. Now Shiryun had turned out to have this level of ability. Even Master Xia's face turned gloomy. He knew that Shiryun was powerfully gifted, but he had only expected for her to have broken through to the rank of a high-level martial king. Instead, she had unexpectedly become a martial emperor. It's no wonder that the elderly Wu Shan and Ling Yun would listen to her commands. Lan Yanfeng glanced at Gu Ruoyun and said, "Gu Ruoyun, you've seen junior sister Shiryun's power for yourself. It's still not too late for you if you wish to surrender." "Surrender?" Gu Ruoyun smiled calmly. Her serene gaze remained on the young woman in white before her. She curled her lips into a smile. "I, Gu Ruoyun, would never lower my head to anyone. If it's a fight she wants, then I shall accompany her until the end." Lan Yanfeng felt complicated upon seeing the young girl's calm and collected manner. The helpless and weak young girl from before has certainly changed over the course of 4 years. She has become so strong, so dazzling, thought Lan Yanfeng. Sadly, regardless of how outstanding she has become, she shall meet her end today. It's her fault for provoking junior sister Shiryun. "Draw your weapon." Shiryun raised her eyebrows and smiled, her tone of voice remained gentle as if she felt no anger towards her opponent's provocation. Her expression glowed with a gentle light. "Lady Gu, I've long waited for our battle, for I've known of your attitude since a long time ago. No matter how powerful I am, you have refused to concede. As such, let us now end our grudge. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 353, The Fight 3. Chapter 353, The Fight 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun frowned lightly. Even she had not anticipated for Shiryun to have broken through to the ranks of martial emperor. But even so, she must win this fight. She must not lose. Gu Ruoyun's expression slowly turned serious at the thought. "Since you said it, then I'll have to give it my all. Shiryun, your weapon refining sect had long posed as a righteous and prestigious family, yet you've harmed so many people for the sake of your own selfish needs. You've sacrificed so many for the sake of your power, and in order to expand their forces, the weapon refining sect was now asking for the surrender of Heaven City. Furthermore, you've caused Yor to fall off a cliff, his whereabouts are now unknown. She felt a sharp pain in her heart and slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, a murderous intent radiated from her pupils, blazing with the flames of fury. It doesn't matter what you want to do, or how many people you wish to harm. That has nothing to do with me. But you're to blame for Yor's disappearance. Hence, you must pay the price. The young girl stepped forward, and slowly raised her hand. Then, a sword with glittering white light appeared in her grasp. At the same time, an aura that did not belong to Gu Ruoyun erupted. It seemed to be one level higher than her own. Hon. Shiryun stumbled back, her beautiful eyes stared in amazement at the long sword in Gu Ruoyun's hand. This is a spiritual weapon. That's right, she thought, that's definitely a spiritual weapon. And it seems that it was not from a lower rank. It was, at the very least, a middle-class spiritual weapon. Lady Gu, Shiryun's smile suddenly grew cold and her eyes sharpened. She stared at Gu Ruoyun as if she had caught a little thief and spoke coldly. I've always believed that you were a genius, but in reality, you're nothing but a hoodlum who imitates dogs and steals chickens. Some time ago, my father's spiritual weapon was stolen by a thief. I never suspected that it would be you. This time, you've been caught red-handed. What do you have to say for yourself? Everyone in the weapon refining sect knew that the master had a low-class spiritual weapon, but no one has ever seen it before. So when Shiryun accused Gu Ruoyun of the theft, they thoroughly believed her. Only Shiryun herself would know that when compared with a low-class spiritual weapon, the blade on Gu Ruoyun's hands was far more powerful. However, in accordance with the weapon refining sect's usual style, she wanted to claim the spiritual weapon with a true story. So there should be a basis for her claim. Luckily, someone had indeed infiltrated the weapon refining sect and stolen her father's weapon. Hence, she used this to concoct her story. Lang Yanfeng laughed softly, and spoke with disdain. It seems that the daughter of Gu Tian herself is actually a hoodlum who imitates dogs and steals chickens. She would even go to the extent of a petty crime. You would also show off your stolen goods in front of junior sister Shiryun. What do you have to say for yourself now? Gu Ruoyun calmly raised her lips. You say that this spiritual weapon belongs to the weapon refining sect. Do you have proof of that statement? Lady Gu, Shiryun smiled serenely. Everyone knew that my father's spiritual weapon was stolen a few months ago, and now you've drawn a spiritual weapon. If this did not belong to my father, where did it come from? Has anyone ever seen you using a spiritual weapon before? Besides, I've seen my father's weapon, so I can confirm that this was the very same spiritual weapon that he had lost. Upon hearing Shiryun's words, the crowd exploded into endless chatter. The members of the weapon refining sect all stared at Gu Ruoyun with disdain. They never imagined that the young master of the 100 Herb Hall would turn out to be a thief. Now they were assuming that the many pills she had were all stolen from somewhere else. Otherwise, how could a good-for-nothing like her be so lucky to obtain so many treasures? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 354, The Fight, 4. Chapter 354, The Fight, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You're certain that this weapon is the exact one that was stolen? Gu Ruoyun stared at Shiryun with a half-smile playing on her lips. Lady Gu, you've asked a question despite already knowing the answer. Shiryun stepped forward and released a wave of coercion. Then, a violent storm began to engulf the Xia family courtyard. This spiritual weapon belongs to my weapon refining sect. As the lady of the weapon refining sect, I shall take it back today. Hon. As she spoke, a berserk tornado of dust formed in front of her. It flew towards Gu Ruoyun at top speed. Then, the dust began to fill the heavens, covering the azure skies. Gu Ruoyun was unable to clearly make out the situation in front of her. Suddenly winds rose from behind her. She quickly turned around, grabbed her longsword and blocked the sudden attack. The sheer force of the attack numbed her hand and caused a deep gash. Blood dripped slowly from her open wound. Despite using a high-class spiritual weapon, she was still one level away from a martial emperor, and it would not be easy for her to surpass that. Lady Gu, it's still not too late. After the dust storm, Shiryun's soft and gentle voice rang aloud. As long as you surrender and pledge your allegiance to the weapon refining sect, I will exempt you from your punishment for theft and award you with a prestigious position. Anyone ignorant of the situation would believe that Shiryun was truly a merciful and good person who repays with kindness. However, only Gu Ruoyun knew that this woman was only concerned with obtaining her spiritual force. If she were to submit to the weapon refining sect, she would certainly become nourishment for Shiryun, sacrificing herself for a supposedly virtuous cause. But was Gu Ruoyun a passive person? No. She will not lose to Shiryun, no matter what. Hong, dot. The longsword shone brightly, and in a moment a small smile appeared on the girl's clear and cold eyes. She raised her sword and charged quickly towards Shi Yun, and both weapons clashed against one another. The great turbulence destroyed Gu Ruoyun's sleeve, and blood began to trickle down her wrist. Gu Ruoyun of the 100 Herb Hall was still no match for a martial emperor. Her current level and strength was too far off from Shi Yun's. In Heaven City, a family elder shook his head as he sighed. They were all like grasshoppers on the same rope. Naturally, they hoped that Gu Ruoyun would win, but talking was easy after all. The opponent was not only a young genius but a martial emperor too. No, did you see that? The attack may have caused injuries, but she managed to force Shi Yun a few steps back. The one who had spoken was, impressively, the leader of the powers of Heaven City, Ba Zhentian. He was now fully focused on observing the match, and he wrinkled his brow as if he had just thought of something. Hearing his words, everyone else began to realize this as well. Shi Yun had indeed been forced into a retreat. She was only a martial king, which was like a mere grain of sand compared to a martial emperor, they thought in unison. However, she had managed to force her martial emperor opponent into retreat? Just how perverse was this girl? Ba Zhentian relaxed his brow and smiled. I've had the pleasure of meeting Lady Gu once, and I already knew that she wasn't someone who should be taken lightly even 4 years ago. Do any of you know what level she was at? She was only a good-for-nothing, still stuck at level 2 in the Chi collection ranks. Everyone in Azure Dragon Country knew this. But she had managed to grow to such a degree in such a short time. Shi Yun was indeed a genius, but her success stemmed from 10 years of hard work. Yet Gu Ruoyun achieved that in only 4 years. If she had a bit more time, surpassing Shi Yun would not have been a problem, but... Ba Zhentian paused as his gaze slowly turned somber. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 355, The Fight, 5. Chapter 355, The Fight, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. But she had accepted Shi Yun's challenge. Honestly, no one can be sure if she will be victorious or not even herself. If she were to succeed, she would still have a long journey ahead. If she were to lose, then I'm afraid that this little girl will be destroyed, and this incident will cast her into a deep pit forever. Hence, be it whether she is truly a genius or a good-for-nothing, it all depends on this very battle. However, he was anticipating many more surprises from this young girl. Tianqiang hovered in the skies as his commanding gaze stared coldly at the humans before him. He did not care about the agreements made before the battle. Once his master was in danger, he would break the rules and willingly endure the spittle of 10,000 people. He would never allow any harm to come to his beloved master. In the courtyard, Shi Yun clutched the sword in her hand. Her originally gentle and beautiful face was now covered with a layer of frost. Her alluring eyes stared coldly at Gu Ruoyun. She had been forced to retreat. In front of the eyes of the crowd, a martial king had made her retreat. This was hard for her deeply egotistical self to bear. Lady Gu, Shi Yun smiled, it was a little slippery, so I accidentally stumbled. Now the real fight will begin. I hope you're prepared to endure the attacks. Hua! Just as she spoke, the weapon refining sect suddenly exploded into a lively debate. Mother of... What did the Xia family do? They'd put too much wax on the floor? I actually thought that woman had forced her ladyship to retreat. Haha, how could this be? She's only a merchant of the secular world. How could she be compared to the lady of the weapon refining sect? Our lady was a true genius and the savior of many heroes on the mainland. What does she have? TSK, look at the blood trickling down her wrist. I reckon she has been crippled by Our Lady. Everyone was filled with ridicule and disdain. In their eyes, Gu Ruoyun could never defeat Shi Yun. Both sides were much too far apart. One was merely a martial king and the other was a martial emperor. There was no suspense in this battle. Lady Gu, I wonder if you can endure my next move. Shi Yun recomposed the chill in her eyes and smiled calmly. Then, without another word, she quickly launched another attack. She was so fast it was like a swift wind had come and gone in a flash. The attack was so quick that the crowd had only been able to make out the quick flash of a white figure. But then, everyone saw something totally unbelievable. Roar! The loud roar of a dragon rang from Gu Ruoyun's longsword and the entire courtyard trembled. Next, the pale dragon, who had initially been lying quietly within the long sword, emerged in a flash of light. His large body was like a great mountain and charged towards Shi Yun. This was a legendary sword spirit? No. Impossible, a low-class spiritual weapon could not possibly contain a weapon spirit. Only a high-class spiritual weapon would contain a weapon spirit. Heavens, her spiritual weapon was actually from a higher class. Didn't her ladyship claim that she had stolen the master's weapon? Cried one weapon refining sect protector in shock. Everyone turned their gaze towards Shiryun as if they were waiting for an explanation. Shiryun's face changed. Besides the difference in power between a middle-class and low-class spiritual weapon, everything else was pretty much the same. But she did not expect that Gu Ruoyun's spiritual weapon to turn out to be from a higher class. If the news of this high-class spiritual weapon were to get out, even the three great authorities will be shaken. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 356, The Fight, 6. Chapter 356, The Fight, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Didn't you say that this spiritual weapon had belonged to your weapon refining sect? Noticing the look on Shiryun's face, Xia Zishi smirked. Only, I get the feeling that you've never really seen your own father's weapon, Lady Shiryun. To simply claim that any random spiritual weapon was stolen property belonging to the weapon refining sect, TSK. If that's the case, you should have just said that every treasure in the mainland belonged to your weapon refining sect. Anyone could hear the obvious disdain in Xia Zishi's tone. They began to look differently at Shiryun. Even the disciples of the weapon refining sect looked a little doubtful. Humph. Lang Yanfeng scoffed. His cold face was filled with arrogance. The many weapons in the world are not very much different from one another. The fact that junior sister Shiryun had made a mistake gives little room for criticism. You have no cause to latch onto this matter. Knowing junior sister Shiryun's personality, it was beneath your dignity to shift the blame onto her. Shiryun remained silent. The more she looked at Gu Ruoyun, the colder her gaze became. It now carried a murderous intent that she could not conceal. If her initial goal in killing her was because of Qian Beiyi, now, simply based on the fact that this woman had humiliated her, she must die, but... That's right, Shiryun put all of the blame on Gu Ruoyun. Had she shown the true power of the high-class spiritual weapon earlier on, she would not have been humiliated in front of all these people. A cold smile appeared on Shiryun's gentle and beautiful face at the thought of this. Lady Gu, now, allow me to understand the power of this high-class spiritual weapon. Hon. A strong, crushing aura that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas erupted, so strong that people found it hard to breathe. Shiryun glided forward slowly and gracefully. A cold light flashed on the double-edged silver sword in her hand. Look out, Lady Gu. Xia Zishi's chest tightened, and before he could finish speaking, he saw Shiryun's figure turn into a mirage. It was so quick that it was soon impossible to track her movements. All they could see was a white figure which was constantly moving. Gu Ruoyun's face was now full of intense concentration as her cold eyes watched the figure surround her. Then, she finally made her move. Roar! A loud dragon's roar rang from inside the long sword, and a white light charged fiercely towards one of the mirages. Just as the white pale dragon was about to slam against the mirage, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. Gu Ruoyun, you have no father nor a mother. Allow me to teach you some manners in your parents' place. All of a sudden, a cold voice sounded from above Gu Ruoyun's head. Just as she raised her head, she saw a silver double-edged sword piercing towards her from above. The silver light from the sword shot towards Gu Ruoyun's head. Everyone could feel a thick, clear murderous intent. She was too fast and Gu Ruoyun was unable to dodge the attack in time. She could only raise her longsword in one quick move, resulting in a loud crash. The strong aura from both blades erupted and destroyed all the trees in the surrounding area. Not an inch of land had been spared. Gu Ruoyun had stumbled quite a distance back and left a deep gorge on the ground. A strong bitterness filled her throat, and in the end, she forced herself to swallow the fresh blood that was rushing to spill out from her mouth. Her lips curled into a calm smile. A martial emperor, yet that's all you can do? Shiryun's eyes were clouded with gloom. She did not think that Gu Ruoyun would be able to withstand her attack. Even with the help of the high-class spirit weapon, her ability to defend against her attack was also related to her innate power. If I do not get rid of this girl today, thought Shiryun, a great misfortune will befall us all one day. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 357, The Fight, 7. Chapter 357, The Fight, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun, Shiryun smiled lightly as she stood in midair. Her white robes fluttered in the wind and she looked like a fairy from a painting. It goes without saying that you're indeed a rare genius. But unfortunately, at such a young age, you could not differentiate between right and wrong. Not only did you refuse to serve the mainland, you've associated yourself with the minority. We came to Heaven City with the sole purpose of capturing you. If anyone was to blame for Heaven City's misfortune, it's you. Gu Ruoyun smiled coldly and disdainfully. What? You failed in your scheme to frame me, so you're now randomly accusing me of crimes to give your weapon refining sect the right to kill me? If you wanted to kill me so much, then by all means, go ahead and try. Why should there a need for so many reasons? You're even finding excuses for your own greed. Gu Ruoyun, are you still trying to shove false arguments down our throats? Shiryun's smile slowly disappeared and she scoffed coldly. I received this information after years of investigation. For the sake of peace and safety on the mainland, I will not let you off today no matter what. Furthermore, you've killed so many people. You've long carried a great sin. If you aren't killed today, many more innocent lives will die by your hand in the future. I cannot bear it. Hence, I must exterminate you. Hua! Shiryun pierced through the void again. The cold light from her silver sword flashed across Gu Ruoyun's face. Gu Ruoyun's mind stirred. She narrowly dodged the strike and slammed her hand at Shiryun's chest. Shiryun reacted at the same time, blocking Gu Ruoyun's sudden attack. Pang! The earth quaked and the mountains shook as both palms clashed. Gu Ruoyun quickly jabbed her sword into the ground to stabilize her posture. She clutched her numbed hand and raised her head towards Shiryun. Her cold eyes were focused entirely on the woman in white. Gu Ruoyun, your powers were lacking. You're no match for me. Besides, you don't have to search for little Master Xia anymore. The Xia family will belong to the weapon refining sect sooner or later. As for the little Master Xia, he's long been imprisoned by my weapon refining sect. Take my advice, cease your resistance obediently and admit that this spiritual weapon truly belonged to my weapon refining sect. Or else you will never see him again. At this moment, a sound rang from within Gu Ruoyun's soul, causing her initially clear and cold eyes to slowly turn blood red. She glared fiercely at Shiryun's faintly smiling face. As the voice had come from Gu Ruoyun's soul, only she could hear it. What did you say? Gu Ruoyun slowly rose as a cold light covered her delicate and pretty face. If you have harmed a single hair on yours head, not even the entire weapon refining sect's death would be enough to pay this debt. Shiryun looked astonished and innocent as if she was ignorant of Gu Ruoyun's meaning. Hon! Every bit of aura burst from within Gu Ruoyun's body. She slowly closed her eyes as all kinds of memories from her past life flashed across her mind in slow motion. I once swore that I will not allow any harm to come to you in this life. If anyone dared to touch you, I will make their entire clan accompany you in death. Then, she opened her eyes and a glare filled with a murderous intent shot towards Shiryun. She spoke slowly. Shiryun, your biggest mistake was using Yor as a means to threaten me. You say that the weapon refining sect has captured you or so. I will kill every single one of you and bring him home. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 358, The Fight, 8. Chapter 358, The Fight, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The young girl stood tall with her sleeves flapping in the violent wind. When she spoke, her voice was calm and did not tremble, but everyone could hear the ferocity in her tone. Then, she stepped forward. She gripped her long sword and the white pale dragon seemed to move. A cruel light shone in his sharp cold eyes. Just as Gu Ruoyun pierced upwards into the sky, a strong hurricane tore through the ground and destroyed the front walls. Gu Ruoyun, since you insist on resisting, don't blame me for being rude. Shiryun's body flashed like the wind and reached Gu Ruoyun in a split second. Then, everyone witnessed an unforgettable scene. Under the violent storm, Shiryun's sword was aimed fiercely at Gu Ruoyun. Her face had completely lost its initial gentleness, her beautiful features were completely cold. Kill her. She thought. Once she's dead, Shen Beiyi will return to my side. Shiryun no longer cared about hiding her strong hatred, and an infinite amount of murderous intent erupted into every direction, clouding the entire Xia family courtyard with smoke and dispute. Pang! Pang, pong, pang. Dust flew everywhere, blurring out Gu Ruoyun's emotionless expression. She raised her sword to defend herself, blocking her opponent's increasingly violent attacks. Lady Gu. Xia Zishi felt a tight grip on his heart and his gaze filled with anxiety. If this were to continue, it would be disastrous for Lady Gu. But no matter how strong the attacks were, Gu Ruoyun never faltered. The corners of her lips were fixed into a sneer as she stared disdainfully at Shiryun, who was gradually appearing less capable than she desired to be. One should know that every attack by a cultivator would deplete her spiritual strength. Once your spiritual strength has been drained, you will be slaughtered. Hence, Gu Ruoyun was waiting. waiting for the moment when Shiryun could no longer hold on. What's Lady Shiryun doing? Why doesn't she just finish her off? That's right, even if this woman does have a special spiritual weapon, Lady Shiryun was a martial emperor. The difference in power should suppress her greatly, so why was she wasting time and toying with this woman? The members of the weapon refining sect stared at Shiryun in confusion. They simply could not understand it. Why can't she just finish her off? Of course, no one knew that Shiryun was bitterly suffering in silence. She did not know what this woman had done, but she simply could not kill her. If she does not land the killing blow soon, Shiryun will be utterly humiliated. Her noble and virtuous self could not bear this thought. Viciousness gripped Shiryun's heart and she stumbled violently back before gathering a strong force from within her. It was powerful enough to destroy everything in sight. Guru Oyen, I wanted to give you a chance to confess your mistakes, so I did not deliver your killing blow. Since you insist on persisting willfully, then I have no choice but to eliminate this public threat. Even at a time like this, Shiryun was still adamant on saving her pride. She refused to let anyone know that she has not been able to kill this woman. This time, she was going to throw caution to the wind and gather all her power from within. With this blow, Guru Oyun would surely be killed. This was the only way for her to recover her prestige. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 359, The Fight, 9. Chapter 359, The Fight, 9. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Hon. The skies suddenly turned dark as a storm started to form. Shiryun stood beneath the gray skies. Her endless power had turned into a formidable hurricane, attacking with loud rumbles. She charged towards Guru Oyun, leaving no room for resistance, and slammed into her body, sending it flying a few meters away. Pang! Guru Oyun slammed into a wall and fell limply onto the ground. Blood spilled out from her mouth, staining the ground before her. Ha, I told you so. How could it be possible that her ladyship would be unable to defeat a martial king? She was merely being merciful and wanted to give Guru Oyun a chance. Who would have guessed that she did not value it and thoroughly angered her ladyship instead? The disciples of the weapon refining sect laughed. Lady Shiryun was a strong heroine in their hearts. No one in the younger generation could defeat Lady Shiryun. Now look, Guru Oyun, who was considered a genius by all in the mainland, has she not been defeated, our Lady Shiryun? But soon, the disciples' laughter suddenly became stuck in their throats. Their expressions stiffened. So, that's all a dignified martial emperor can do. The young girl's voice was soft, but everyone heard it distinctively. The disciples stared at the young girl as she crawled up from the floor. Their faces were twisted in an ugly expression as they cried out in shock, How? How was this possible? She's only an insignificant martial king. After being hit by such a strong attack from Lady Shiryun, how could she not be dead? Was this fellow an immortal cockroach? The young girl's clothes looked poor and shabby under the violent winds. Her face was covered in a layer of dust and she looked like a particularly pathetic figure. She didn't die, she's actually not dead. Impossible, how is she still alive? Shiryun was shaken at the sight of this. She screamed and her ugly expression was particularly terrifying as she stared dead on at Guru Oyun. Why are you not dead? Why? Guru Oyun smiled as she slowly walked towards Shiryun. A dragon's roar rang from her longsword amidst the screaming winds, shaking the hearts of everyone present. Where is your? The young girl's clear and cold voice slowly entered Shiryun's consciousness, causing her to regain her composure. She sneered, then used her soul to speak. Guru Oyun, I've told you. Xia Linyu is now in the hands of our weapon refining sect. If you have no qualms about allowing me to kill you in front of everyone else, I'll let him go. Otherwise, I will have his heart and lungs dug out from his body, and whip his corpse for 100 days. Pang. Guru Oyun stepped savagely onto Shiryun's body and stared at her emotionlessly. You think that you have the right to discuss conditions with me? Give her back to me or I wouldn't mind giving you a taste of having your heart and lungs dug out from your body. She then drew her sword and pointed the sharp end of the blade at Shiryun's chest before asking coldly, Talk, where is your? Stop. Hon. Elder Wushan was exploding with rage. The aura in his entire body began to stir, but he did not dare make his move in front of the Azure Dragon. He could only stare gloomily at Guru Oyun's cold exterior. Guru Oyun, you could not defeat my lady by force, so you depleted her spiritual power on purpose. How could this be considered a skill? Guru Oyun glanced calmly at him. I stood still and allowed her to kill me, yet that wasn't good enough? She could not kill me, so that proves that her powers were lacking. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 360, The Fight, 10. Chapter 360, The Fight, 10. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Exactly. Gu Ruoyun had not retaliated from the very beginning, allowing Shiryun to kill her. But Shiryun's powers were far too weak and was unable to land the killing blow, yet he was still blaming it on Gu Ruoyun? Soon, every powerful force in Heaven City was staring at the weapon refining sect with disdain. They've seen shamelessness before, but not to this degree. Lady Gu may have used a technique to deplete her opponent's energy in battle, but was it really her fault that Shiryun was incapable of killing her? You. Elder Wushan suppressed his fiery rage and replied her coldly, Gu Ruoyun, you should know the position of the weapon refining sect in the mainland, especially the preference we receive from the three great authorities. If you kill Our Lady, the three great authorities will never let you off lightly. Gu Ruoyun laughed coldly and drove her foot further into Shiryun's body. The sound of ribs breaking could be heard. The weapon refining sect had acted against the Xia family first. If the three great authorities were unable to differentiate between right and wrong, then they are nothing but a bunch of hypocrites. Just then, a loud laugh rang from the heavens. Ha, little girl, you're certainly like a newborn calf unafraid of the tiger. I'm afraid only you would be so bold as to accuse our three great authorities of being hypocrites. Shwa, 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 dot. Several elderly figures appeared from the sky with a flash, and Master Xia, who had remained calm and collected from the beginning, suddenly lost his composure. His voice trembled as he said, It's the people from the immortal realm. The borderlands of the three great authorities were divided into three great powers, the immortal realm, the courts of hell, and the spirit sect. However, between the three powers, only the immortal realm seemed to particularly enjoy meddling in other people's business. Sometimes, they really did not differentiate between right and wrong. That's right. We are from the immortal realm. A white-robed elder smiled kindly as his gaze swept through the crowd, landing on Gu Ruoyun. He spoke warmly, Little girl, on account of the immortal realm, could you let the weapon refining sect go? As the saying goes, if revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? Why not requite evil with good? I believe that your opponent will be very grateful towards your decision. Gu Ruoyun's expression was growing colder by the second, but she did not remove her leg. She stared at the white-robed elder emotionlessly. I, Gu Ruoyun, have never recognized the meaning of having to requite evil with good. I will only requite injury with more injury. If you're asking me to let them off, then wouldn't Master Xia's suffering have been in vain? And Xia Linyu would have fallen off a cliff for nothing? Even now, it was still unclear whether he lives or not. The white-robed elder wrinkled his brows and glanced at Master Xia. He retained his warm manner of speaking. Even if the weapon refining sect was in the wrong, those who have been injured were already injured, and those who were lost will remain lost. Little girl, what's the point in holding on to this matter and refusing to let it go? The weapon refining sect have a large role to play in the wars on this mainland, and Lady Shiryun is a rare genius. If you were to kill them, you will become a criminal on this mainland and your name will go down in history for infamy. Are you sure you want to do this? Gu Ruoyun flashed him a smile filled with mockery and disdain. But most of all, it was filled with determination. What do the matters of the mainland have to do with me? I only protect those who matter to me. The livelihood of anyone else has nothing to do with me. Furthermore, if the loss of one weapon refining sect would collapse the mainland, then the number of incompetent people in this mainland were far too many. Your three great authorities is also useless. I don't care who comes here today, Shiryun must die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 361, Surprisingly, It's Him, 1. Chapter 361, Surprisingly, It's Him, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ha ha. The white-robed elder laughed in spite of his anger. He then put his hands behind his back and his eyes lost their initial warmth, they now held the light of a fiery rage. Little girl, I see that you are also a genius. If you were to serve the mainland, you would certainly win success, recognition, and be highly revered among the people of the mainland. Yet for the sake of your selfish needs, you would carelessly cast aside the mainland. From what I've heard, Xia Linyu has not even reached the rank of a martial king. Hence, even if there were 100 of him, he would still be no match for a martial king of the weapon refining sect. Hon. A strong aura erupted from Gu Ruoyun's body as her lips curled into a cold smile, but, no matter how I look at it, even with the combined lives of the people of the mainland, it would not come close to his life. Ha ha. Little girl, you have such an evil nature at such a young age. If this were to continue, it would be disastrous for the mainland. As the patron saint of the mainland, we must destroy you before the disaster can arrive. In that instant, the elders in the air released their collective coercion from their bodies, suppressing everyone in sight and rendering them breathless. Little Goo Girl, these people are all martial emperors, especially the one who has just spoken. He is a high-level martial emperor. Despite the Azure Dragon's great power, he was no match for so many martial emperors. Furthermore, thought Master Xia, I'm still wounded. Even facing a low-level martial emperor would be difficult for me. Master Xia was deeply troubled at the thought. Perhaps, this time, the Xia family was truly in danger. Gu Ruoyun's expression turned serious. She knew that there's a vast difference in power between her abilities and those of her opponents. But if she were to let Yun go, Yor would remain in grave danger. She would only be able to ensure his safety when she is in her hands. Lord Bai, please save me. Yun's malevolence returned from silence. As long as the people of the immortal realm are around, Gu Ruoyun will die, this was without a doubt. The white-robed elder said nothing more. His indifferent gaze stared at Gu Ruoyun and he asked, I'll ask you one last time, are you really going to kill everyone in the weapon refining sect? Yes. Her answer was definite and it enraged the white-robed elder. Great, just great. Such impudence, even when faced with the people of the immortal realm, what audacity. Since that's the case, then I'll do as you wish. Hua! A gust of white wind flashed and the white-robed elder appeared in front of Gu Ruoyun. His eyes were completely devoid of his initial warmth, they were now filled with arrogance and malevolence. He aimed his palm violently towards her chest. Gu Girl! Master Xia's expression had thoroughly changed. He no longer cared about his wounds and rushed towards Gu Ruoyun. Unfortunately, they were both too far away, he could not save her from the white-robed elder in time. Hon! Just as he was about to give up all hope, a grim black figure, as sharp as an eagle, swooped in. He held out his hand and collided with the white-robed elder's palm, pushing Master Xia out of the way. Under the wild winds, dressed in black like an eagle of the night, the man's back was wide and steadfast. She didn't know why but Gu Ruoyun felt at peace. It's you? It was the masked man she had once met back in Azure Dragon Country. The man did not speak, his back faced Gu Ruoyun. His grim features were filled with murderous intent and underneath his black mask, he pursed his thin lips. His sharp, dark eyes stared coldly at the white-robed elder. The white-robed elder stared back in astonishment at the man who had appeared out of thin air. It seemed as if he was reflecting on something. Suddenly, he noticed something else and a fiery rage slowly built up within his very being. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 362, surprisingly, it's him, too. Chapter 362, surprisingly, it's him, too. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Shangxiao, it's you. So you've secretly left the spirit sect and have arrived in this place. Were you not afraid of the change in the structure of the spirit sect should those people know of your absence? You should know that there are many who are eyeing your position. The man's back shook, his black robes fluttered lightly under the strong winds and a complicated expression flashed across his stern face. Gu Shangxiao? Big brother? Gu Ruoyun was in a daze and stared at the man before her in astonishment. So this man who had once helped her was her elder brother whom she's yet to meet? The man placed his hand on his black mask and slowly pulled it off. He gently turned around and his grim features softened upon seeing the young girl behind him. However, most of his expression was filled with shame. Xiaoyun, I'm so sorry. I could not show myself to you because no one must know of my absence from the spirit sect. Hon. Gu Ruoyun felt as if her brain had been blown to bits. She stared blankly at the handsome face in front of her and memories of that face slowly emerged. She may not be the previous Gu Ruoyun but she still retained all of her memories. Hence, in her memories, this man would always look grim and stern in front of everyone else. Only when he was with her would he display a warm smile and every time she was bullied, he would protect her. He worked hard in his cultivation and entered the spirit sect all for the sake of achieving enough power to protect her. And in return, she had quietly endured her suffering after having grown up in order to not cause any trouble for her big brother. No wonder she had felt such a reassurance in his presence, no wonder he would come to her aid whenever she was in danger. This was because he was Gu Shangxiao, her older brother, whom she had relied on for life. Gu Shangxiao, how could it be him? Lan Yanfeng's face changed greatly as he tightly clenched his fist. Furthermore, it would seem that he's also at the level of a martial emperor, and even stronger than junior sister Yun. Years ago, thought Lan Yanfeng, this man was only slightly stronger than me. How had he progressed to such a degree in just a few short years? Moreover, based upon the Immortal Realm Elder's words, he seemed to have entered the spirit sect and now holds a prestigious position in it. No. I won't accept this. Last time, the weapon refining sect had chosen me because he had rejected them. That's why they turned their attention to me. But why are our differences so vast now, and how can I bear this? Xiao Yun, leave this to me. Don't worry. Then, Gu Shengxiao turned towards the people of the Immortal Realm. Compared with his earlier gentleness towards Gu Ruoyun, his eyes were now like ice and his features were devoid of emotion. The people of the Immortal Realm are certainly awe-inspiring. So many of you, making things difficult for a girl of over 10 years of age. He. The white-robed elder let out a low laugh. Gu Shengxiao, does your spirit sect plan on becoming great sinners of the mainland? This little girl was poisonous, selfish, and cold-hearted. She has caused harm to so many people for her own selfish reasons. The Immortal Realm shall rid the lands of this disaster in place of the heavens. Gu Shengxiao's eyes grew colder by the second, the lines on his handsome turned distinct and his thin lips curled into a chilling angle. He looked like a merciless, murderous god and was so cold that hearts were shaken. Seeing as the people of the Immortal Realm are so unreasonable, I have nothing more to say. However, if anyone from the Immortal Realm wishes to harm her, you'll have to do it over my dead body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 363, Xian Beiyi arrives, 1. Chapter 363, Xian Beiyi arrives, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. He did not care about righteousness or wickedness, neither was he concerned with the dignity of the men before him. All he knew was that the young girl behind him was a person who he must protect with all his might. If he couldn't even protect his own sister, then was the use of his abilities? Gu Ruoyun stared at the man's broad back and a warm current rushed through her heart. This was her big brother who would protect her, no matter what would happen. However, this has completely changed the way Master Xia and everyone else looked at her. No wonder she dared to look down upon the people from the Immortal Realm. She had the support of the spirit sect. Furthermore, based on the situation, it would seem that this man holds a pretty high position in the spirit sect. Ha ha. The white-robed elder laughed coldly and his initially kindly face was now filled with murderous intent. He spoke curtly, Gu Shengxiao, on account of the fact that you are a disciple of the spirit sect, I have no wish to hurt you. Yet you are determined to shield this demon woman who would commit any imaginable misdeed. Since that's the case, then I shall have to teach you a lesson in the place of the spirit sect. I'm certain that the old fart from the spirit sect would not say a word about this. As he spoke, the people who had been standing behind the white-robed elder made their move and surrounded Gu Shengxiao. The fight was about to begin. Gu Shengxiao frowned, his cold gaze swept across the old faces in front of him as a sharp light flashed across his eyes. The people of the Immortal Realm certainly enjoy using their strength in numbers. However, while everyone else was frightened of you, I, Gu Shengxiao, have never feared anyone from the Immortal Realm. Ha, good. I hope you can still say these words when we're done with you. The white-robed elder laughed in spite of his anger and a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Gu Shengxiao was indeed a genius. In fact, his gifts have drawn the envy of the people of the Immortal Realm. Many a time, they have even thought of infiltrating the spirit sect and destroying him. Otherwise, if he were to continue to progress, he would certainly become a threat to the Immortal Realm. Do not assume that relations between the Immortal Realm and the spirit sect are truly harmonious. This was only on the surface. This was because they had been on the same level in power, but ever since Gu Shengxiao had entered the spirit sect, nothing had remained the same. Yet the old man of the spirit sect had protected Gu Shengxiao too well, so well that they had absolutely no opportunity. But who would have guessed that Gu Shengxiao had secretly left the spirit sect? And the person in the spirit sect was actually his body decoy? It was he who provided the Immortal Realm with this opportunity, and they had a concrete reason for killing him now. After all, would the spirit sect revolt for the sake of one dead man? The murderous intent within the white-robed elder thickened at the thought of this. He sneered, all of you, get him. Capture this young man who has an exaggerated opinion of his own abilities and teach him some manners while you're at it. Shwa! Everyone attacked instantly. Several martial emperors pressed their coercion towards Gu Shengxiao. Even if Gu Shengxiao was more powerful now, he did not seem to look too good under the coercion of so many martial emperors. But he refused to show it, his handsome face remained grim and he gripped the sword in his hand, pursing his lips and raised his sharp eyebrows. Hua, hua, hua. The sharp end of each elder's sword flashed from all angles. They swung at Gu Shengxiao together, as if driving him to his grave. These people of the Immortal Realm are so damn shameless. That leader, the white-robed elder, was already a high-level martial emperor. Not only were they bullying someone of a younger generation and bullying the weak, they're using power play in numbers. This was simply too shameless. Master Xia stomped his foot angrily as he stared uneasily at the battle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 364, Xianbei arrives, 2. Chapter 364, Xianbei arrives, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the sky, the Azure Dragon roared loudly before charging down from above, joining the battle. However, even with his intervention, they were still badly outnumbered. Surrounded by so many people, Gu Shengxiao would not be able to hold on for very much longer. Yuner, I can hold them off for now, go now. Go? Staring at the man's tall and determined figure, Gu Ruoyun laughed bitterly. She was the cause behind this matter, how could she allow her big brother to foot the bill? She could not leave. Big brother, I won't leave. I won't let you face this danger alone. I'm the daughter of Gu Tian. Father's very name once shook the mainland. As his daughter, how can I retreat? Even if I were to leave, I must take Shi Yun with me. Obviously, the immortal realm will not allow me to take her away, but one was her little brother from her past life, with whom she was mutually dependent for life. The other was her big brother in her present life, who would protect her with his life. They were both extremely important to her, how could she abandon them? Go! Yuner, hurry up and leave. You are my one and only sister, consider it my plea to you. Go! Gu Shengxiao blocked an attack with his sword and cried out to the young girl without even turning his head. The white-robed elder overheard Gu Shengxiao's words and his expression sunk, trying to get away? It won't be that east. No one is allowed to leave today. Shua! Once he had finished speaking, the white-robed elder shot towards Gu Ruoyun like a bolt of lightning, aiming his green longsword at her shoulder. Gu Ruoyun was now extremely weak from enduring Shi Yun's countless attacks, she had no strength to dodge the attack. Pu Chi, dot. The sound of a sword piercing through a human's body was absolutely striking, like a drop of water sharply rousing Gu Ruoyun's heart. The man's black robes looked as mysterious as the night sky. His large hand gripped the elder's green sword tightly and fresh blood began to trickle from the palm of his hand onto the ground, dyeing the surface in red. The sharp edge of the sword pierced deep into the man's chest, soaking his clothes with blood. But, since the beginning, the man did not even grimace. He only gripped the blade tightly with his large hands and forcefully pulled it out of him. Fresh blood spurted from his wound and Gu Shengxiao clutched his chest tightly. But he remained steadfast, he did not stumble, not even a single step. Go, all of you, take her and go. Leave immediately. His voice was muffled and hoarse again, but no one could blame the urgency in his manner. But just as he spoke, he was pulled back into battle again. Yen, kill them all. Kill every single person from the immortal realm. Gu Ruoyun's gaze fell upon Gu Shengxiao's wound as her eyes stared coldly at Gu Shengxiao's attackers. In that moment, the murderous intent in her heart thickened with a raging fire. Shua! Just as she spoke, a little red animal appeared in front of Gu Ruoyun. It had one red eye and one green eye, giving off an indescribably strange appearance. However, that little thing did not make a move. It pouted as it watched both sides who were locked in battle with contempt. He may have agreed to her contract, but he never intended to fight for her. Furthermore, this woman had used that Phoenix to force him into it, and now that Phoenix has entered into a deep slumber. Why should he fear her? She wants me to help her in a fight? Impossible, dot. Yen, did you not hear what I said? I want you to kill every member of the immortal realm. Gu Ruoyun suppressed her anger and glared coldly at the little fellow who was yawning as it lay on the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 365, Xianbei arrives, 3. Chapter 365, Xianbei arrives, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yen laughed mockingly and thought, if you want me to help you, you'll have to beg me. She merely a low, petty human, why should I help her? Especially since this human was only a tiny little martial king. She may have been lucky enough to make a dragon surrender to her, but this mere quality does not change my hatred towards humans. Long ago, it was because of those cunning, despicable humans that my kind was now extinct. Only I have managed to survive through sheer luck. I hate all humans. Except for that person, I agreed to the contract in order to save my own life. That doesn't mean that I would have to serve her wholeheartedly. Yen, you're really not going to help? Gu Ruoyun stared straight at Yen as fury erupted from her cold, clear gaze. Great, just great. You are certainly very powerful, but I do not accept anyone who is of no help to me. Since that's the case, once this has been settled, I'll grant you your freedom. But don't you regret it? Yen didn't know why, but as he saw the way Gu Ruoyun looked at him, he felt a sense of panic. But once he thought of everything that humans have done to him in the past, his heart would turn vicious again. He turned away and did not look at Gu Ruoyun again. Master! Just then, the Azure Dragon turned around and saw Gu Ruoyun holding a stone in her hand before she swallowed it without any warning. His heart shook and a wave of panic suddenly erupted from within. He yelled, "Don't do it, Master, you cannot eat that. You'll explode." The Holy Spirit Stone was a crystal formed from in depths of Holy Spirit water. Its properties were extremely effective. Even a martial emperor could easily explode and die upon consuming a stone. It hurts, she thought. In that instant, Gu Ruoyun felt great power overflowing in her body. It charged fiercely through her entire system as if it was trying to burst through every channel. She did not know what she looked like now, but she could imagine her utterly terrifying state. In a time like this, the noise of the world outside seemed to disappear. Even the loud roar of the Azure Dragon felt more the sound of a mosquito or a fly, buzzing by her ear. Yen was stunned. He stared at Gu Ruoyun in a daze. This woman couldn't possibly be ignorant of the immense power of the Holy Spirit Stone, so why would she use it all for the sake of increasing her power in saving that man? Suddenly, Yen remembered the incident on Heaven Mountain where she had completely disregarded her own safety in order to protect her subordinate. This was no different. Based on his impression, humans have always been selfish, cunning, and sinister. They would willingly murder their own siblings for the sake of power. He has never met a human who would willingly give up her life for others. Even the person who had saved all the spirit beasts in the spiritual beast mountain range years ago had wanted to unify all the races and present them as a gift to a woman. He certainly did not do it out of pity. Could it be that I've been wrong all these years? This was the first time that Yen doubted his principles, which he had always considered to be 100% precise. It was because of these principles that he had ended up slaughtering many humans without a twinge of guilt, because those hateful humans deserved to die. Yuner! Gu Shengxiao quickly turned around upon hearing the Azure Dragon's cry and nearly fumbled his sword in shock. Without a second thought, he charged towards the young girl and held her tightly in his arms. Yuner, what happened to you? Don't scare me like that, wake up, Yuner. He held the young girl, his flesh and blood, tightly in his arms, trying desperately to awaken her. However, the young girl's eyes remained firmly closed, her eyebrows were pinched in pain as if she did not hear the man's urgent voice. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 366, Xian Bei Yi arrives, 4. Chapter 366, Xian Bei Yi arrives, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. He watched as the young girl's skin slowly began to split open. Gu Shengxiao held her even tighter, terrified that if he should let go, the person in his arms would be torn into pieces. Yuner, please don't scare me. If you leave, what should I do? Even if I were to become the #1 cultivator in the world, what use would it be without you? Once, many people detested you and abandoned you, but you are my entire world. If you disappear, how can I live on? Yuner, if you die, I swear that I will annihilate the immortal realm. I don't care if I destroy the entire mainland in the process. If you don't want me to commit this great sin, I beg of you, wake up, please? As he spoke, Gu Shengxiao's voice was solemn and filled with a desire to kill. But upon the final part of his speech, his voice trembled and was filled with fear. He was terrified of losing his only sister. She has long been his world all these years. How will he live if his world was destroyed? Just as Gu Shengxiao held Gu Ruoyun tightly in his arms, a powerful aura appeared from the sky. Suddenly, he felt an empty space between his embrace and the girl was snatched away from his arms. In that instant, a strong murderous intent burst from Gu Shengxiao's gaze. But just as he was about to act, a cold, eerie, and bloodthirsty voice sounded from in front of him. The voice had a kind of somber quality that sounded as if its owner came from the very gates of hell. Who did this to her? A head full of silvery hair danced wildly in the violent winds. The man's robes were as red as blood and his blood-red eyes were like those of an otherworldly demon. No doubt about it, this man was extremely beautiful, but to what degree? Even the phrase "a beauty that could cause the downfall of cities" would not be enough to describe his beauty. His cold, thin, red lips curled into an angle, ready for a bloodbath. His arms held the young girl tightly in his embrace as a strong, fiery rage and murderous intent burned deep from within his heartache. So? Sovereign King? Yen stared blankly from the moment the man had appeared, widening his eyes in disbelief as he fixed his gaze upon the incomparably beautiful man's face, that face. There's no mistake, it must be him. Even though his hair has turned silver, but he's indeed the Sovereign King. Only he would have a face that could collapse the nations and no one else would have such a powerful aura. Years ago, he had met the Sovereign King once, but ever since his disappearance from the race of spiritual beasts, no one knew where he was. However, one look was enough for anyone to remember the Sovereign King's face. Why does the Sovereign King recognize this woman? He wondered. It was said that the Sovereign King had subdued the entire race of spiritual beasts for the sake of presenting them as a gift to someone. Could it be that the person was this human? How is this possible? This happened so many years ago and this little girl was only 19. Yan's expression changed, then changed again. If this woman were to truly die from an explosion because of my mistakes, then I might seriously offend the Sovereign King and would become a criminal among the spiritual beasts. This time, he regretted his decision. He regretted that he did not step in to help. From the time of his birth to this very day, he has never felt so much regret. Qian Beiyi. He's here. Shiryun's face grew extremely pale as her eyes stared hurtfully at Qian Beiyi, who was holding Gu Ruoyun in his embrace. Her heart throbbed in pain. It was the kind of pain that felt as if death would be better than life. Of all the saddest things in the world, nothing could surpass the pain she felt as she watched her beloved protecting another woman yet completely ignored her own heavy injuries. He did not even look at her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 367, Jinbei's Fury, 1. Chapter 367, Jinbei's Fury, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Cough, cough. The man was just about to attack. Just as everyone was beginning to make guesses at the man's identity, a cough was heard and the young girl who was lying in the man's arms suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was now covered with fresh blood. It was a particularly terrifying sight. Yunur. Gu Shunxiao's face changed. But just as he tried to step forward, the silver-haired man in blood-red clothes sent him a deadly glare. He then lowered his head and kissed the young girl's blood-stained lips. This time, Gu Shengxiao was thoroughly enraged. This man had dared to act so frivolously to his baby sister in front of him. He doesn't care if that man had shown up to save Yunur, but taking advance of a person in danger was unforgivable. Master Xia and everyone else stared blankly before quickly looked away. Master Xia let out a dry cough and looked thoroughly embarrassed. Young people these days, he thought. Their public morals were degenerating with each passing day. They can't even restrain themselves for a moment longer. But this man was extremely powerful. It would seem that my grandson doesn't even stand a chance now. However, as everyone went into a complete shock at the sight of Qian Beiyi's actions, no one had noticed that when he had kissed her, her aura, which had been going berserk, slowly began to stabilize as if an explosion had been averted and a warm energy swam into her system. You bastard, let her go. Gu Xingxiao's heart burned with fury and his black eyes grew colder by the second. Just as he was about to teach the bastard a lesson for molesting his little sister, a loud bang was heard and a strong energy erupted from the young girl's body. The sheer force of it all shook the ground. A mid-level martial king? Heavens, had she just suddenly broken through to a mid-level martial king? Everyone was dumbstruck and they stared at her bloodied face in disbelief, especially Master Xia, who knew Gu Ruoyun very well. He knew that this girl had only just broken through to martial king not too long ago. And yet, she has had a breakthrough again in just a few short months? Even Shiryun of the weapon refining sect would not have such a talent. But that wasn't the end of it. Just as Gu Ruoyun's aura reached the peak of a mid-level martial king, it suddenly broke through the threshold and entered into a high-level martial king, continuing its ascent. However, the power difference between a martial emperor and a martial king was not merely a hop and a skip away. So as it approached the doorway to a martial emperor, it stopped. Even so, everyone had been rendered speechless. A low-level martial king who had gone straight up to one level higher in one go? Furthermore, she had only been one step away from breaking through to become a martial emperor. This must be a dream. I'm guessing that she must have used some secret method to temporarily raise her power? No. I can feel it, it's not a temporary increase, she has indeed reached a breakthrough to become a martial emperor. Besides, even though she had only just broken through, her condition is stable. Master Xia shook his head with his eyes fixed upon Gu Ruoyun. If I'm right, it was because of that thing that she had consumed. It had allowed her to break through to 2 levels immediately. Should anyone find out about that treasure in her hands, there would be a great upheaval in the mainland. Countless miracle pills, spiritual beasts that anyone would want to tame, a high-class spirit weapon that one could only yearn for in their dreams, and a white stone that allows a low-level martial king to break through to a higher level. TSK, even with all the treasures in the mainland combined, they would not be worth half of the treasures in her hands. Just then, the young girl in Qianbei's arms opened her eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 368, Qianbei's Fury, 2. Chapter 368, Qianbei's Fury, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Just as she opened her eyes, a familiar face appeared within her gaze. Dressed in blood-red robes like the devil, the red eyes on his incomparably beautiful face stared innocently back at her. However, once she realized what the man was doing, Gu Ruoyun's face darkened. She raised her leg and kicked him fiercely in the stomach. Qianbei, what were you doing? Pang. The young girl kicked Qianbei away, and his expression full of grief, remarkably like a bullied little wife. You nearly exploded and died, I was only helping you. Gu Ruoyun stared blankly at him. She had just remembered her unfavorable situation a while ago. Actually, the reason why she had done that was not because she did not care for her own safety. If she were to die, everyone here would have died with her. She boldly swallowed the Holy Spirit stone because she knew what she was doing. As long as her life was in danger, Zixi will awaken from his slumber, and with Zixi's help, she would certainly be able to digest the power from the Holy Spirit stone. But what she did not expect was for Qianbei to make an appearance instead. Xiao Yi, I'm sorry. I'd misunderstood you. Gu Ruoyun looked at the man's pitiful expression and felt slightly guilty. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. That's right, why are you here? No one can enter Heaven City without a token. How did Qianbei get in? Just as she spoke, Qianbei's expression grew even more hurtful. You've been gone for so many months, so I thought of coming here to look for you. Xiao Yun, do you not want me anymore? Was that why you had left me all alone in Azure Dragon Country? Xiao Yi, Gu Ruoyun's heart softened. It's just that I had some issues that I've yet to solve. By the way, how did you manage to enter Heaven City? Why did the guards let you in? Qianbei blushed and lowered his head. He no longer had the courage to look at Gu Ruoyun in the eye, and his voice was as weak as a mosquito's. They refused to let me in, so I knocked them out and forced my way in. Gu Ruoyun's expression immediately turned black as she thought, they stopped him from entering so he'd knock them out? That's just like Qianbei. But when she thought of how much trouble he'd caused, she took a deep breath and spoke to Master Xia in an awkward manner. Master Xia, you see. It's fine, it's fine. Seeing as he's your friend, little Gu girl, it's not really a big issue. But most important of all, this man was extremely powerful. So powerful that even Master Xia could not sense his rank. Qianbei looked cautiously at Gu Ruoyun. Once he noticed that she was no longer angry, he sighed in relief. Then, his blood-red eyes slowly turned towards the people from the immortal realm. He could not forget about Gu Ruoyun's horrifying state just moments ago. Hence, these people must die. What were you trying to do? The white-robed elder stared into the man's blood-red eyes. He immediately felt his heart clench as though a hand had wrapped itself around it and was squeezing it tightly. He found it very hard to breathe. I'm from the immortal realm. If you want to raise your hand against us, you will be an enemy of the entire mainland, a demon in the hearts of the people. A demon? Qianbei's cold and gloomy eyes swept across the white-robed elder's face. Then, slowly, the aura from within his body began to stir and a violent wind started to rise, causing the dead leaves to fall from the trees. His exceedingly beautiful face was full of a deadly murderous intent. His red lips seemed to thirst for blood. In that instant, the man looked as if he had just emerged from the gates of hell with his silver hair, blood-red robes, and an intimidating aura. Even the white-robed elder, who was a high-level martial emperor, stared at him in terror. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 369, Qianbei's Fury, 3. Chapter 369, Qianbei's Fury, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. If to become a demon was the only way for me to protect her, then I shall be a demon. If I kill you and become the enemy of the mainland, then I shall be the enemy of the mainland. Yen stared excitedly at the enraged man in blood-red robes. At this moment, he saw the powerful godlike person that the man used to be. He had appeared so valiantly at that time and murdered all the humans who were trying to kill the spiritual beasts. He then made all the spiritual beasts swear, in that cold, bloodthirsty voice, that they would only ever be loyal to one person in their entire lives. Unfortunately, in the end, the spiritual beasts never had a chance to meet the woman he had spoken of. You dare! The white-robed elder finally had a taste of fear and he could not help but stumble a few steps back. He gritted his teeth as he spoke, I'm an elder of the immortal realm and will be of great value when war arrives in the mainland. Furthermore, the immortal realm has helped many people. Do you truly want to be labeled as a criminal? For the sake of one woman, you would have your name go down in history in infamy. Was that worth it? My lord, with your powers, many women will be lining up to throw themselves into your arms. Furthermore, I can promise you this, if you were to join the immortal realm, you shall become the second in command to the master of the immortal realm. With such power in your grasp, which woman would refuse you? Hon. Suddenly, a powerful aura came rushing in from the front. Before the white-robed elder could react, he was violently thrown away. A blood-red wind flashed past and the man's voice, filled with murderous intent, rang in his ears. The immortal realm? Even if your master were to arrive, I would kill him too. Make no mistake about that. Everyone else shall be slaughtered down to the 9th generation. Pang! The man's palm landed on the white-robed elder's head. The elder immediately felt a strong power seeping into his body. No matter what he did, he could not stop it. Hon. Just as the white-robed elder was beginning to panic, the bottleneck that had long inhibited him shattered and without any warning, he broke through to the rank of a martial honor. As he felt the power of a martial honor, the elder's fear quickly turned into delight and he could not help but laugh. But the power that had entered his body did not stop there. Low-level martial honor, mid-level martial honor, high-level martial honor. Not even the master of the immortal realm had reached the rank of a high-level martial honor, now he was truly the #1 cultivator in the mainland. Ha, I've broken through, I'm now a high-level martial honor. I'm #1 in the mainland, this mainland will now belong to me, ha. Laughing maniacally, the white-robed elder did not notice the growing cruelty in Qian Beiye's eyes. Gu Ruoyun shook her head and sighed. In the journey of cultivation, one should never be too greedy. Her leap from a low-level martial king to a high-level martial king was taken at a great risk, what more for a high-level martial emperor to jump to the rank of a high-level martial honor? But the elder was completely giddy with glee and thoroughly forgot about his current circumstances. Of course, needless to say, soon the wild joy in the white-robed elder's eyes suddenly changed and returned to their original look of horror. No. No more. I am powerful enough. I don't want this. Stop. Stop this right now. The white-robed elder struggled in terror but Qian Beiyi had no intentions in lifting his hand. Infinite power flowed into the white-robed elder's body as if it were all free of charge. Then, it was as if his elderly body was overeating after having a full meal, he slowly began to expand. Stop, please stop this now. Feeling his own body expanding more and more, the white-robed elder screamed in panic. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was drained of color. Terror filled his elderly face. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 370, Qian Beiye's Fury, 4. Chapter 370, Qian Beiye's Fury, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. No. Pang. Then, the sound of a punctured balloon was heard. The elder's body exploded like a balloon and blood splattered everywhere, slowly raining down from the skies. Qian Beiyi finally released his grip and swept his cruel gaze across the faces of every person from the immortal realm. The ones who fell under his line of sight felt their hearts shake and stumbled back. They wished that they could become invisible and escape this terrifying, demonic man. Fortunately, Qian Beiyi quickly retracted his gaze and turned towards Gu Ruoyun before whining pitifully, Xiaoyun, my hand is filthy, are you going to turn your back on me? Pang. Upon hearing this, the citizens of Heaven City nearly tumbled to the ground, some even ended up banging their head against the walls behind them. Everyone sent queer stares towards Qian Beiyi. It was hard to believe that such a demon-like man could suddenly switch into such an innocent and pitiful state. It's dirty? Gu Ruoyun raised an eyebrow. Who asked you to put your hand on him? Qian Beiyi grew silent. After a long pause, he nodded his head and said, I understand what you mean, Xiaoyun, you don't want me to use my hands, right? Then can I just burn them all? He spoke as if it was as easy as asking to have rice for dinner. Gu Ruoyun's face turned black. She swept her gaze past Qian Beiyi and onto the rest of the people from the immortal realm. Then, she curled her lips, Xiaoyi, let me take care of these people for now. I want to repay them 1,000 times over for every wound they've left behind. After a bit of consideration, Qian Beiyi decided to let Gu Ruoyun deal with them personally. Besides, he had already taken care of the strongest amongst them. Based on Xiaoyun's current level of strength, she should have no problems in taking care of the rest. Alright, Xiaoyun, you vent your frustrations first. Once you're done, don't forget to leave them alive. I'll make a fire and burn them all. Many powerful families in Heaven City began to pity the immortal realm. These guys were truly unlucky to have offended these two demons. Earlier on, while she was still a low-level martial king, Gu Ruoyun was still able to withstand Shiyun's attacks. Now that she has reached the rank of a high-level martial king, dealing with these martial emperors would not be a problem. Especially that silver-haired man in the blood-red robes. His powers were completely unfathomable, even a high-level martial emperor could be killed straight away. The rest of them simply had no chance to retaliate under his attacks. Obviously, the people of the immortal realm have also thought of this and their hearts began to tremble with anxiety. They wouldn't have anything to fear if this man had not appeared. But unexpectedly, this man was far too powerful. Furthermore, he utilized extremely cruel methods. Should anyone fall into his hands, it would be a fate worse than death. Master Xia, you are, after all, a party of influence in the mainland. You should know the importance of the immortal realm in the mainland. Elder Bai is now dead, can your Xia family take on the responsibility if we were to follow suit? Upon hearing these words from one of the members of the immortal realm, Master Xia curled his lips. I didn't see anything. Immortal realm? When did they arrive at my Xia family home? How could I not know of this? You. The person who had spoken was enraged. Master Xia, if you take the side of the evildoer, you'll regret this someday. My eyes and ears don't work very well anymore. My eyesight is so dim that I can no longer see clearly and I can't really hear very well. I can only hear the sound of mosquitoes and flies buzzing in my ear. Help me walk so I can get some rest for a moment. Master Xia spoke weakly. He shook his head inside before allowing Xia Zishi to take his hand. Realizing that the people from the immortal realm were about to say something else, Gu Ruoyun raised her head indifferently and spoke in a calm voice, cutting off the words that had already reached the man's throat. Are you done? If you've said your piece, then it's probably time for you to meet that elder Bai of yours again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 371, Getting Even, 1. Chapter 371, Getting Even, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Shengxiao stared at the young girl in green robes before him, his gaze filled with a mix of complicated emotions. Long ago, he had joined the spirit sect in order to gather enough power to ensure her safety. But now, she has grown so strong that she no longer needed his protection. Gu Shengxiao felt a wave of gratitude at the thought, but he also felt a sense of loss. However, his original aspirations did not change. Since his little sister was now strong enough to take care of herself, he must also grow stronger. Then he will be able to shelter her for the rest of her life. Gu Ruoyun, we are from the immortal realm. Do you really want to make an enemy of the entire mainland? They yelled in panic as they watched the young girl, dressed in green, who was approaching them. The immortal realm? Gu Ruoyun smiled, looking as calm as a fresh breeze. However, at the time, everyone could feel the vigorous signs of a murderous intent from her being. I'm sure you all know that when it comes to my temperament, threatening me was of no use. Furthermore, what have I done wrong? It was the weapon refining sect who had first raised their hand to harm you. Do they not deserve death? Yet you hypocrites from the immortal realm do not know the difference between right and wrong. You've butted into matters which do not concern you. Not only have you asked me to return evil with good, you've even wounded my older brother. Unfortunately, I, Gu Ruoyun, am not the kind of person who repays evil with good. I only know that one grudge shall be repaid tenfold. Anyone who dares harm the people close to me, I will never rest until she was dead. I will never rest until she was dead. Even the martial emperors of the immortal realm felt their hearts tremble when she spoke these words. All these years, they've heard tales of how the master of the 100 Herb Hall handles her affairs. Be it the Ling family or the Gu family, both have died by her hand. Even an imperial concubine who had intended to deal with her but ended up injuring her subordinate instead. Gu Ruoyun had immediately brought the entire cavalry from the 100 Herb Hall and her 2 strong spiritual beasts to murder the imperial family, causing a transition in between dynasties. All of this had been for the sake of a female subordinate. Gu Ruoyun. Lang Yunfeng was extremely furious, his already cold features turned even icier. You're truly a vicious woman. You don't even have half of junior sister Shiyun's kindness, yet you act with such arrogance. Someday, you will face retribution. Retribution? Gu Ruoyun's smile grew even more pronounced. She lightly raised her gaze. Upon widening her eyes, an uninhibitedly haughty air flashed across her clear and cold eyes. If there should be retribution, then it shall be on your heads. What about the innocence of the Xia family? What about yours innocence? And those who gave up their spiritual force for the sake of Shiryun's quest for power, what about their innocence? Your weapon-refining sect speak of compassion, duty, propriety, and integrity, but which of you had actually carried out these virtues? You were merely a generation of shameless people angling for fame. Besides, if I go to hell for killing you all, then I might as well go to hell. Xian Beiyi had remained silent from the beginning. His red eyes never left the young girl in green, and a seductive smile played upon his lips. His silvery hair tangled in the wind, his robes were red and demonic, except he did not have any trace of his earlier gloominess and viciousness. His devastatingly beautiful face was filled with gentle lines. His red eyes only beheld one person in this entire world. If she wishes to enter hell, then I see no harm in following her, thought Xian Beiyi. I will kill anyone who dares to harm her. All of hell shall know that no one was to touch a single hair on her head. The people of the immortal realm looked at one another. They knew that no matter what they said, Gu Ruoyan would not let them go. So everyone immediately drew their weapons and charged towards her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 372, Getting Even, 2. Chapter 372, Getting Even, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Demon woman, for the life us all, we will not allow for a person like you to harm this earth. Hua. Just as they finished speaking, they saw Gu Ruoyan slowly turn her head. Her eyes were clear and cold, as calm as still waters. It made their hearts weaken and nearly caused the group to fall from the sky. Roar! Suddenly, the young girl raised her sword and a dragon roared loudly from the blade. A white pale dragon's shadow then charged out of the sword before opening its mouth and swallowing the nearest martial emperor. One should know that based on Gu Ruoyan's powers as a low-level martial king earlier on, she had been able to withstand the low-level martial emperor Shiryun's attacks. Now she was a high-level martial king. Hence, the white pale dragon was now able to swallow a martial emperor in one bite. Upon witnessing the scene, the people of the immortal realm, who were initially under the impression that both sides would suffer equally, quickly paused in their steps. They looked at each other as one word appeared in their minds. Run! After seeing what had happened to the martial emperor, the rest no longer cared about fighting Gu Ruoyan. They turned on their heels and ran. In the beginning, they had intended to seize the opportunity to capture Gu Ruoyan and use her as a hostage when Xian Beiyi was not looking. They certainly did not expect the little girl to have such a strong weapon in her hands. And unless they were mistaken, that weapon was a legendary high-class spiritual weapon. In most situations, they would definitely have concocted some sort of virtuous justification to casually claim the high-class spiritual weapon as their own. But now, they no longer had such thoughts. All they knew was that they needed to escape back to the immortal realm and call for reinforcements to deal with these people. Yuner, don't let them get away. Gu Shengxiao's facial expression changed as he hurriedly cried out, if you let them escape to the immortal realm, other strong cultivators from the immortal realm will definitely return with full force. Knowing the immortal realm's style in handling affairs, they would never let go of any enemy with unlimited potential. This was the way of the immortal realm. They always appeared righteous on the outside but would constantly conduct shamefully shady business behind the scenes. Azure Dragon. A light flashed across Gu Ruoyan's eyes as she coldly ordered, stop them. Roar. Tianxiang had long felt uncomfortable. Upon hearing Gu Ruoyan's command, he let out a loud roar and changed back into his original form. His large body enveloped the entire Xia family courtyard and he stared commandingly down at the crowd. My master has spoken, none of you shall leave. In his entire life, the Azure Dragon had always hated such hypocritical disciples. He was previously restraining himself out of fear of the white-robed elder's powers. Now that he was dead, there was nothing more to fear. Of course, if so many martial emperors were to attack at once, it would be extremely hard for the Azure Dragon to deal with them all. But now, all they could think of was escape. No one was in the right frame of mind to fight with him, so they easily fell into a disadvantage. Those who meddle in other people's business must pay the price. Gu Ruoyan lightly raised her head. She gazed at the crowd of people who were backing away from the Azure Dragon's attack. Azure Dragon, I want you to make them pay for the pain they've caused my older brother tenfold. I want them hacked into pieces so that they will die without a full corpse. For every scar they leave on my older brother's body, I want to leave 100 scars on their own. Following the sound of the young girl's voice, the people of the immortal realm could no longer go on. Gu Ruoyan, if you want to kill us, just do it. Why must you torture us? We, of the immortal realm, have never done anything wrong. You're the one in the wrong. Your heart was like that of a demon. If you continue to kill your elders, sooner or later someone will come along to destroy you. Ha ha ha. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 373, Getting Even, 3. Chapter 373, Getting Even, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Hua. With the flash of a blade, the elder who had been making a fuss had his entire arm cut off. He cried out in pain and his bloodshot eyes glared at Guru Oyun. At this very moment, the elders of the immortal realm who were widely admired by the world could no longer maintain their outstanding immortal-like behavior. Their bodies were battered and exhausted and resembled more like beggars who would crawl out of a nest of beggars. Ha ha. Guru Oyun, if you want to torture us, we won't let you. Suddenly, a loud laugh was heard and everyone saw an elder in white robes swelling like a balloon. His eyes widened and his face turned sinister. It was a terrible sight to behold. Soon, the rest followed suit. Their bodies inflated like balloons as if they would explode with one stab. Self-explosion, they're going to make themselves explode. Master Xia rose from the ground as his expression changed greatly. There are over 10 martial emperors. If they were to all explode here, they will destroy Heaven City. This is a catastrophe. The self-induced explosion of one martial emperor would be enough to turn the surroundings of over 1,000 miles into a barren land. And now, with over 10 martial emperors, how strong of an explosion would this be? Even he, Master Xia, would sustain grave injuries from such an explosion. What more the ones with a lower level of power than he? Junior sister Shiryun, watch out. Lin Yanfeng's face contorted and he charged quickly towards Shiryun, pulling the woman on the ground tightly into his embrace. Shiryun's pupils contracted and stared with an appalled look at the elders whose bodies were continuing to expand like balloons. Her face turned white, then green. Like a madwoman, she suddenly raised her leg and kicked Lin Yanfeng before yelling fiercely, "You useless thing, aren't you going to stop this? Stop them. I don't want to die. I've yet to become the #1 cultivator in the world, I have not gotten Qianbei Yi, I don't want to die here." Pang. Lin Yanfeng fell to the ground with one kick and stared blankly back at the insane-looking woman. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Wasn't this the calm and collected fairy-like junior sister Shiryun? Wasn't she a gentle and kind person who had pulled him out from the abyss? Her current behavior was like a whole other person compared to how she was before. Staring at the woman, whose looks were full of loathing, Lin Yanfeng's heart throbbed in pain. In the most dangerous of times, all he could think of was protecting her safety, but she had kicked him aside. His heart has never felt as cold as this. Lin Yanfeng fiercely bit his thin, white lips with great pain in his eyes. However, in that instant, a refreshing and light voice was heard. It was calm without a hint of fluctuation. You want to make yourselves explode? That would depend on whether you have the chance to do so. The young girl's slight smile was cold and austere with her lips curled at a disapproving angle. Ha ha. Guru Oyun, we won't let you kill us so easily. The people of the immortal realm laughed as their bodies continued to inflate even more. It was such a terrifying sight that everyone suddenly turned pale and some were nearly on the verge of tears. Pooh. A sound like a fart suddenly tore through the tense atmosphere. Master Xia stared blankly before laughing out loud. What's this? Thunderous talk but no action? Scaring us with the sound of a fart? Were you trying to make yourselves explode, or is there too much gas in your body and you need to let it out? Even the people of the immortal realm did not know what was going on. They stared at one another with pale white faces. They had planned on exploding, but why did it feel as if something was suppressing them from doing so? Their bodies were still inflated, but they could not continue nor could they deflate themselves. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 374, Getting Even, 4. Chapter 374, Getting Even, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This suspended feeling was difficult for them to hold in. In fact, it was a greater suffering than death. I've told you, even if you want to explode, you don't have that kind of power. Guru Oyun lightly raised her head and spoke slowly with a voice as calm as the wind. Xiao Yi, I'm no longer interested in these people. You can take care of them now. I have more important matters to attend to. She then retracted her gaze and no longer paid any attention to the people of the immortal realm. Qianbei Yi smiled at Guru Oyun, but when he turned to face everyone else, his incomparably beautiful face lost its smile. His silvery hair tangled in the wind and his blood-red clothes made it seem as if he had just emerged from a lake of blood in hell. His blood-red eyes were bloodthirsty and cruel, giving off an uninhibited haughtiness. Those who had wished to harm her must all die. Hon. Just as he spoke, an infinite flame burned from the ground and pulled everyone into the fire. It was like a sea of fire from hell and was completely limitless. One would be frightened out of one's wits upon stepping in it. Hearing the heartbreaking cries from within the sea of flames, the eyewitnesses felt their hearts thump. If even martial emperors could not withstand these flames, how long could they themselves endure it? Gu Ruoyan no longer cared about the fate of those from the immortal realm. She turned her gaze towards Shiryun, and in that instant, a murderous intent erupted from her entire body. Her clear, cold eyes were filled with an icy chill. Speak, where is your? Shiryun's body shook as she sneered, I've told you before. If you were to threaten me, you'll never see him ever again unless you kneel down and beg. Just as she spoke, a cold and eerie glare fell upon her and she felt a pang of heartache. This man, the first time he'd ever looked at me was for the sake of another woman. She thought. Were we not supposed to become celestial lovers? Why does he only believe in this woman's lies? Just as she thought of this, Shiryun's eyes filled with thick hatred. Gu Ruoyan, you will kneel before me and beg. Only then will I give you Xia Linyu's whereabouts. I want this woman to kneel before me. I'll then crush her honor, especially in front of Qian Beiye's eyes. I want him to understand that such a woman was not worth his time. Very well. Gu Ruoyun smiled calmly and walked slowly towards Shiryun. A sneer formed on Shiryun's face as she watched Gu Ruoyan walk towards her. She thought, so what if I had lost to this woman? At the end of the day, was she not forced to kneel before me? Master. Tianxiong's voice changed forcefully, Master, this woman harbors ill intentions. You cannot listen to her. As if blissfully unaware of Tianxiong's warning, Gu Ruoyan continued to approach Shiryun. The onlookers shook their heads. Despite how powerful Gu Ruoyan has become, someone close to her was now in Shiryun's hands. In the end, she has no choice but to comply with her demands. Pang! Just as everyone thought that Gu Ruoyan would give in to Shiryun's threats, her foot landed fiercely onto Shiryun's chest. She stepped onto her with great strength and Shiryun, who was still in a complacent daze, could not react in time. Her face turned pale from the pain, she couldn't even find the breath to speak. It was my fault that I was not able to protect you well. Now the only thing I can do is to make the entire weapon refining sect follow him to the grave. Of course, I will not grant you an easy death. I'll make you suffer until you die. You think that Xiaoye's Sea of Flames would be the worst form of torture? No. That was far from enough. I will make you suffer 1,000 times, 10,000 times more. Shiryun, it was a serious mistake for you to threaten me with Yuer's life. It's because he is extremely important to me that I will make the entire weapon refining sect, from the top to the bottom, even the mice or the ants, as long as they belong to the weapon refining sect, they shall accompany him in death. So, are you certain that you still want to hold his life as a threat to me? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 375, Getting Even, 5. Chapter 375, Getting Even, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The young girl's voice was refreshing and calm, but it brought 10,000 waves into Shiryun's heart. Gu Ruoyan did not bother to wait for her to speak and instead drove her foot deeper into Shiryun's ribs. Her face turned white from the pain. Her head was drenched in cold sweat as her eyes glared furiously at Gu Ruoyan. I'm not interested in hearing too many words. Gu Ruoyan looked calmly at Shiryun. Talk, where is your? Shiryun fiercely gritted her teeth. Her face was completely drained of color, turning as white as a sheet. I don't know. What did you say? Gu Ruoyan's eyes turned cold as her foot drove deeper into Shiryun's chest. You don't know? I really don't know. Shiryun clenched her fist as she took a deep breath. Finally, she spoke with great difficulty. I saw how much he meant to you so I wanted to use him to threaten you. Xia Linyu was not with us. Gu Ruoyan did not speak. Her clear and dark eyes coldly observed the woman underneath her foot. After a long pause, she slowly began to speak. Even if he's not with you, you were to blame for his fall from the cliff. Hence, I will not let a single one of you off today. Gu Ruoyan, I've told you everything you wish to know. Why do you not honor your words? So what if she was the lady of the weapon refining sect? So what she was a talented girl? Who would not fear death? She threw off her image and screamed in panic. You dare say that I don't honor my words? Apologies, I never said that I would let you all go. Gu Ruoyun's gaze swept past Shiryun's face and slowly scanned the other members of the weapon refining sect. Her lips curled into a smile. It was a cold smile, so cold that they all wished to find someplace to hide. Gu Ruoyun, I was the one responsible for wounding Xia Linyu. If you want to kill me instead. This has nothing to do with junior sister Shiryun. Lin Yanfeng has already emerged from Shiryun's cold disregard of him. His determined face showed no fear of death as he fixed his gaze on Gu Ruoyun with no hint of dread. So what if junior sister Shiryun broke my heart? I've loved this woman for so many years, he thought. The only reason why she would behave in this way was that she had been forced to do so by this damn slut, Gu Ruoyun. If it were not for her, junior sister Shiryun would still be that same gentle and kind woman. Ha ha ha. Gu Ruoyun, you want to kill me? That also depends on whether you have the ability. Shiryun's face changed greatly before she laughed wildly. She spoke with a sinister voice. There was a trump card that I would never willingly use. Even when you've treated me with such humiliation, I did not use it. But after humiliating me, you now want to kill me? I, Shiryun, shall remember this hatred, and when the time comes, I'll return this with thanks. As she laughed, her hair loosened and tangled in the wind. Suddenly, a strong power erupted from her body, forcing Gu Ruoyun to stumble a few steps back. A black fog slowly emerged from her body. The fog seemed to contain a human figure. The figure then seemed to speak in a low, sinister, and eerie voice. Useless thing. His voice was very soft, almost like an auditory hallucination. Only Gu Ruoyun could hear it clearly and discern that there was an unknown entity inside the black fog. Suddenly, Gu Ruoyun felt an extremely uncomfortable feeling from the deep recesses of her heart. She also felt an irrational need to destroy the figure, as if the shadow was an old enemy. Just then, a thick and cold aura emerged from Gu Ruoyun's side. She stared blankly and turned around to see a terrified look on Xianbei's incomparably beautiful face. It's an expression that she's never seen on his face before. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 376, Getting Even, 6. Chapter 376, Getting Even, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In that very moment, he really looked like a demon. His silvery hair danced in the wind as his blood-red robes fluttered. An unlimited amount of power gathered in his body before he charged at the black shadow, resulting in a loud bang. Hon! A powerful force exploded from where Shiryun once was, creating a deep chasm which was so dark that no one could see the bottom. One could tell how much power was involved in this one attack. The black shadow had disappeared along with Shiryun and Lin Yanfeng. Xiao Yi! Gu Ruoyun's heart tightened and she grabbed Xianbei's hand tightly. Somehow, the warmth from the young girl's palm slowly brought Xianbei back to his senses. He turned to Gu Ruoyun and said, Xiao Yun, even I don't know what came over me. When I saw that man, I had a strong urge to kill him. Man? Gu Ruoyun stared blankly. She had only seen a black shadow and was not able to make out the person's face, yet Xianbei had been able to see it. Gu Shangxiao, who had remained silent from the beginning, now glanced at Xianbei before his gaze landed on Gu Ruoyun. He clenched the large hands on the side of his body. It would seem that the enemy that my little sister has encountered was exceptionally powerful, thought Gu Shangxiao. I must grow stronger to protect her safety. Perhaps it's time for me to return to the spirit sect. This man may lack discipline towards my sister, but at least with him by her side, he can ensure her safety. As for me, I have to enter that place to cultivate for my powers to increase with great speed. The master of the spirit sect had mentioned this before, but because it would be difficult to leave that place upon entering, I was worried about my little sister. So I did not agree to it then. In this case, I can now relax and enter into cultivation. Unbeknownst to everyone, Gu Shengxiao's gentle gaze slowly filled with resolve as it fixed itself upon the young girl in green before him. Yuner, wait for me, he thought. Wait for the day when I've grown strong enough to protect you and I'll return to you. Big brother. Gu Ruoyun turned her gaze to the man's determined and strong features before slowly walking to his side. What do you plan on doing next? Will you be following me to the Dongfang family home, or will you be returning to the spirit sect? Yuner, Gu Shengxiao softened his gaze as his lips curled upwards and his large hand lovingly stroked the young girl's head. Wait 3 years for me. 3 years at most and I will return to you. By then, I will ensure that all matters will be settled. 3 years would be enough time for him to emerge from that secluded place and for him to take control of the entire spirit sect. Then when will you be leaving? Gu Ruoyun raised her head to look at the man as she asked. Of course, she knew her brother's reasons for entering the spirit sect. It was all for the sake of gaining more power so that he could protect her. On this mainland, the most powerful were the lands of the three great authorities. Hence, at the thought, a sense of warmth began to trickle through Gu Ruoyun's heart. Gu Shengshao paused in silence, then replied, "Tomorrow." His eyes never left the form of the young girl in front of him. It was almost as if he was trying to carve her image into his mind's eye. After all, who knows when they will meet again after going their separate ways this time. Gu Ruoyun said nothing more. She turned to the remaining members of the weapon refining sect behind her and spoke with an exceptionally bleak voice. "From now on, there's no longer a need for the existence of the weapon refining sect. Master Xia, I'll leave the rest to the Xia family. The Azure Dragon will help you out." "Very well." After hearing that Xia Linyu was not in Shuyun's hands, Master Xia finally allowed his heart to sigh in relief. Then, when he heard Gu Ruoyun's words, he smiled. "Little girl, this time I'm in great gratitude to you. If it weren't for you, my Xia family would have been in imminent peril. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 377, Getting Even, 7. Chapter 377, Getting Even, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When he had finished speaking, his face turned grave and cold. His eyes pieced sharply as he spoke. "The powers of Heaven City, hear my command. Slaughter all members of the weapon refining sect, then follow me to the weapon refining sect's headquarters to collect our debt. The citizens of Heaven City have suffered much oppression over the past few days. Now, they can all finally feel exuberant," and everyone began to exclaim loudly. "Merely one weapon refining sect, so what if they are powerful and strong? They shouldn't have abused the people," one exclaimed. "And that vengeful old fart who was chased out of the Xia family home, he actually allied with them to devour Heaven City. This shall not be forgiven. I am willing and waiting to follow you, Master Xia, and cleanse this foretooth," said another. The sound of the crowd's high spirits rang throughout the entire Xia family home and burned with the flames of fighting spirit. Among them were many daring men. After witnessing the hypocrisy of the weapon refining sect, how could one continue to tolerate it? "I can see that no one has any objections, then follow me to the weapon refining sect." Master Xia's voice was cold and sharp. It rang throughout every corner of the Xia family courtyard. In a corner, not too far away, a sinister gaze stared fixedly at Gu Ruoyun. "It's this woman, again," he thought. Why was this woman so meddlesome? If it weren't for her, these Xia family members would already be dead. No. If this were to go on, then Xia family will soon fall to the head of that brother of mine. This is something that I won't stand for, no matter what. It's of urgent priority for me to get rid of this woman first. Once she was dead, then Xia family will have peace. Luo Li stood in the crowd and was staring unmovingly at Gu Ruoyun. In that moment, her adorable doll-like face had lost its initial vitality. All that was left was lifelessness. After a great length of thought, she finally approached Gu Ruoyun. Gu Ruoyun felt her presence and turned around. Her cold, clear eyes fell upon the young girl's tender doll-like face. "Was there something on your mind?" Luo Li bit her lip and raised her fair gaze, staring determinedly at Gu Ruoyun. "May I follow you?" Luo Fio's face changed and he turned to Gu Ruoyun apologetically. "Lady Gu, my daughter doesn't know any better." "I hope you don't mind, Lady Gu." Luo Li seemed to have not heard her own father's words as she lowered her head and bit her lip. Her face was filled with an unshakable resolve. "I want to follow you, will you let me follow you?" Luo Fio grew frantic. He, who has never scolded his own daughter, spoke stiffly. "Lear, you are not allowed to act willfully and make a scene. Lady Gu is the master of the 100 Herb Hall, and a strong high-level martial king. There are many people already by her side. Don't you go looking for trouble." Hearing Luo Fio's words, Gu Ruoyun's was as calm as usual, but an unknown emotion glazed her black pupils. She slowly opened her mouth. "Give me one reason to accept you as my disciple." The tender, blushing young girl raised her head again. At this moment, the sunlight was overflowing onto her fair cheeks. "Because I want to grow stronger." Her only reason was to grow stronger. "If I were strong enough, brother, you would not have fallen into danger for the sake of saving me," she thought. "If I were strong enough, I would not become anyone's burden. No matter where brother you is now, I can only find him when I grow stronger. And I will always believe that the young man in my heart was still alive. Perhaps the next time we meet, he would have become even more powerful. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 378, Getting Even, 8. Chapter 378, Getting Even, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun stared intently at the resolve on the young girl's face. Time seemed to pass by for a very long time, but she didn't respond. Luoli could not help but feel nervous. Of course, she already has so many strong cultivators by her side, she thought, and I'm so weak, how could she possibly accept me as her follower? Just as Luoli's heart was about to stop, Gu Ruoyun finally spoke. When I leave this place, you can come along. W.H. What? Luoli went blank for a moment as she staring back in shock at Gu Ruoyun. She could not believe her ears. She never imagined that Gu Ruoyun would accept her. Everyone else felt confused as well, as Luoli's gifts were average at best. Her powers weren't considered strong, so why would she be willing to allow her to come along? I know that you're all feeling puzzled. However, all the people by my side are not considered as geniuses. There's nothing to fear about a person with no talent, but a person with willpower is far more terrifying. The look in her eyes has shaken me greatly. I accept her not because she is someone who Yura wants to protect, but because she can be a strong cultivator. To have such strong willpower and resolve, I believe that even if she has no talent, sooner or later, she will become a master whose very name will shake the mainland. That's right. It doesn't matter if one does not have talent. As long as that person has the willpower, they will soon succeed. And she, who has yet to realize that such things were hidden beneath her surface, was truly terrifying. In that moment, everyone understood why she had been able to achieve so many great things at such a young age. It was because when she was building her power, she'd never placed talent on the forefront of choice. All that she had required was whether a person has the determination to grow strong or not. Gu Shengxiao stared gently at Gu Ruoyun as his face carried a heartwarming smile. He knew that no matter what his little sister wants to do, nothing could go wrong. Thank you. Luoli was choking with emotion. I won't disappoint you, I will work hard and cultivate to become a truly strong cultivator. Gu Ruoyun smiled and did not reply Luoli. Her line of sight turned towards a figure in a corner who was leaving the scene. A cold light flashed in her eyes. It would seem that it's about time to collect this debt, thought Gu Ruoyun. During this time, many things happened on the mainland. The first thing was the strange disappearance of a few elders of the immortal realm. At the same time, the lady of the weapon refining sect and a few martial emperors has also disappeared. Soon after, gossip appeared in the small alleys about Lady Shiryun of the immortal realm, who had plotted against the missing elders of the immortal realm, wanting to steal their treasures. Initially, many people could not believe that the gentle and warm Lady Shiryun could do such a thing. However, the Xia family of Heaven City, the disciple of the spirit sect, Gu Shengxiao, and the master of the Darkeen Palace, Zui Shengchen, all stepped forward as witnesses to verify the matter. With the testimony from all three sides, it was hard for even the common folk to remain in disbelief. Hence, the Xia family of Heaven City stormed the weapon refining sect in the name of claiming vengeance for the elders of the immortal realm. However, when they arrived in the weapon refining sect, the sect master was nowhere to be found. Heaven City did not spare the ones left behind. The once powerful weapon refining sect was destroyed in an instant, causing a wave of panic on the mainland. Meanwhile, deep within a dark cave, a mournful voice rang aloud from the inside, filled with rage and murderous intent. Gu Ruoyun, just you wait. One day I, Shiryun, will unleash my vengeance upon you. When that time comes, you will have a fate worse than death. I will make sure of it. I hate her. She thought. I hate that woman who was responsible for my ruin. If it weren't for her, I would still be the dignified lady of the weapon refining sect. How could I have fallen so far? Shiryun, however, was currently unaware of the events surrounding the weapon refining sect, nor did she know of the false charges planted against her. Otherwise, she would have immediately rushed out to collect her debt. Unfortunately, she knew nothing. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 379, Departure, to the Dongfang Family Home, 1. Chapter 379, Departure, to the Dongfang Family Home, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment in the Xia family home, Master Xia was seated on the Lord's throne. After so many days, the citizens of Heaven City can finally air their resentments. However, whenever he thought of the fact that there was still no news of Xia Linyu, his heart would sink. You'll let me in. At this moment, an angered voice rang from outside the meeting hall, causing Master Xiao's expression to turn chilly. He scoffed coldly as he said, "Let him in." "Yes, master." Just then, the meeting hall's door burst open and Xia Qi, dressed in embroidered robes, walked in. He glanced at the elders in the meeting hall, then looked at Master Xia, who sat on the highest seat. Finally, his gaze fell onto Gu Ruoyun, who was seated next to Master Xia. His sinister eyes held an eerie and cold expression. Gu Ruoyun, how much longer do you plan on lying to the world? Xia Qi's sudden accusation stunned the crowd. They stared at one another and could not seem to understand what he was talking about. Xia Qi, what's the meaning of this? Master Xia could not help but wrinkle his brows as his eyes stared coldly back at his son. Give a clear explanation if you wish to speak. This time, Xia Qi had long discarded his mild manners and courteous attitude. His expression was entirely cold as he rebuked, Father, did you not know that Gu Ruoyun was the culprit behind Big Brother's affliction? Otherwise, how was it that only she had been able to save him? And most importantly, there were many strong cultivators by her side, so taming a parasite dragon would not be a difficult feat. Furthermore, why was it that the weapon refining sect, of all times, would coincidentally appear not long after her arrival? Why did she make excuses to stay in Heaven Mountain just as the weapon refining sect would arrive? Obviously, she's looking to free herself of suspicion, and you allowed her to deceive you. You even made false accusations against the innocent Elder Zhao. As he spoke, Xia Qi's expression grew extremely indignant, as if Gu Ruoyun had committed an unforgivably wicked crime. What crime did Elder Zhao commit in going to the Imperial Palace of Black Tortoise Country to capture her? She was not even a citizen of Black Tortoise Country, yet she has meddled in our affairs and even brought harm onto an imperial concubine. Instead, you took heed of idle chatter and chased Elder Zhao out of the Xia family home. All of you then witnessed Elder Zhao meeting up with the members of the weapon refining sect and have determined that he was responsible for bringing the weapon refining sect to us. Why have you all not considered that this was all part of this woman's plan? Her ultimate goal was to obtain the Xia family. Father, were you really going to shame our forebears and hand our family over to an outsider? Surely the Lord Divine Beast who stands behind the Xia family will not allow such heinous acts. But Xia Qi's face was full of disappointment, as if he never expected for his own father to commit such traitorous acts against the Xia family. However, no one had realized the cold smile in his heart. He understood that simply with his own strength, it would be impossible to kill Gu Ruoyun. Now, the only way was to destroy her relationship with the Xia family. As long as she leaves the Xia family home, he would have another chance to act. If the Xia family were to fall into my hands, then the Lord Divine Beast who stands behind the family will have to listen to me, he thought gleefully. By then, killing this woman would not be a problem. Master Xia's expression changed greatly upon hearing Xia Qi's accusations. He knew that as long as Gu Ruoyun willed it, Ling Xiao will leave with her. Without Lord Ling Xiao, the Xia family was nothing. Xia Qi, if you continue spouting such drivel, you are no son of mine. Son. A malicious light flashed across Xia Qi's eyes, but he quickly smiled again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 380, Departure, to the Dongfang Family Home, 2. Chapter 380, Departure, to the Dongfang Family Home, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Lord Father, when had you ever treated me as a son? Forget about how you've always preferred Xia Zishi since we were children, now you can't even differentiate between right and wrong. Respected elders, do you truly believe that a person could help a stranger with no wish for reciprocation? As far as I've known, the Xia family has never had any connections with Gu Ruoyun. Why was she now working so hard for the Xia family? The reason is simple. After a pause, Xia Qi sneered, that's because she has grand schemes for the Xia family. Furthermore, I've long heard news of the growing power of the 100 Herb Hall. It's natural that she would take a fancy to the Xia family. Xia Qi's words were like heavy weights that smashed fiercely into the elders' hearts. Master Xia's face was ashen. He was so enraged that he could not speak. But what he couldn't understand was how Xia Qi had known of the divine beast that stood behind the Xia family and had revealed everything so publicly. Father, if you insist on shielding her, then you would have betrayed the Xia family. You won't be able to bear the consequences. Xia Qi stared at Master Xia's furious old face as his voice slowly grew deeper, becoming cold and sinister. In that instant, he had completely thrown away his warm exterior and his considerably handsome face now shone with a cold light. Gu Ruoyun's lips curled lightly as she watched the ruckus unfold. She sipped her tea contentedly and the smile on her face was inscrutable. Just then, a cold and eerie voice interrupted the scene. The sound of it fell upon the ears of the crowd and caused their hearts to tremble. Hee, this honored one has arrived for a visit, but why has no one from the Xia family come to escort me? The low voice was filled with a calm chill and gave off an utterly horrifying feeling. However, upon hearing the voice, Master Xia's face thoroughly changed. His eyes stared sharply at the elderly man who was descending from the void and gritted his teeth, the poison master. Why is he here? Master Xia had clearly heard him referring to himself as the Honored One. On the mainland, only one type of person would have the right use this honorific. He was a martial honor. Master Xia took a deep breath at the thought of this. He never forgot that it was the Poison Master's parasite dragon which had nearly killed his precious son. It's him? Xia Qi was astonished as he stared dumbfoundedly at the wrinkled old face. He felt a fierce grip clench around his heart. Even though it has already been more than 10 years, he could still recognize the man who gave him poisons for self-protection out of gratitude for saving his life. Why has he appeared here? Involuntarily, Xia Qi turned towards Gu Ruoyun before laughing mockingly at himself. How could this be? Indeed, she was extremely gifted. But the Poison Master has now become a martial honor. No matter how powerful she was, how could she have the ability to invite a martial honor, who could act as an overlord in the mainland, to the Xia family home? Master Xia regained his composure and asked, "May I ask what business does the Honorable Poison Master have here today?" As the saying goes, one doesn't visit a temple without a cause. He believed that the Honorable Poison Master's visit was no simple courtesy call. He. The Honorable Poison Master let out a low, simpering laugh. His voice was deep and hoarse, it was particularly uncomfortable to listen to. Today, this honored one has arrived to fulfill a promise I've once made. Just as he finished speaking, he directed his gaze straight towards Gu Ruoyun and his extremely wrinkled face broke into a smile. The smile was not obvious and looked quite forced, but he had definitely cracked a smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 381, Departure, to the Dongfang Family Home, 3. Chapter 381, Departure, to the Dongfang Family Home, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Master Xia and everyone else was utterly dumbfounded. Especially Xia Qi, who had met the Honorable Poison Master once before. He was so shocked upon seeing a smile on that cold, eerie, and gloomy face that he was rendered speechless. His mouth gaped open in shock. "Little girl, I've fulfilled my promise to visit the Xia family home in half a month." This was the promise he had made to her half a month ago. So now, he had arrived to fulfill that promise. "Little Gu girl, you." Master Xia's eyes widened in shock as his gaze swept towards Gu Ruoyun before falling onto the Honorable Poison Master. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh and cried out in realization, "That's right, who else would have nurtured such a little monster besides the Honorable Poison Master himself? Little girl, are you a disciple of the Honorable Poison Master?" He had long suspected that this little girl was somehow related to one of the three great authorities, otherwise, she could not possibly have become such a genius. While the Honorable Poison Master was not a part of the three great authorities, he was a martial honor and would certainly have the power to nurture a genius like herself. The Honorable Poison Master laughed gloomily. "This honored one and that fellow from the spirit sect have indeed taken an interest in this little girl. Unfortunately, the little girl has no interest in us and had rejected both our offers to become our apprentice." Hon. A sudden clap of thunder struck from the heavens. Everyone was dumbstruck by his proclamation. What did the Honorable Poison Master say? The crowd thought in unison. Both he and the martial honor from the spirit sect had taken an interest in this young lady, yet both were rejected by her? Heavens, how much boldness would one have to have in order to reject an offer of an apprenticeship from two martial honors? Honorable Poison Master, you've arrived just in time. Gu Ruoyun rose and smiled. "I would like to ask you to identify someone." "Oh?" The Honorable Poison Master cocked an eyebrow and tried his best to speak in an extremely friendly manner. "Who would you like me to identify, Adot?" Upon witnessing the familiar manner in speaking between the Honorable Poison Master and Gu Ruoyun, Xia Qi's face drained of color and turned as white as sheet. He unconsciously stumbled a few steps back and gulped forcefully as he looked at the young woman's half-smiling face. "Honorable Poison Master, could you take a look and tell me if you gave the parasite dragon and the soul-snatching parasite to this man?" The smile on Gu Ruoyun's face grew more pronounced, but it was a smile that did not reach her eyes. Her eyes glared frostily at Xia Qi. The Honorable Poison Master's gaze slowly followed her line of sight onto Xia Qi's face. He gently wrinkled his brow and turned silent. Within half a heartbeat, he seemed to have remembered something and nodded his head. "There's no mistake about it. Years ago, I was heavily injured and he was the one who saved me. As a token of my gratitude, I gifted him a parasite dragon and a soul-snatching parasite. Many years have gone by ever since, but his general appearance has not changed. I can still recognize him." This revelation was like a bolt of lightning which had struck from the clear skies. The elders in the meeting hall could not believe their ears. In their eyes, Xia Qi had always appeared cultured and refined. He respected his older brother and loved his nephew. How could he have done such a thing? Furthermore, the reason behind the little master's inability to cultivate was all because of him. The soul-snatching parasite consumes human life, causing the body to become extremely weak and unable to cultivate, ultimately resulting in death. While they did not know how the little master had managed to recover, Xiaqi's actions would deserve the wrath of God and the resentment of men. Xiaqi, so it was you. Hon. Master Xia seethed in anger and he grabbed Xiaqi's lapels in one swoop before fiercely throwing him out. Xiaqi's body crashed into door panel with a loud thump. He spat out a mouthful of blood and glared maliciously, "You're lying. You are acquainted with Gu Ruoyan and helped her lie so that she can take my Xia family. Father, how can you believe the babbling nonsense of these people who are trying to frame your own son? Your actions will disappoint our forebears. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 382, Departure, to the Dongfang Family Home, 4. Chapter 382, Departure, to the Dongfang Family Home, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Humph. The Honorable Poison Master scoffed coldly. "You accuse this Honorable One of scheming with the Gu girl to take over the Xia family? Do you think I'd need it? If the Gu girl likes the Xia family, this Honorable One shall take it. Who can stop me? I shall consider it a favor to her. It's true. With the Honorable Poison Master's powers, taking the Xia family would be a simple job. All he needed to do was take it. Why would he need to resort to schemes? Ha ha ha." Xiaqi laughed loudly. "Even now, you're still trying to spread lies. Was it not because of your fear of the divine beast behind our Xia family that you dare not personally make your move? Was that not why you did this?" So it would seem that the dignified Honorable Poison Master was nothing but a local ruffian. Pang. The Honorable Poison Master's expression sank. He raised his hand and flung it clearly across towards Xiaqi. His strength was not like Master Xia, who was a martial emperor. With one slap, Xiaqi's teeth flew out and his entire mouth became filled with blood. Nearly a little B** starred. If your Xia family truly has a divine beast, why not bring it out here and show me? This Honorable One shall kill you in front of it, what say you? The Honorable Poison Master had always operated on my own, he thought. Even when I was only a martial king, I still dared to pick quarrels with the three great authorities. Now that I've broken through to martial honor, I fear no one. Master Xia, who was well versed with the Honorable Poison Master's background, shook his head. To use the divine beast to threaten the Honorable Poison Master, did he not know that the Honorable Poison Master had always been fearless? He will simply do as he wishes. Besides, I'm the master of the Xia family and Xiaqi was only my son. What made him think that he'd have the right to summon the divine beast? Most importantly, Lord Lingxiao and the Gu girl were acquainted with one another, so it's improbable that he'd help Xiaqi. Xiaqi, I'm extremely disappointed with you. Master Xia shook his head. He had known long ago that Xiaqi's heart was not in the right place. But he never imagined that he would even bring harm upon his own brother. How could such a person be even considered human? Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar rang out from beneath the Xia family home. As if a light wave had spread from below, everyone above the ground could feel it tremble. No one knew what was going on and they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Only Xiaqi laughed maniacally. Ha, did you all hear that? You've angered the Lord Divine Beast. It has finally flown into a rage. Gu Ruoyun, the Honorable Poison Master, are you not powerful? No matter how powerful you were, you won't escape death this time, haha. This is the price you will have to pay for provoking the Xia family members. Xiaqi's face twisted as he laughed. He glanced at the young girl's increasingly serious-looking face as his heart leaped joyfully. So, she is afraid. He thought. Of course, even with her martial Emperor Azure Dragon, how could he compare with the Lord Divine Beast? Little girl, do not worry. This honored one shall ensure your safety. Noticing the concern on the young girl's face, the Honorable Poison Master tried to console her. A while ago, when she had faced the fearsome white pale dragon, she showed no signs of nervousness. But now, she was displaying such anxiety on her face. The Honorable Poison Master could not understand this. From what he could tell, the spiritual beast beneath the Xia family home was only a martial honor at most. Master Xia, did you hear that? Gu Ruoyun raised her head and asked in a dignified manner. Master Xia was no longer in the mood to care about the matters concerning Xiaqi. He nodded his head with a serious look on his face. Something's happened to Lord Lingxiao. He had never heard Lord Lingxiao make such an agonizing sound. Could it be that something has happened to him in the secret chamber? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 383, Departure, to the Dongfang Family Home, 5. Chapter 383, Departure, to the Dongfang Family Home, 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Master Xia's expression sank at the thought of this. He did not even waste the time to leave orders and instead turned quickly on his heel. The anxiety in the space between his brows was obvious. No wonder the Lord Divine Beast had not shown himself when the weapon refining sect had arrived. It seems that something has happened to him. Honorable Poison Master, I need your help. Gu Ruoyan took a deep breath and turned towards the Honorable Poison Master. She spoke in a serious manner. Little girl, tell me if there's anything you need. As long as I can help, I will not reject your request. Good, then follow me. Ah, right. Bring Xia Qi along too. He still has his uses. Once she finished speaking, she quickly ran after Master Xia, quickening her pace and making great haste. At this moment, within the secret chamber of the Xia household, Ling Xiao lay weakly within the matrix, holding his head in exhaustion. Suddenly, he sensed footsteps from outside the door and tried to stand up with all his might. But he was unable to support himself and fell heavily back onto the ground. Ling Xiao! Shua! Tianxiang charged into the secret room, heading quickly towards Ling Xiao. Once he felt his frail aura, his face changed greatly. What happened? Logically speaking, the master had given him a longevity pill. He should be able to live for another 10 years. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. I will indeed live for another 10 years. But that person has obviously sensed that I've met all of you, so he built this matrix. With a single thought, he can place me in a condition worse than death. Ling Xiao. Tianxiang frowned, wishing to say something but kept his peace in the end. He turned his gaze towards Gu Ruoyan and asked, Master, would you be able to help Ling Xiao? I'm here to help him. Gu Ruoyan looked at Ling Xiao, then set her sights on the Xia Qi who was behind her, held captive by the Honorable Poison Master. I knew what had happened when I heard Ling Xiao's cry. But with my current level of strength, I cannot save him. However, I can create a body double so that whenever that person wishes to do anything to Ling Xiao, it will be transferred to the body double instead. He did not know why, but when he saw the way Gu Ruoyan had looked at him, Xia Qi felt a shiver going down his spine. The shock in his eyes quickly turned into panic as he screamed, What are you doing? Are you not loyal and devoted to the divine beast of your Xia family? Then I suppose you should be extremely willing to sacrifice yourself for him. You. Just as Xia Qi was about to retort, he suddenly realized what was going on and widened his eyes in astonishment. What did you just say? That half-dead old man is the divine beast of the Xia family? Roar! Ling Xiao growled, clearly unsatisfied with his words. That one growl made Xia Qi feel as if his heart had been gripped tightly by a strong hand and he couldn't breathe. In that instant, Xia Qi's face turned ashen. In contrast with the choking feeling, most of it was a feeling of dread towards the details surrounding Gu Ruoyan. He finally understood why his father had invited her to the Xia family home. He now knew why his father had shielded her so fiercely. As it turns out, the azure dragon in her possession was acquainted with the Lord Divine Beast of the Xia family. Master Xia, I would like him to help Ling Xiao. Would you regret this? Gu Ruoyan asked, glancing at Master Xia with a half-smile on her face. Master Xia's heart shook and he gently closed his eyes. After a long pause, he slowly opened them again. But in that moment, he seemed to have aged 10 years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 384, Departure, to the Dongfang Family Home, 6. Chapter 384, Departure, to the Dongfang Family Home, 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Girl, this is his retribution. Let it be as you have suggested. Even though he did not like Xia Qi and had always wanted to punish him, when that moment arrived he felt a pinch in his heart. But when he thought of everything Xia Qi had done, he hardened his resolve. As his father, he had been ready to forgive Xia Qi regardless of what he had done as long as he was willing to change. But there was one thing that he simply could not forgive, the slaughter of one's own kin. Especially since he was the cause behind the disappearance of his precious grandchild. So, no matter what Gu Ruoyan had planned to do to him, he would have no objections. Good. Honorable Poison Master, I will need your help in this. Next, I'll let him go in and accompany Ling Xiao, seeing as he's been wanting to obtain him so much. So let's give him this opportunity. Gu Ruoyan looked at Xia Qi's pale white face and spoke steadily. Little girl, just tell me what to do when the time comes. The Honorable Poison Master nodded his head. He may not have a good reputation in the mainland, but he would never have murdered his siblings for the sake of succession. He had once gone up against the three great authorities because someone had conspired to murder his younger brother, the master of his family. In the end, he destroyed his enemy's entire family in order to avenge his brother. Because of this, the three great authorities had sought to hunt him down in order to execute him. Then please accept my apologies for the inconvenience. Gu Ruoyun smiled lightly before turning back towards Master Xia. Master Xia, would it be alright if you were to leave us for a bit? Alright. Master Xia sighed, then made his way out of the secret chamber. He understood Gu Ruoyun's reasons for doing so, but no matter what, blood was thicker than water. She had not wished for him to witness this heartbreaking scene. No. Father, I don't want to stay here. I've sinned, take me away, I won't do it again. Realizing that Master Xia was on his way out, Xia Qi began screaming frantically. He reached out his hands to grab onto the corner of Master Xia's robes but was violently pulled away by the Honorable Poison Master. Pang! Xia Qi's body fell heavily to the ground, shivering from the pain. He raised his head just in time to see Master Xia's figure disappear from the secret chamber. He let out a heart-rending shriek. Father, ... Outside the secret chamber, Master Xia stumbled in his footsteps. He slowly closed his eyes and opened them again. He continued walking without glancing back. He walked further and further away. Soon, the voice behind him faded away. The Xia family's farce this time was regarding the unsettled matter of Xia Qi's disappearance. The fewer who knew of the matters surrounding Ling Xiao, the better. That's why Master Xia gave no explanation regarding Xia Qi's whereabouts. Hence, everyone assumed that he had died by the Honorable Poison Master's hand. Of course, in the present moment, Xia Qi was not dead yet. But his fate wasn't very much different from death. When that matter had been thoroughly settled, the Honorable Poison Master decided to leave. Despite how much Master Xia had urged him to stay, he only waved his hand and disappeared without looking back. Soon, it was also time for Gu Ruoyun to set off on her journey to the Dongfang family home. This time, in contrast with her first journey, Qian Beiyi was not the only one following her. Luo Li, who had decided to run after her, would be joining them as well. Little girl, are you really leaving? Perhaps you could stay for just one more day. Compared to his courteousness towards the Honorable Poison Master, Master Xia was far more genuine to Gu Ruoyun. This girl has aided the Xia family in a great many things, he simply could not repay her deeds. I should leave now. I will come back again. Additionally, Gu Ruoyun paused, then continued speaking, Ling Xiao will not be able to help the Xia family out of any future situations. From now on, the Xia family must rely on themselves. Otherwise, if you were to meet with an enemy like the weapon refining sect again, you can only await death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 385, Departure, to the Dongfang Family Home, 7. Chapter 385, Departure, to the Dongfang Family Home, 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Master Xia nodded his head and smiled, I understand. From now on, I will supervise and urge the younger generations of the Xia family to work hard in their cultivation so that even when Lord Ling Xiao leaves, the Xia family will still remain immortal, forever. He did not know why, but Master Xia had a feeling that Lord Ling Xiao will follow in this little girl's march and leave. Once that happens, the Xia family can only depend on themselves. Good, I'll take my leave then. Take care. Xiao Yi, Luo Li, let's go. Gu Ruoyun joined her fists in a salute before walking out of the door, slowly disappearing from Master Xia's line of sight. Master Xia watched her as she left and muttered to himself, perhaps, not too long from now, the entire mainland shall know Gu Ruoyun's name. Even the three great authorities can only gaze at her existence. Be that as it may, Master Xia would never have guessed that his prophecy would come true. Not too long after, the mainland would be entirely dominated by the Devil Sect. Even the three great authorities would depend on the Devil Sect for survival. In Black Tortoise Country, along the bustling streets, a furious roar could be heard. I'm the Emperor. What F***king right do you have in prohibiting me from eating meat? That guy is only a retired emperor, what right does he have to stop me from eating meat? If you listen to that B*****, I will destroy all of you this instant. Damn it, I want to eat meat. Outside the restaurant, Gu Ruoyun, who happened to be passing by, overheard a familiar voice. She cocked an eyebrow and looked in. Instantly, a large body appeared within her line of sight. Pang Ren had placed both hands on his hips and was pointing angrily at the Imperial bodyguard's nose. His eyes were spitting fire, he wished that he could chop the Imperial bodyguard into 8 pieces. The imperial bodyguard looked utterly helpless. This little emperor was great and all, but he simply loved eating meat far too much. He simply wouldn't be happy without it. However, the retired emperor had given the order that no one was permitted to allow him to eat meat. Otherwise, they would be punished by carrying 100 wooden planks. Your Imperial Majesty, the retired emperor has issued the order. This subordinate is powerless. What? Pangran was hopping mad as he roared, I'm the emperor, he only counts as a ball. If you continue to listen to that bastard, then you'd better stay far away from me. This was so infuriating. He thought. That guy is not even a ghost. He's already gone on a honeymoon with my imperial mother, yet he still sends people to monitor me. In the ways of the world, even eating red roasted pork was such a difficult feat. Just as Pangran was about to fly into madness, the sound of a faint laugh was heard. It was filled with flattery. Pangran, it's only been a short while since we last saw each other, how could it be that you've grown so much fatter? Pangran was startled. He turned his head to find a smiling face in front of his eyes. He blinked repeatedly before charging towards Guruoyan with arms wide open. Goddess, I've missed you so much. Hon. Suddenly, a figure in blood-red clothes appeared, blocking Guruoyan from Pangran's view. The figure's silvery hair made him look like a deity. Right now, the man's incomparably beautiful face was as cold as ice and the aura from his body began to stir. Before Pangran could even reach Guruoyan, he was flung aside by that powerful, typhoon-like aura. His nearly 120-kilogram body slammed into a wall, causing it to collapse. But despite sustaining such a heavy impact, Pangran stood up again as if nothing had happened. He rubbed his nose and said, Goddess, didn't you say that as long as I became the emperor, I could eat meat? Now I'm already the emperor, but they still refuse to allow me to eat meat. Since I cannot have meat, I no longer want to be emperor. Anyone can have the throne if he wishes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 386, Departure, to the Dongfang Family Home, 8. Chapter 386, Departure, to the Dongfang Family Home, 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Hearing this, the imperial bodyguard next to him rolled his eyes. Your Imperial Majesty, you've already mentioned this matter to the retired emperor, thought the guard. However, it's very obvious that you'll never have the chance to shirk off the dragon robes now. Otherwise, the retired emperor will serve you with whips. Oh, that's right, why are you here, goddess? And... Pangran blinked, and just as he was about to ask another question, his eyes suddenly fell upon the doll-like young girl behind Guruoyan. His eyes sparkled as he hurriedly rubbed his greasy hands on his robes before holding out his hand towards Luoli, stammering, This. Young lady, my name is Pangran. I'm a loyal supporter of the goddess. May I know your name? Would you be willing to join me for dinner? I'm willing to share my favorite red roasted pork with you. His entire head was drenched in nervous sweat as he spoke. His eyes could not help but stare at Luoli's blushing yet melancholic, doll-like face. However, Luoli felt a strong urge to vomit at the thought of the bucket full of greasy red roasted pork. She hid behind Guruoyan and cried out in dismay, I don't want red roasted pork. I hate greasy things. Pa! Pangran felt his heart break into a million pieces. After all, no one had ever been able to touch his heart ever since he was a little boy. But upon meeting this adorable young girl, he finally understood the meaning of love at first sight. But she actually hates red roasted pork. Pangran felt his body flutter in the wind, floating into an all-time low. Luoli's words kept ringing in his ears. Pangran, we were just passing by. We didn't expect to meet you here, but it would seem that you're doing pretty well. So, I guess we should continue our journey. Guruoyan smiled, then turned to Luoli and said, Luoli, let's go. Okay. Luoli's eyes lit up. She nodded her head vigorously, wishing that she could get as far away from this damned fatty as possible. The trio disappeared straight away, but Pangran was still in a daze from the previous blow. His gaze was sluggish and lifeless. She hates red roasted pork, hates greasy things, that also means, she hates me. He mumbled. Pangran pulled his brains out, his entire face was filled with anguish, so heartbroken that he wasn't even interested in his favorite red roasted pork anymore. He waved his hand towards the imperial bodyguard and said, Let's go back to the palace. As you command, your Imperial Majesty. The imperial bodyguard's eyes lit up. He wanted to thank that young girl with a doll-like face. If it weren't for her, his Imperial Majesty would not return to the palace so obediently. Outside the restaurant, Guruoyan paused in her footsteps and looked at the blue skies. I promised my uncle that I would go to him once I've settled everything here, but now we need to make a stop along the way. Luoli, I'll arrange something for you later on when we're there. Okay. Luo Li lowered her head and replied, showing no objections towards Gu Ruoyun's words. At the Qin Mountains, one of the most fearsome places on the mainland. Of course, 3 years ago, the Qin Mountains was just like any other mountain range. However, at the present moment, countless booby traps had appeared within the Qin Mountains. Even a martial emperor would find themselves unable to leave after falling into one of these traps. Soon enough, everyone began to isolate the Qin Mountains as one of the most dangerous places to be, and no one dared to enter the place. But no one could have imagined that the newest organization of the mainland, the Devil Sect, which had reached the level of notoriety in the span of one night, had stationed themselves within the dangerous Qin Mountains. The booby traps that had been scattered around the Qin Mountains were all planted by the Devil Sect. Because of this, after 3 years, no organization has managed to discover the headquarters of the Devil Sect, no matter how hard they had searched. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 387, Departure, to the Dongfang Family Home, 9. Chapter 387, Departure, to the Dongfang Family Home, 9. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, at the Devil Sect's headquarters on a mountain peak, a young slender girl sat at the top of an old tree with her hand on her cheek. Her freckled face glowed in the light of the setting sun. Behind her, the disciples of the Devil Sect stared straight at the young girl in front of them. The girl's looks were not particularly outstanding, especially with that freckled face. There were also countless scars all over her fair white skin that could not be erased. However, the young girl's personality would make anyone feel helplessly attracted to her. Luo. Lady Luo. One disciple finally gathered enough courage and approached the young girl from under the old tree. The disciple asked, Lady Luo, would it be alright if I could request for your guidance regarding a question on cultivation? During the past few days, ever since General Luo had been removed from his position in Azure Dragon Country and joined the Devil Sect to help Gu Ruoyan train her disciples, he has grown into a strong martial king thanks to the nutrition of the countless pills from the Devil Sect. And Luoying too had surprisingly broken through to the rank of a martial general. Of course, her hard work was not unrelated to Gu Ruoyun. She did not wish to rely on the Devil Sect to gain a foothold. Instead, she chose to rely on her own strength. Obviously, she was successful. Even though her talents were not as astonishing as Ma Yu and the rest, she has become a well-known figure amongst the youth of her age. Suddenly, a familiar figure from far ahead caught her eye. Luoying stared blankly for a moment before quickly regaining her senses and rushed quickly towards the young girl. Gu Ruoyan had evidently spotted her as well and paused in her tracks. She looked at the freckled young girl and smiled. Luoyin, how was it like, living here? Were you able to adapt to the conditions of this place? Slowly, Luoyin stopped. Her eyes never left that faintly smiling face. Memories of that frail, weak-looking face came rushing back into her mind's eye. She could still remember how she would always hide behind her every time someone bullied her. Her heart had lamented. It's been 4 years, and in just that short period of time, the once weak young girl has now become so strong and had even founded such a powerful organization. Those who had once oppressed her and stepped on her, would they have been able to imagine that she would reach a day like this? Gu Ruoyun, you've returned. Luoyin smiled. It goes without saying that the smile on her freckled face looked absolutely comforting. It gave off a very warm feeling. Yes, I'm back. Gu Ruoyun smiled. No matter how powerful she would become in the future, this person before her would always be her lifelong friend. Friendship amongst youth is always a beautiful thing. It's never complicated with self-interest. During that year, before she had grown her wings, Luoyin was the only one who had stood up for her. A friendship like this, even when the seas run dry and the stones go soft, will never change, not even until the end of time. Luoyin, this time I've returned with someone. As Gu Ruoyan spoke, she pulled Luoli out from behind her and said, This is Luoli. I want to arrange for her initiation into the Devil Sect. At the same time, please find an expert in poisons to educate her. I want her to create poisons. Besides, before the Honorable Poison Master had left, he promised Gu Ruoyun that he would come for 5 days every month to teach Luoli. This was also the Honorable Poison Master's initiative. He could already see Luoli's potential in crafting poisons from the beginning. Do not underestimate a poison specialist. For the powers of a poison specialist would easily be reflected in the future. Otherwise, even a powerful cultivator like the Honorable Sir Tianchi would not have run away every time he saw the Honorable Poison Master. Indeed, the poisonous gas all over his body was far too terrifying. One false move and he himself would die without even knowing the cause. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 388, Departure, to the Dongfang Family Home, 10. Chapter 388, Departure, to the Dongfang Family Home, 10. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Don't worry, leave it to me. Luoyin nodded as she smiled and held out her hand towards Luoli. I'm Luoyin, we have the same surname. Fate has brought us together. If you were to encounter any issues in the Devil Sect, you can look for me. Looking at Luoyin's friendly smile, Luoli's heart softened. She grasped the former's hand and smiled gently. Thank you. No need to thank me, Luoli waved her hand, I'm doing all of this for Gu Ruoyun. If you really want to thank me, you'll use every ounce of your power to help her. Luoli trembled slightly and stared in astonishment at Luoyin. She could not understand it. Why were so many people willing to serve her? Perhaps she will understand where her charisma lies in the future. When that day comes, perhaps she too will be like the rest, willing to do anything for her sake. Gu Ruoyun, how long will you be in the Devil Sect? Luoyin raised her head towards Gu Ruoyun and asked. Gu Ruoyun shook her head. Xiaoyi and I need to make our way to the Dongfang family home. We will be leaving immediately. Luoyin, I'll leave Luoli to you. Don't worry. When you return, I'll show you a completely different side of her. Luoyin's smile was full of confidence. She was certain that with the many advantageous qualities of the Devil Sect, Luoli will grow just as fast as she had. Then we'll be leaving now. Gu Ruoyun said nothing more and turned to approach the silver-haired man in the blood-red robes. He had been waiting for her at the doorway of the courtyard. Her fresh and beautiful face formed into a smile. Xiaoyi, let's go. Xian Beiyi nodded and followed Gu Ruoyun out of the courtyard. Behind her, everyone in the Devil Sect burst into a fervent discussion as they watched the two leave. In the end, it was the youth who had previously tried to hit on Luoyin who gathered his courage and confronted her. Lady Luo, who was that lady? I've never seen her before. How did she get into the Devil Sect? Luoyin rolled her eyes and looked at him with disdain. If you've had the opportunity to meet her, then you could be considered as a protector. Once she had finished speaking, Luoyin no longer cared about the rest. She pulled Luoli towards the direction of the rear halls, leaving a group of bewildered people behind. What did Luoyin mean by that? She just said that only the protectors have the right to see that lady? Could it be that her position was much higher than the protectors? Could it be that she's a master of a hall? Everyone immediately felt regret at the thought of this. They regretted not going up to the girl and hitting on her. After all, the lady was not only young and beautiful, but the position she held in the Devil Sect was pretty high. Wouldn't it be great to sail on that boat? However, if Luoyin had told them that Gu Ruoyun was the sect master of the Devil Sect, it was possible that many would have called her bluff. No one could have imagined that the mysterious sect master of the Devil Sect was actually a young girl just over the age of 10. Furthermore, she'd actually appeared before their eyes. Outside the mountain peak, the clouds and mist were sparse. Gu Ruoyun stood between a layer of clouds as her green robes fluttered in the wind. Her eyes held a calm demeanor. The matters in the Xia family have been settled and Luoli now has her purpose. I wonder where Yuer could be. However, she still strongly believed that the delicate, pretty, and shy young boy was still alive. As long as she continued moving forward, someday, they will meet again. Xiaoyi, let us continue our journey. I really don't know what has happened in the Dongfang family that my uncle would resort to calling upon my aid. To be honest, she did not have a good impression of the Dongfang family. But she still liked her uncle, who has come to her aid many times, very much. So for his sake, this time she would make a trip to the Dongfang family home. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 389, The Head of the Dongfang Family, Grandfather? 1. Chapter 389, The Head of the Dongfang Family, Grandfather? 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Dongfang City. This is where the Dongfang family reside. Dongfang City is very much like Heaven City, and the position of the Dongfang family was like that of the Xia family in Heaven City. Every kilometer surrounding Dongfang City belongs to the Dongfang family. In the Dongfang family, it's entirely forgivable if you don't know Master Dongfang's name. You will also be forgiven if you are ignorant of the identity of the Dongfang family's young master. But there is one name that everyone must know, the former number one genius of the Dongfang family who had once shocked the entire mainland, the woman who had been highly sought after by the three great authorities, Dongfang Yu. It's said that not only did Dongfang Yu of the Dongfang family have a face that could cause the downfall of cities, she had always been exceptionally talented. Unfortunately, the heavens were jealous of her beauty, for shortly after Dongfang Yu's disappearance, news spread that she had met her demise. No one really knew what the master of the Dongfang family really said when he addressed the crowd with the news. All they knew was that after the meeting, the master of the Dongfang family had suddenly aged 10 years. However, since the beginning of the incident, the Dongfang family had not made any movement. Even now, no one knew who the culprit was behind Dongfang Yu's death. At this very moment, outside the tight security of the city gates, a shock of green robes paused. A young girl stroked her chin and raised her head to look at the grand gates with a lightly cocked eyebrow. What happened to Dongfang family? Why are the guards searching the visitors so stringently? Whatever it is, I'll discuss this when I meet with my uncle. Xiao Yi, let's go. She then walked straight towards the city gates. Both of you, please show your identity tokens. Just as Gu Ruoyan stepped in front of the city gate, the voice of a city official sounded in a slow, cold, and mechanical voice. But when he raised his head towards Gu Ruoyan, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. My lady, are you Lady Gu? Gu Ruoyan went blank for a bit before nodding her head. That's right, I'm Gu Ruoyan. Lady Gu, you finally arrived. The city official wiped the sweat on his forehead as a smile appeared on his cold expression. I am under the orders of the young master to await your arrival in his place, Lady Gu. Seeing as you've arrived, then I will take you to meet the young master. Before this, the young master had shown Gu Ruoyan's portrait to them. Once she had arrived, there would be no need for them to search her and she would be permitted into Dongfang City immediately. This was the reason why the city official had been able to identify her with just one look. Just as the city official was about to escort Gu Ruoyan to meet Dongfang Xiaozi, the sound of horses' hooves interrupted them, followed by someone calling for the horse to stop. The group saw a woman general, clad in armor, tightly pulling on the reins. She wore bright red armor and looked absolutely majestic with upward slanting eyebrows. She frowned as she swept her imposing gaze towards the city official who had just been about to turn and leave. She spoke sharply, Zhangli, you have not investigated their identities or conducted a search on their persons. The city official, whom she had addressed as Zhangli, stared blankly for a bit before replying pragmatically, reporting to General Dongfang, this lady is someone that the young master wants to meet. This was why this subordinate would be so bold as to allow them entrance into Dongfang City without a search. Zhangli, you're far too bold. With the conditions surrounding the Dongfang family, you've actually allowed entrance so carelessly. And in the name of the young master. I am the general of Dongfang City. Since the young master had issued such an order, why have I not heard of it? Furthermore, under the grim circumstances of the Dongfang family, even the young master cannot use bribery or fraud. Men, search them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 390, The Head of the Dongfang Family, Grandfather? 2. Chapter 390, The Head of the Dongfang Family, Grandfather? 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Dongfang Yan waved her glamorous hand and ordered with thunder-like violence and wind-like swiftness, a group of women officials. Her sharp eyes flashed as they looked over Gu Ruoyan and Qianbei Yi at the gate with an investigative look. Yes, General. Once she had given the order, two women officials descended from their horses and approached the two. As he watched the two ladies making their way towards him, Qianbei Yi could not help but imagine a scenario of himself being touched by the two ladies. He felt a twinge of disgust and a torrential wind rose from around him. His silvery hair danced in the wind and his incomparably beautiful face seemed to be covered by a dark cloud. Go away! He shouted coldly. Hon! Before the women officials could even reach Qianbei Yi, a shapeless force slammed into their chests. They couldn't even figure out what was going on before they were thrown fiercely onto the crowd. How dare you! Dongfang Yan's face was now filled with rage as she pulled out her whip. Her whip was extremely sharp and curled like a dragon towards Qianbei Yi's neck. Everyone imagined that if the whip were to land on his head, the silver-haired man in red would collapse onto the ground. But just as the whip reached in front of Qianbei Yi's face, a flaming blaze appeared on the whip, igniting the hemp twist and slowly started trailing upwards. Under the burning heat of the flames, Dongfang Yan's eyes filled with panic as she hurriedly threw the whip onto the ground. She stared, pale-faced at Qianbei Yi. What are you? This man is far too powerful, she thought. I don't believe that such a powerful man would come here for no particular reason. In order to protect the Dongfang family, I will not let them pass. Qianbei Yi's eyes slowly turned towards Dongfang Yan. Red light poured into the man's eyes as if the flames of hell were burning within his eyes, causing Dongfang Yan to tremble. She bit her lips, which were gradually turning purple, and stared in terror at the incomparably beautiful man before her. I've never seen anyone with such bloodthirsty eyes, she thought. How many people did he have to kill for his eyes to look like that? Zhangli, these are the people that the young master wished to meet. Dongfang Yan bit her lower lip before she roared angrily while pointing at Zhangli. These two clearly harbor ill intentions towards our Dongfang city, yet you dared to make use of the young master's name and grant her entrance? You're clearly a traitor. Wait until I report this to the master, then I'll deal with you, you scum. Zhangli smiled bitterly as he thought, this lady is the master of the 100 Herb Hall, how could the people next to her not lose their temper at the prospect of being searched? But Zhangli knew that even if he told her who she was, the usually arrogant General Dongfang would not believe him. General, they really are guests of the young master. It would be difficult if the young master grew anxious from waiting. Zhangli replied threateningly. Humph. Dongfang Yan scoffed coldly and replied with disdain, these two are spies and no one can save them. I advise you both to obediently let us tie you up. This is Dongfang City. If you choose to take the side of the evildoer, do not blame me, Dongfang Yan, for being discourteous. So what if this child is powerful? He's probably only a martial emperor at the most. She thought. The master of the Dongfang family was a mid-stage martial emperor, how could they not fear him? If Dongfang Yan had known of how Chen Beiyi had dispatched those martial emperors so easily, would she still be thinking of it that way? Oh? To whom were you going to act discourteously? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 391, The Head of the Dongfang Family, Grandfather? 3. Chapter 391, The Head of the Dongfang Family, Grandfather? 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Just as Dongfang Yan was staring haughtily at the two, a voice as gentle as a jade could be heard from afar. Hearing this, Gu Ruoyun felt a sense of excitement and turned to find the source of the voice. An embroidered robe fluttered under the light breeze. The man's features were like a painting, gentle and calm. A warm light shone from his handsome face and his eyes held a small smile. This man was as beautiful as a picture. If there was a phrase to describe him, it would be, a nobleman is like a precious gem, none would be his equal. Little girl, you've arrived? The man paused in his steps as he reached Gu Ruoyun. The usual formal elegance faded from his smile as it seemed to have gained a layer of genuine feeling. Even his voice seems to hold a hint of flattery. You, little girl, had left for so long without even providing me with any updates. You've certainly given me a good wait. Seeing as you've arrived, follow me into the city. Okay. Gu Ruoyun smiled. This man had always made her feel very warm inside. Perhaps it was because they were related by blood. However, upon seeing Gu Ruoyun's soft smile, Chen Beiyi frowned. A faint hint of jealousy stirred within his heart. Wait a minute. Seeing that Gu Ruoyun was about to leave with Dongfang Xiaozi, Dongfang Yan waved the whip in her hands and drove her horse in front of the group, blocking their way. Her sharp eyes shot towards the green-robed young girl behind Dongfang Xiaozi. Her face grew stern as she said, Young master, you cannot take those two away. The smile on Dongfang Xiaozi's face slowly disappeared and a sense of coolness began to fill his gaze. His voice remained kind and courteous, but everyone could now hear a twinge of anger in it. Dongfang Yan, I can guess at what had just happened a while ago. But now I have no time to concern myself with you. I will send for you to settle this matter once I've sent Yuner to the Dongfang family home. This Dongfang Yan, just because her father was an elder of the family, had always disregarded the law and natural morality. She looked down on everyone and was far too old-fashioned, he thought. She has never been able to make sense of reason. If it weren't because of the many contributions by her father to the Dongfang family, the position of the general would never have been passed to her. Young master, the identities of these two are unclear. I suspect that they are spies. Allow me to inspect their identities before permitting their entrance into the city. Please do not cause trouble for this subordinate. Oh? Dongfang Xiaozi cocked an eyebrow and smiled. His smile was icy. You think that my friends have unknown identities? This subordinate is only following the rules. I will not show favoritism. Dongfang Yan raised her head and spoke rigidly. As long as they obediently allow me to search them, I will allow them to enter Dongfang City. Young master, if you choose to show favoritism and circumvent the law, how can you explain this to the masses? I'm the young master of the Dongfang family. I can still make this one small decision. A cold light flashed across Dongfang Xiaozi's eyes. It would seem that there's a need to consolidate the powers in the family. Otherwise, some people may begin to think that the Dongfang family belonged to them. Young master, if these two were to enter Dongfang City and something goes wrong, who will be responsible for it? Dongfang Yan was not giving in as she stared expressionlessly at Dongfang Xiaozi. Fine, Dongfang Xiaozi glanced at her indifferently, his tone somber. If their arrival should bring any danger to the Dongfang family, then I will be held personally responsible for this incident. Dongfang Yan, are you satisfied now? Dongfang Yan stared blankly. She never expected for the young master to take responsibility for everything. So for a long while, she was unable to reply, and by the time she had regained her senses, Dongfang Xiaozi and the rest have already entered the city and soon disappeared before her very eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 392, The Head of the Dongfang Family, Grandfather? 4. Chapter 392, The Head of the Dongfang Family, Grandfather? 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Amongst the bustling crowd, Dongfang Xiaozi gently waved his fan. His calm, limpid eyes fell upon the young girl as he sighed helplessly. Honestly, I wanted so much to reveal your identity. You have the blood of the Dongfang family running through your veins. How could a subordinate bully you in this manner? But I believe that you do not recognize yourself as a part of the Dongfang family. So I guess that you might not want to admit to your identity then. Gu Ruoyan blinked and smiled. I do not acknowledge the Dongfang family, but I acknowledge you, my uncle. Little girl, Dongfang Xiaozi paused in his steps. I will wait. I will wait until the day when you are willing to acknowledge the Dongfang family. When that day comes, I will tell the world that you, Gu Ruoyan, are my niece. And that you are the pride of the Dongfang family. Gu Ruoyan's eyes moved, but she did not say anything more. Long ago, the Dongfang family had refused to help her parents. This was a hurdle that her heart refuses to overcome. Perhaps, she would never be able to acknowledge the Dongfang family in this life. All right, little girl. I know that you have a lot of misunderstandings towards the Dongfang family, but it's all right. I can wait. Now, your maternal grandfather wishes to see you. I will take you to him. Gu Ruoyun paused in silence before nodding her head gently. Okay. At the Dongfang family home. It may not have the splendor and flourish of the secular world, but it did have a substantial amount of ancient charm. The gardens were filled with all sorts of medicinal herbs that help in increasing a person's powers. Even the house was built with heavenly incense wood. At the present moment, in the Dongfang family study, the air was serious and depressing. An old man with hair on his temples sat in front of his desk, casting a sharp and dignified gaze at the young girl in green before him. When he spoke, a faint coercion dispersed into the air. You are Gu Ruoyun? Yours daughter? My maternal granddaughter? Sensing the coercion, Gu Ruoyun smiled coldly, and replied unmovingly, I'm indeed Gu Ruoyun, daughter of Dongfang Yu. However, I am not your maternal granddaughter. Yuner. Hearing this, Dongfang Xiaozi's expression changed immediately, and he hurriedly shot a look at Gu Ruoyan before staring worriedly at the old man's sinking expression. Humph. Master Dongfang scoffed coldly, and replied severely, Little girl, is this how you treat your elders? No matter what, I am still your maternal grandfather. Nothing can change that fact. Maternal grandfather? Gu Ruoyun laughed disdainfully. My maternal grandfather is not the kind of person who would watch his own daughter die and do nothing. My maternal grandfather is not a weak little coward, who was unable to protect his own daughter. I do not blame you for your inability to protect my mother, but to grin and bear the fact that my mother was murdered. Can you even be considered a father? Just as Gu Ruoyun spoke these words, she could clearly feel the air in the study grow even more somber. It was suffocating. Dongfang Xiaozi could not help but feel anxious. His father had a bad temper, and Yuner was not the kind of person who would simply give in. If both of them were to start fighting, he might not be able to soothe them no matter how much he tried. In that instant, Master Dongfang's face turned into an ugly shade. Even Gu Ruoyun knew that he was going to flip out against her. However, no one knew why, but he did not explode in anger. Instead, he replied coldly, Zaire, take her away, I do not wish to see her for the time being. Yes, father. Dongfang Xiaozi wiped the sweat off his brow, then escorted Gu Ruoyun out of the study. Only when he felt a cold breeze did he realize that his entire body was drenched in sweat. He laughed bitterly. Yuner, were you trying to frighten your uncle to death? My father has a horrible temper, but he really doesn't have a bad heart. He had his reasons for that which had happened in the past. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 393, The Head of the Dongfang Family, Grandfather? 5. Chapter 393, The Head of the Dongfang Family, Grandfather? 5. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Uncle, I'm tired. Gu Ruoyun yawned as if she did not wish to hear whatever else Dongfang Xiaozi was trying to say. Dongfang Xiaozi tried to continue, but upon seeing Gu Ruoyun's tired pallor, he sighed, "Yuner, someday you'll understand him. However, regardless what your relationship with the Dongfang family is, you will always be my niece." Gu Ruoyun only smiled and said nothing more. Her fresh and beautiful face now held a gentle light. Moonlight shone through the gentle brush of willow trees. The young girl was dressed in green robes that fluttered gently in the night breeze. She stood in front of the window, her thoughts unclear. A familiar presence appeared from behind her and her heart could not help but feel calmer. "Xiao Yi, do you have relatives?" Qianbei Yi wrinkled his brows and shook his head. Then he remembered that Gu Ruoyun might not have been able to see his actions and said, "I don't know, perhaps not." "Xiao Yi, do you know that I am a person with a past life?" Gu Ruoyun raised her head and stared out at the moonlight, as if she was seeing the slaughter on that snow-capped mountain again. "In my past life, I had a kind grandfather, a wonderful mother, and an adorable little brother. But my father was the lowest of scums. Not only had he gone after my mother for the sake of obtaining the position of the Xia family's young master, but on the very night that he had received my mother, he allowed his childhood lover to enter the household. If it weren't for my grandfather's favoritism towards my mother, I'm afraid my mother would not have been able to continue living in the Xia family home." Qianbei Yi did not reply, he stared quietly back at Gu Ruoyun. He knew that this was a secret which was concealed in the deepest recesses of her heart. Yet she is willing to now tell him this secret. How great of a trust is this? However, everything changed when my grandfather passed away. The Xia family has a precious heirloom, the Phoenix Cauldron, and only the reincarnation of the Purple Phoenix can acquire the Phoenix Cauldron. Before he had passed on, grandfather gave the Phoenix Cauldron to me. Hence, that bastard with no humanity destroyed my entire maternal grandfather's family and kidnapped my mother to use her as a threat so that I would give him the Phoenix Cauldron. In order to prevent the Phoenix Cauldron from falling into their hands, my mother chose to take her own life. Now, thinking of the memories of her past life, Gu Ruoyun still felt her heart ache as if it were being torn into pieces, but she could never forget how her entire maternal grandfather's family had been exterminated and the scene of that funeral. Neither could she forget as she witnessed her beloved mother tortured by that B****starred and ultimately choosing to take her own life. Gu Ruoyun gently closed her eyes, then slowly opened them again. "After my mother died, I chose to bear the humiliation to save my skin and leave my hometown. I entrusted my only brother, who was the only person I had left at the time, to my childhood lover." Upon hearing that last sentence, Qianbei Yi felt a discomfort in his heart. His incomparably beautiful face looked particularly ugly, and his entire body was enveloped in an eerie aura. If that person were here, God forbid that he would die without a whole corpse. Gu Ruoyun obviously did not notice the state of the man behind her as she continued speaking, "But I never thought that he would betray me. For the sake of that Phoenix Cauldron, for the sake of a high position, he had not hesitated to curry favor with that B****starred. He tore my brother into pieces while he was still alive right in front of me. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yi, do you know how I had felt? Even if I had died, I wanted to drag all of them down to hell with me." Suddenly, a large, warm, and tender hand reached out from behind her and pulled her tightly into an embrace. She didn't know why, but upon feeling the man's warm and tender chest, her manic temperament slowly grew calm again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 394, The Head of the Dongfang Family, Grandfather? 6. Chapter 394, The Head of the Dongfang Family, Grandfather? 6. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Xiao Yi, I couldn't do it. I couldn't drag them all down to hell with me. The Phoenix Cauldron had prevented me from exploding. So I was reincarnated, and from that moment, I swore that I would storm the East Peak mainland and have my revenge on them. Xiao Yun. Qianbei Yi rubbed his chin against Gu Ruoyun's head, his voice held warmth and certainty as if making a promise separate from many lifetimes. "Don't worry, I will always be with you. Be it heaven or hell, I will be with you. Those days in the past when you had escaped death must have been lonely. In the future, I will make sure that you never feel alone. I will kill anyone you hate, even if you hate the entire world, I will destroy the world for you." If I hate the world, he would destroy the entire world? He does not even mind becoming a devil? Upon hearing this, Gu Ruoyun felt moved. She slowly closed her eyes and leaned her entire body, mind, and soul onto the man's body. "Xiao Yi, did you know? After my reincarnation, I've never met my parents in my current life, but I miss them dearly." Perhaps this was a feeling that the previous Gu Ruoyun had left behind for me, and perhaps it was also because we are related by blood. I still believe that they are not dead. Only lost. But I'm bitterly disappointed with the Dongfang family's attitude. Gu Ruoyan opened her eyes with a cold smile hanging on her lips. My mother and father loved each other, what was wrong with that? Yet years ago, the Dongfang family had refused to acknowledge my mother even though this had been her wish. She did not want to burden the Dongfang family with her decision. I don't blame them for mother's death. Some enemies are simply too powerful and cannot be resisted by the Dongfang family. While I don't sympathize with the old man's methods in protecting the family, I can understand. But even you knew how the Gu family had treated my mother and the previous occupant of this body. If the Dongfang family had not ignored her, why would he look down on my mother? If it wasn't for the fact that no one from the Dongfang family ever chose to stand up, the previous Gu Ruoyan would still be alive. Gu Ruoyan sighed heavily and said, the previous Gu Ruoyan was already dead, she is now Xia Ruoyan. If the Dongfang family could have vouched for the previous inhabitant of this body, then she would not have died with remaining resentments. Of course, if it weren't for the death of the previous inhabitant, she would not have been able to reincarnate. Hence, she felt both resentment and gratitude towards the Dongfang family. Xiao Yun. Qian Beiyi held the young girl's cold body tightly in his arms as he lowered his eyes and coaxed her softly, you still have me. Xiao Yi. Gu Ruoyan lightly puckered her lips as a sense of warmth passed over her heart. She knew that even if she were to, one day, become an enemy of the world, he would still remain by her side, never leaving nor abandoning her. Even if she was turned into a great monster targeted by many, he would still believe that everything she did was right. Actually, Gu Ruoyan was rejoicing. She rejoiced the fact that she met him that year and had accepted him. Otherwise, right now, he would not even be by her side. Suddenly, Chen Beiyi's face sank and shot a cold and eerie glare at a willow tree under the night sky. His voice was gloomy and a murderous intent stirred from the space between his brows, show yourself. Shwa. Just as he spoke, small red fellow rolled out from behind the willow tree. He tottered and rolled until he reached Chen Beiyi. His green eye and red eye were both filled with confusion and cowardice as they staring timidly up at the silver-haired man before him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 395, The Head of the Dongfang Family, Grandfather? 7. Chapter 395, The Head of the Dongfang Family, Grandfather? 7. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What are you still doing here? Gu Ruoyan gazed indifferently at the small animal and her voice was cold. I've already dissolved your contract. You can leave now. From now on, you have your freedom. This was what you had hoped for after all. Yen didn't respond. In all honesty, he was in deep regret. He regretted not having helped Gu Ruoyan. But how could he have known that Gu Ruoyan was actually connected to the Sovereign King? If he had known of this earlier, he would have given his life to help her. Master, I know I've done wrong. I hope that you can give me another chance. I promise that I'll change and I will use all my power to help you in the future. At this moment, the little animal no longer held his initial smugness and arrogance. His red eye and green eye stared pitifully at Gu Ruoyan. Gu Ruoyan smiled coldly, that's true, I do need many strong cultivators by my side, but I don't need disobedience. If you can't even help me in my time of need, then what use would I have for you even if you were a god? I don't want to throw a tantrum at you, I no longer want to see you ever again. Seeing Gu Ruoyan's nonchalance, Yen turned to face Qian Beiyi. He then bowed in accordance to the etiquette of the animal kingdom, respected Sovereign King, please forgive this subordinate of his delinquency. Your subordinate knows that he has done wrong and is willing to give his life to ensure her safety. There will be no trace of disloyalty. Qian Beiyi did not reply and instead turned his gaze towards Gu Ruoyan, as if awaiting her decision. No need, Gu Ruoyan glanced at Yen and spoke emotionlessly, he once disobeyed an order and refused to rescue those who were in mortal danger. I don't blame him, but in the future, I will no longer be using him. Otherwise, whenever I ever fight with anyone else in the future, his attitude will only push us into an even more difficult situation. You should leave now. I don't ever want to see you again. Hearing this, the little animal's eyes grew more anxious. That year, when the Sovereign King had saved them, the animal kingdom then fell under the command of the Sovereign King. If he was chased away, then he will be considered as a traitor to the animal kingdom and his presence would no longer be tolerated in the animal kingdom. Master, I swear with my life that I will never make the same mistake again. It's true, I wasn't willing to obey you in the beginning because you had used the help of the Phoenix's power to force me into a contract. I have always been proud and arrogant, I would never willingly bow to human coercion. That's why I did not listen to your orders, Master. But now, I'm willing to serve you, and if you don't believe me, you can make a bond of slavery contract with me. As a slave, I cannot rebel against your orders. The bond of slavery contract is the most unfair form of contract. If a slave disobeys his master, he would be punished in the flames of hell. Neither alive nor dead, neither dead nor destroyed. He will suffer endlessly in hell. Hence, Guru Oyun has never formed a bond of slavery contract with any spiritual beast. This was how she had respected them. But upon hearing Yan's suggestion, Guru Oyun grew silent. Actually, with the bond of slavery contract, Yan would never be able to oppose her orders. Even if she wanted him to die, he would have to obey her. Are you sure that you want to form a bond of slavery contract? Guru Oyun swept her calm gaze onto Yan and spoke in an even tone. Yan quickly nodded his head, I am sure. All right. Guru Oyun stared at Yan, then I'll give you one last chance. I will form a bond of slavery contract with you. In the future, if you ever behave as heinously as you once did, then you will stay in the fiery pits of hell for thousands of years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 396, The Head of the Dongfang Family, Grandfather? 8. Chapter 396, The Head of the Dongfang Family, Grandfather? 8. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The bond of slavery contract is the lowest form of contract. Even if there were other contracted spiritual beasts under the same master, the slave would always remain one level below them. This was because the other spiritual beasts had signed an equal contract. As Yan was determined to form a bond of slavery contract, that meant that he had no position of power amongst Guru Oyun's party members. Any of her spiritual beasts can abuse him or give him orders. You could say that he was now suffering the consequences of his actions. Had he not disobeyed her orders, perhaps he would not have become a lowly slave. I am willing. Yan gritted his teeth as he spoke. Who had allowed her to become the sovereign king's woman? Forget about the bond of slavery contract, if she wanted him to die in front of her now, he couldn't even complain. Remember your promise. Guru Oyun gently raised her eyes before she calmly said, Should you ever betray me, I will give you a fate worse than death. I swear, from this moment on, I will protect you with my life. As long as I'm living, I will allow no harm to come to you. Yan swore to the heavens with his eyes full of resolve. Since that's the case, then come here. We will form the bond of slavery contract. You know the tyrannical nature of this particular contract, so it's still not too late to back out. Master, I will not regret this. His life had been saved by this man, and if he didn't care to whom he wished to gift him to, he would have no objections. Guru Oyun slowly placed her hand onto Yan's head. In an instant, a cool sensation coursed through his mind from her palm. He then felt a hand clutch his soul in a tight grip. Finally, a mark appeared on his soul. Yan's body trembled slightly, but he showed no signs of struggle from the beginning. Because the bond of slavery contract had such tyrannical restrictions, there were also dangers when forming the contract. If Yan were to suddenly regret his decision during the process, Guru Oyun would also end up being seriously injured. But he didn't do anything, allowing Guru Oyun to carve a mark of eternal loyalty and devotion in his soul. It's done. Guru Oyun removed her hand and spoke calmly, You can leave now, come out again when I need you. Yes, master. Now, Yan replied with reverence and respect. His eyes no longer held their initial arrogance. His small body then flashed before he disappeared from Guru Oyun's eyes. In the study, an old man with hair all over his temples frowned as he read the book in his hand. His face remained buried in it even when faced with the man in embroidered robes who stood in front of him. If there's nothing else, you can leave. He said. Dongfang Xiaozi stared blankly for a moment and sighed helplessly, Father, actually, I only want to speak to you about one thing. That maternal granddaughter of yours has a temper that's more vigorous than yours, so I hope. Pa. The old man slammed his hand on the table and sulkily replied, So, what you're saying is that as her elder, I should give way? Look at her, she doesn't acknowledge the Dongfang family, and that was still acceptable. But she did not even acknowledge me, her grandfather. She even went so far to say that she doesn't have a maternal grandfather like me. Don't forget that yours blood runs through her veins and my blood runs through yours veins. I am her maternal grandfather. Even if she refuses to acknowledge it, it will not change that. Father, with an explosive temper like yours, it'd be a wonder if she gave in to you. Dongfang Xiaozi sighed, This little girl has always been amenable to coaxing but not coercion. If you could be a little softer, perhaps her heart will soften. The old man was so angry that his beard was in disarray and his already ashen face grew uglier by the minute. You want me to become a little softer? My apologies, this is the temper of the master of this house, it will not change. Whether she wants to acknowledge me, her maternal grandfather, that's up to her. You want me to give in to a person of the younger generation? I'm telling you, that is impossible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 397, Enemies on a Narrow Road, 1. Chapter 397, Enemies on a Narrow Road, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Dongfang Xiaozi suddenly regretted his decision of having his father meet Gu Ruoyun. Honestly, the temperaments of both parties were equally stubborn. If one of them would actually be willing to soften up, perhaps the situation would be far more harmonious. Unfortunately, both parties were not the kind of people who would give in. Perhaps only one person can help them. Sunrise. In the Dongfang family's rear courtyard, Gu Ruoyun slowly opened her bedroom door. A familiar figure fell within her sights. The man's features were gentle, his lips were raised into a smile as he greeted her. Yuner, did you sleep well? Not too badly. Gu Ruoyun nodded. Uncle, why are you here so early in the morning? Yuner, Dongfang Xiaozi paused gracefully, then replied with an even pace, I want to take you to a place to meet someone. That person had always wanted to see you. Gu Ruoyun fell momentarily silent before she asked, is that person related to the Dongfang family? That's right. She is indeed a member of the Dongfang household, but I think you might get along very well with her. Ever since Big Sister's death, he thought, she had become a hermit in the mountains. No matter how much father had pleaded with her, she refused to set one foot off the mountain. Perhaps, the only person who can persuade her to leave the mountain would be Yuner. She certainly would be very happy to meet Yuner. Alright, Gu Ruoyun raised her head to look at Dongfang Xiaozi, I'll follow you and have a look. As long as her temper isn't like that old fart's, I shouldn't have any conflicts with her. Hearing this, Dongfang Xiaozi smiled bitterly. The personalities of both this young one and that old one were far too similar. It's impossible for them to not be maternal grandfather and grandchild. Let's go, Yuner, I think you'll like her very much. Ever since Dongfang Yu's death over 10 years ago, this mountain at the back had become a forbidden strip of land in the Dongfang family. Aside from the master and the young master, anyone who set foot in the mountain will suffer a severe punishment. Hence, in the land surrounding the mountain, there wasn't a single soul in sight. At this moment, in a lonely cottage within the mountain, a beautiful woman in blue robes was sitting in front of a table as she gracefully sipped on the fumes of a dazzling tea. It goes without saying that this beautiful woman was stunning. She had the kind of beauty that could cause the downfall of cities. However, there was a freshness and a sense of purity about her beauty. It was hard to imagine that someone could mix such opposing auras together. It was a sight that both warms the heart and delights the eye. Perhaps, due to good self-care, the beautiful woman had no wrinkles on her face. Her graceful and unhurried air displayed the maturity of her age. However, her white hair still exposed her true age. Zaire, you're here to pay me a visit? Sensing the presence at the door, the beautiful woman curled her lips into a smile as she raised her beautiful eyebrows and turned her eyes, like clear autumn waters, towards the outside area of the cottage. But when she saw the young girl next to Dongfang Xiaozi, the smile on the beautiful woman's face froze in place. She rose from the rattan chair and stared at Gu Ruoyun as her eyes welled up with tears. You've returned? The beautiful woman's hand was pressed tightly onto the table, causing its surface to shake. Her eyes remained glued to the face which had filled her thoughts every minute of the day, as if she feared that the person would disappear like a hallucination when she blinked. Gu Ruoyun stayed silent as she watched the beautiful woman's excited and nervous expression. Something stirred from within her heart. It was the kind of sensation that felt as if something in those eyes connected deeply with her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 398, Enemies on a Narrow Road, 2. Chapter 398, Enemies on a Narrow Road, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Mother, she's not Big Sister. Big Sister has passed away. An unbearable disturbance flashed across Dongfang Xiaozi's face. Ever since the news of Big Sister's death had reached her ears, their mother had locked herself in the mountain and refused to leave. Yes, Yuer has passed away. How could a dead person return to life? Pu Tong. The beautiful woman's legs gave way and she crumpled back onto the rattan chair. Her luxurious, jade-like hand clutched her chest tightly. It hurt so much that she could barely breathe. After so many years, this was the kind of pain that has become her companion. It never ceased. Zaire, this young lady must be Yuer's daughter? Whom you've mentioned to me? My maternal granddaughter Gu Ruoyun? The beautiful woman calmed herself and her alluring eyes stared foolishly at the features that greatly resembled those of Dongfang Yu, alike, far too much alike. She might be younger than Yuer, more innocent, but from her outlines, I can see traces of Yuer. Yuner, please come here and let me have a good look at you. I've heard about your predicament from Zaire. My poor little darling, you've been through so much over the years. When faced with the woman before her, Gu Ruoyan was not as headstrong as she was when she had met with Master Dongfang. She walked towards Lan Yuga obediently and smiled gently. Maternal grandmother, I'm here to visit you. Lan Yuga pulled the young woman into her embrace and exclaimed tearfully, Yuner, my good child, these years must have been troubling for you. It's all our fault. Your maternal grandfather and grandmother have been useless, unable to help you and caused you to suffer such bitterness. It must not have been easy for you to have journeyed so far. As she spoke, Lan Yuga felt a pang of hurt. This child was only a little over 10 years old, she thought. A child just over 10 years of age, having to wander the world all alone, enduring dangers that not many would have had to face. Such a young lady at her age should be spoiled in the arms of her parents. Yet she had lost both her parents at such a young age. Mother, I'll leave you and Yuner alone to chat. I'll take my leave. Seeing how Gu Ruoyan did not reject Lan Yuga, Dongfang Shaozi felt a weight lift off from his heart and left the space to the two of them. He turned around and left the lonely little cottage. After he left, the cottage fell into silence. Gu Ruoyan lay quietly in Lan Yuga's arms. In that moment, she felt her heart relax and she slowly closed her eyes as she enjoyed the warmth from the beautiful woman. Yuner, do you blame grandfather and grandmother? We had left you in Azure Dragon Country for so many years and never even came to meet you. Blame? Gu Ruoyun smiled. Actually, she was no longer the original Gu Ruoyun. But if the previous Gu Ruoyan had found out that she was actually the maternal grandchild of the Dongfang family, after her death, she would probably blame them for sure. Because these people had never come to see her while she was still alive, not even once. Lan Yuga sighed gently, I know that deep in your heart, you must be blaming us. I believe you've already met your maternal grandfather yesterday, but I don't know if he had told you the true reason why the Dongfang family had severed our ties with Yuer. The true reason? Gu Ruoyun raised an eyebrow as she wondered, could it have something to do with that incident all those years ago? Yuner, your maternal grandfather has always had a far too straightforward personality. He likes putting everything in his heart. I know that you're blaming him for not protecting your mother and blaming him for not protecting you and your brother. Actually, I blame him too. But I blame myself most of all. Our Dongfang family has far too many enemies. That year, many forces wanted to form an alliance to besiege the Dongfang family. Coincidentally, your mother and father had fallen in love and had gone off to a faraway place. So your maternal grandfather did not tell your mother about this, especially since many powerful forces wanted to find your mother's whereabouts. So your maternal grandfather prodded your mother on purpose. Honestly, the matter of the Gu family was only an excuse to allow your mother to change her identity and sever her ties with the Dongfang family. It was all only an excuse. Your maternal grandfather thought that this would give your mother a more peaceful life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 399, Enemies on a Narrow Road, 3. Chapter 399, Enemies on a Narrow Road, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. But Lan Yuga then laughed bitterly, who would have known that in the end, we would receive news of your mother's death. After that, your maternal grandfather gathered the family elders for a meeting. But in the end, we could not avenge your mother. After a lot of investigation, we discovered that the real person behind your parents' murder was a powerful cultivator from another mainland. If he insisted on provoking him, it would only topple the Dongfang family and the gains don't make up for the losses. So, unless your maternal grandfather had absolute certainty that he could fight that power, he wouldn't lead the Dongfang family members to their deaths in vain. As if she could feel the young girl in her arms trembling, Lan Yuga gently took her hand and said, you may think that your maternal grandfather doesn't care about you and your brother, but it was the opposite. However, at that time the Dongfang family situation was becoming even more arduous. You and your brother were only children then. If the Dongfang family can't even protect itself, wouldn't we cause you to lose your innocent lives as well? If that's the case, wouldn't it be better to leave you on the outside instead? But your maternal grandfather never stopped worrying about you both from the start, so he had sent people to investigate your situation in secret. The results of the investigation told us that you were a good-for-nothing and that your brother was a genius. He believed that your brother's gifts would certainly receive favor from the Gu family. So even if you were a good-for-nothing, the Gu family wouldn't be too harsh on the both of you. Hence, in order to prevent the other powers from finding out about your existence, he withdrew his men. But who would have known that you would have had to go through so many hardships? Now, whenever she thought of the bitter experiences that Dongfang Xiaozi had informed her of, Lan Yuga's heart would ache. Her heart ached for Gu Ruoyun's silent endurance and strength and the inhuman abuse she has had to face. If we had known earlier of how the Gu family would end up treating you, we would have taken you away immediately. Unfortunately, we had regarded the Gu family too highly. We thought that they would treat you well on account of your brother's gifts. Gu Ruoyun lightly lowered her lashes. She could not stop her voice from trembling. Why didn't uncle tell me these things? When I quarreled with the old fart, he said nothing. Lan Yuga shook her head and gently caressed Gu Ruoyun's hair. Your uncle was in seclusion, so he did not know exactly what had happened. As for your maternal grandfather, that's the old fellow's personality. He has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He does not like admitting his concerns and would hide everything in his heart. Because of this, many people misunderstood his intentions, but who asked him to be born with this sort of personality, but... Upon mentioning the love of her life, Lan Yuga's gaze grew soft. No matter the misunderstandings which had been thrown at him from the world, as long as she had understood, that would be enough. Maternal grandmother, Gu Ruoyun raised her head and gazed at Lan Yuga, whose face was as fair as jade. I heard from uncle that you've stayed here for over 10 years and that you've never left. Why won't you go down the mountain? Hearing this, Lan Yuga smiled faintly. Her eyes were now filled with sadness. This is the punishment I've sentenced myself to, the punishment for a mother who wasn't able to protect her daughter. I deserve this. Yuner, if your uncle wants you to persuade me to leave, then it's best that you don't say anything. I will not leave. I was not able to protect my only daughter, so I deserve to remain here and enjoy the pleasures of loneliness forever. Maternal grandmother, Gu Ruoyun's eyes turned slightly serious. Are you absolutely sure that my parents have passed away? Lan Yuga stared blankly for a moment before looking at Gu Ruoyun with slight confusion. I've only heard them say this as well. According to them, they fell into a bottomless pit and no bodies were found. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 400, Enemies on a Narrow Road, 4. Chapter 400, Enemies on a Narrow Road, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gu Ruoyun smiled. You didn't see them when they were alive and you didn't see their corpses when they were reported deceased. So how are you so sure that they're both dead? Yuner, we've also thought about this as well. At the time your maternal grandfather had sent his men to search the surroundings of that cliff. But the cliff was extremely deep, and on that cliff, it would be nearly impossible to fully utilize a martial emperor's flying abilities. There were also no caves on the precipice of the cliff. At the bottom of the cliff were countless ferocious spiritual beasts. So, based on these, the possibility of their survival was zero. Maternal grandmother, I only believe in my own eyes. Gu Ruoyun raised her head, staring up at Lan Yuga's beautiful face. I have not seen their bodies, so I don't believe that they are dead. I will find them even if I have to travel to the ends of the earth. If they are not on this mainland, I will search for them in another one. I will never rest until I find them. Lan Yuga observed the young girl's expression, which was full of resolution, and murmured to herself, alike, you are far too alike. Your personality is exactly like your father's. If we didn't have to keep your mother in the dark of the dangers faced by the Dongfang family long ago, I would have loved to hold a wedding ceremony for your parents. Unfortunately, this can only remain as my desire. Previously, there weren't many young people whom she had admired, only Gu Tian. Honestly, she really liked this son-in-law of hers. Even the old man was satisfied. Unfortunately, those whom the gods love die young. If he was still alive, based on his level of talent, he would have become a martial honor or even higher by now. Maternal grandmother, you will have the chance in the future. Gu Ruoyun raised her head and spoke with determination. Before she sees their bodies, she will never believe that they are truly dead. I hope that will be so. Lan Yuga sighed as she held Gu Ruoyun's hand tightly and said, Yuner, if you wish to visit me more often during your stay with the Dongfang family, you can use this back mountain token whenever you wish. As long as you hold that in your hands, you can come and visit me. Other than you, only Zaire is in possession of this token. Many who do not know the truth would think that Master Dongfang was the #1 cultivator in the Dongfang family. But in fact, the true #1 cultivator was Lan Yuga. If she does not wish for anyone else to disturb her by visiting the mountain, even Master Dongfang would not have the authority to do so. Oh? Gu Ruoyun played with the token in her hand and asked with strong interest, the old fart, he doesn't have this? He does not have a token, but he does have a chance. Lan Yuga raised her lips into a smile. He is allowed to see me 3 times a year. 3 times? Gu Ruoyun's smile grew even more pronounced. She was now clearly in a great mood. That old fart was only allowed to visit maternal grandmother 3 times, she thought, yet I can come whenever I wish. If he ever found out about this, he would surely go mad with rage. The Back Mountains. After Gu Ruoyun had bid Lan Yuga goodbye, she leisurely walked out of the mountain, clearly very pleased with herself. However, as they say, an unlucky person could get cavities even just by drinking water. Just as Gu Ruoyun made her descent from the mountain, she bumped into a familiar figure. That person turned out to be the one who had tried to search her outside the city gates, Dongfangyan. This moment can be considered as a situation of when two enemies come face to face with their eyes blazing in hatred. Dongfangyan glared at Gu Ruoyun as her nostrils flared into a soft scoff. Damned girl, I've caught you again. You certainly are bold. You can't even follow simple rules. This mountain is the Dongfang family's forbidden strip of land. It's prohibited to enter here. Who gave you the permission to enter the back mountain? This time, no one can shield you, even if you were the young master's friend. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.